So hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and I really welcome all of you to this channel. And I really want to thank all of you who are supporting my videos. It really means a lot. Now today we are gonna see what if Anos resurrected in a Hogwarts and was brother of Harry Potter. Also, he raised him as a true devil lord. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also share this video as much as you can. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The cottage at Godric's Hollow smelled like burnt pumpkin and cheap candles. Lily Potter had left two of them flickering on the kitchen windowsill, the wax pooling in uneven lumps on the wood. James was somewhere upstairs, laughing at something Charles had done in his crib. The sound carried through the thin walls. It was a warm sound, a safe sound. It wouldn't last. Anos Valdigode sat cross-legged on the living room carpet with his back against the sofa, watching his younger brother sleep. Harry was curled up in a small wicker basket padded with blankets, one tiny fist pressed against his own cheek, breathing slow and even. He was 1 year old, small, fragile, completely unaware of anything. Anos was too, or rather, his body was too. The chubby fingers, the unsteady legs, the round face that adults cooed at whenever they visited. That was the vessel. Inside it, behind eyes that were far too calm for an infant, lived something ancient. Something that had ruled over a world of demons, conquered gods, and died on his own terms before choosing to be reborn. He remembered everything, the mythical age. The wars, the throne, Venice Denoa, his loyal subordinates. The promise he'd made before closing his eyes for the final time, that he would return in a more peaceful era. This wasn't it. He'd known that from the moment he opened his eyes in Lily Potter's arms. He could feel the magic of this world the second he drew his first breath, and it was thin. Weak. Like drinking water that someone had already diluted 3 times over. The wizards here used sticks to channel their power. They spoke Latin words and waved their wands and thought they were impressive. Anos had said his first word at 4 months old. Lily had cried. James had run downstairs shouting about it to Sirius through the flue. Neither of them noticed that the word was pathetic and that he'd been looking directly at James's wand when he said it, but none of that mattered now. Not the weak magic, not the fragile parents. Not even the nagging feeling that someone was approaching the cottage with killing intent so thick that Anos could taste it from the living room. What mattered was Harry. Anos looked at the sleeping baby. Harry's mouth twitched in his sleep, some infant dream making his tiny fingers curl tighter. A small, barely visible scar was forming where he'd scratched his own forehead earlier that day. Lily had fussed about it for 20 minutes. The front door exploded inward. Wood and plaster flew across the hallway. A chunk of the doorframe cracked against the far wall and left a dent in the wallpaper. The cold October air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet leaves and something else. Something rotten. Something that reeked of a soul torn apart too many times. James Potter stumbled down the stairs. His wand was already in his hand, but his face was white, pure white, the kind of white that meant the blood had already left. Lily, he screamed, his voice cracked on the second syllable. Lily, take the children, it's him. Go. A figure stepped through the ruined doorway. Tall, thin. Skin stretched too tight over the bones of his face, like someone had pulled it back and stapled it down. His eyes were red, not bloodshot red. Red like something that was never meant to be human. Lord Voldemort. He walked into the cottage like he owned it. His robes didn't drag on the floor. They floated just barely an inch above the ground. His wand was already raised, pale fingers wrapped around it like a conductor about to begin a symphony of death. Step aside, Voldemort said. His voice was high and cold, not a request, an instruction, the way you tell a dog to move. James fired a spell. Red light shot from his wand and hit the space where Voldemort had been standing a half-second earlier. The Dark Lord didn't dodge so much as simply stop being in that spot. He was 3 feet to the left now, head tilted, looking at James the way a cat looks at something it's already decided to eat. Brave, Voldemort said. Stupid, but brave. The green light hit James in the chest. It wasn't dramatic. There was no slow motion, no extended scream. James Potter's body just stopped working. His legs went first, then his arms, and then he crumpled sideways into the banister with a heavy, wet thud. His wand rolled out of his open hand and clattered down 2 stairs before stopping. James Potter was not dead. The spell had been a stunner, modified, amplified, laced with enough dark magic to keep a grown man unconscious for hours. Voldemort hadn't wanted to waste the killing curse on the father. Not yet. There was a prophecy to fulfill first. Upstairs, Lily screamed. Voldemort climbed the stairs. Each step creaked under him, though he weighed almost nothing. His shadow stretched long and thin across the wall as he passed the family photographs hanging in the stairwell. James and Lily at their wedding, Sirius Black holding baby Harry, a group photo from the Order of the Phoenix. He didn't look at any of them. Lily Potter was standing in front of Charles's crib, arms spread wide, tears running down her face. The baby behind her was wailing, red-faced and furious, tiny fists punching at the air. "Not Harry, please, not Harry. I'm not here for that one." Voldemort said, and the casualness of it made Lily flinch. "Step aside, girl. No, take me instead. Kill me instead." I said, "Step aside." The second stunner was harder than the first. Lily hit the wall behind her and slid down it like a puppet with cut strings. Her head lolled to the side, eyes closed, a thin line of blood running from where her skull had cracked against the corner of a shelf. Voldemort stood over the room. 2 cribs, 3 children. Charles was screaming, his face twisted and purple. Harry was in the wicker basket downstairs. But the prophecy spoke of children born as the 7th month dies. Both Harry and Charles qualified. The Dark Lord had come to end the threat while it was still small enough to hold in one hand. He descended the stairs. The living room was exactly as it had been. The candles still burned on the windowsill. The carpet was still slightly stained from where Harry had spilled mashed peas earlier that week. The sofa cushions were still crooked, and Anno's Voldemort was standing, not sitting anymore, standing, upright, perfectly still. Positioned directly between Voldemort and Harry's basket, feet planted on the carpet, hands at his sides. A 2-year-old child, Voldemort paused, not out of fear, out of confusion. The toddler was looking at him, not crying, not shaking. Looking at him with eyes that held absolutely nothing a child's eyes should hold. No confusion, no terror, no innocent bewilderment, just a calm, cold recognition. "Another one," Voldemort murmured, raising his wand. "Pity." He pointed the yew wand at the infant standing before him. The words formed on his thin lips with practiced ease, the way they always did. He'd killed so many that the incantation was almost boring at this point, like breathing, Avada Kedavra. The green light erupted from the tip of his wand. It crossed the 4 feet between them in less than a heartbeat. Bright, sickly green, the color of death itself. It made the air hum and the candles gutter and the glass in the windows vibrate. Anno's didn't move, he didn't raise his hand, he didn't speak a word, he didn't even blink. He just opened his eyes a fraction wider, and something behind those eyes changed. They turned red, not Voldemort's red. Not the shallow, borrowed crimson of a man who'd mutilated his own soul to cling to life. This was something deeper. Something that predated this world, this magic system, this entire pathetic civilization of wand wavers and prophecy worshippers. These were the demon eyes of ruin. The eyes that could see the source of all things and destroy it. The killing curse reached him, and then it didn't exist anymore. There was no explosion, no shockwave, no dramatic collision of powers. The spell simply ceased to be. The green light vanished like a candle flame pinched between 2 fingers. One moment it was there, screaming across the room with enough force to separate a soul from its body, and the next moment it was gone. Unmade at the fundamental level. The magical energy that held it together had been disintegrated, broken down past atoms, past quarks, past anything this world had a name for. Anno's blinked. His eyes returned to normal. "Hm," he said. It was the first sound he'd made. A single syllable. The voice of a toddler, high and soft, completely at odds with the ancient weight behind it. Voldemort stared for the first time in decades. The Dark Lord did not understand what had just happened. His wand was still raised, his arm was still extended. The spell had left his wand. He had felt it leave, he had watched it cross the room, and then it was gone like it had never existed in the first place. "What?" Voldemort said, and the word came out thin, stretched. "What did you do?" Anos looked at him, really looked at him, and what he saw was sad, a fractured soul. Torn into pieces and scattered across the country in objects, hidden away like a coward's insurance policy. The man standing in front of him had ripped himself apart 7 times in pursuit of immortality, and the result was this. A husk. A pale imitation of a dark lord, held together by fear and borrowed magic. In the mythical age, Anos had killed gods who were more impressive than this. "You came here to kill a baby," Anos said. His voice was still a toddler's. Light, almost musical. But the words landed like stones dropped into still water. "That's what you are, a man who kills babies." Voldemort fired again, not the killing curse this time, something faster. A bolt of crackling violet energy that shattered the coffee table and sent splinters flying. It never reached Anos. 6 inches from his face, the spell dissolved. Just like the first one, just like every spell would, Voldemort took a step back. His heel caught on the edge of the rug and he stumbled barely, just a fraction of an inch. But Anos saw it. And that stumble told him everything he needed to know about the man called the Dark Lord. He was afraid. Good, Anos didn't attack. He didn't need to. He simply released his magical pressure, not all of it, not even a fraction of a fraction, just enough for the room to feel it. Just enough for the air to grow heavy and the candle flames to freeze mid-flicker. Just enough for the walls to groan and the floorboards to crack and the glass in every window to fracture into spider webs. Voldemort's legs buckled. He caught himself on the doorframe, fingers white against the wood. His wand hand was shaking. His red eyes were wide and glassy, and for the first time in his life there was something in them that he had never felt before, not anger, not frustration, not surprise, terror, the kind of terror that goes deeper than thought. The kind that hits the animal brain, the part that existed before language, before logic, before everything. The part that knew with absolute certainty that the thing in front of you was a predator and you were meat. "Leave," Anos said, and Voldemort's body came apart. It wasn't Anos who did it. Not directly. The Dark Lord's borrowed form simply couldn't sustain itself in the presence of that pressure. The homunculus body Voldemort had fashioned through dark rituals began to unravel like wet paper. Skin flaked away. Bones crumbled. The U-wand dropped to the carpet as the fingers holding it dissolved into ash. A wraith rose from the collapsing remains. Black, formless, screaming. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul that served as his anchor to the physical world tore itself free and fled through the hole where the front door used to be. It shot into the night sky, wailing, trailing dark energy behind it like smoke from a dying fire. The living room was quiet. Bits of ash drifted down onto the carpet. The U-wand lay in the middle of a small pile of gray dust that had been the most feared dark wizard in Britain 5 seconds ago. The candles on the windowsill were still burning. Harry was still asleep. Anos looked down at his brother. The baby hadn't even stirred. His tiny chest rose and fell under the blanket, one fist still pressed against his cheek, his face completely peaceful. He'd slept through the whole thing. "Good," Anos murmured. He sat back down on the carpet next to the basket. His stubby toddler legs stuck out in front of him. He rested one small hand on the edge of the basket, close enough to feel the warmth from his brother's body. "Sleep, Harry." The wraith's screaming had faded into the distance. The October wind blew through the missing front door and ruffled the curtains. Somewhere upstairs, Charles was still crying. Anos closed his eyes and waited. They would come soon. The people who thought they understood what had happened here. The old man with his plans and his prophecies and his unshakable belief that he was smarter than everyone else in the room, they would come, and they would get it wrong. Anos was fine with that, for now. The crack of apparition came 17 minutes later. Anos counted them. He'd been sitting on the carpet the entire time, one hand on Harry's basket, listening to the wind and the distant sound of Charles crying upstairs. 2 people appeared on the front path. The first was a tall, thin man with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles that caught the moonlight. He was wearing robes of deep purple, and there was something careful about the way he moved, like every step was calculated, like every angle of his body was a deliberate choice designed to project something. Wisdom, calm, control, Albus Dumbledore. Behind him was a shorter woman with a tight bun and thin lips pressed together so hard they'd almost disappeared. She was clutching her wand in both hands and breathing fast, scanning the property with quick, sharp movements of her head. Minerva McGonagall. They stopped at the doorway. Or what was left of it? Dear God, McGonagall whispered. Dumbledore said nothing. He stepped over the threshold, his boots crunching on broken wood and plaster. His blue eyes moved across the room with terrifying efficiency. The destroyed doorframe, the cracked windows, the pile of gray ash on the carpet, the yew wand lying in the dust, and the toddler sitting on the floor next to a sleeping baby. Minerva, Dumbledore said quietly, go upstairs, check on James and Lily. McGonagall hurried past them, her footsteps quick on the stairs. They heard her gasp. Then the sound of diagnostic spells being cast, rapid, one after another. Dumbledore knelt in front of Anno's. His knees popped when he did it. An old man's knees. He balanced himself with one hand on the sofa and looked at the 2-year-old boy with those blue eyes that everyone in the wizarding world said could see through any lie. They couldn't see through Anno's. Hello, young man, Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle, grandfatherly. The kind of voice designed to make children trust you. Are you hurt? No, Anno said. That's very good. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the pile of ash, then to the yew wand, then back to the boy. Can you tell me what happened? A man came, Anno said. He kept his voice simple, childlike. He knew how to play this game. He was scary. There was green light, then he fell apart. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, not visibly. But something shifted behind those blue eyes. A calculation was being run. Variables were being weighed. Anno's could almost hear the gears turning. The green light, Dumbledore repeated slowly. Did it touch you? No. Did it touch your brother? No. Did it touch anyone? It went away, Anno said, and tilted his head like a confused toddler would. I don't know where it went. McGonagall's voice came from the top of the stairs. Albus. James and Lily are alive, stunned, both of them. Lily has a head wound. James is under some modified form of the stunning spell. I need to get them to St. Mungo's. In a moment, Minerva. Dumbledore hadn't taken his eyes off Anno's. Tell me, child, did you see what destroyed the Dark Wizard? He just broke, Anno said, simple, factual, the way a toddler would describe something they didn't understand. He was standing there and then he broke apart, like when you step on a biscuit. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. It might have been doubt, it might have been relief. It was hard to tell with this one. The old man straightened up with another pop from his knees and walked to the stairs. He came back down 6 minutes later carrying Charles. The baby had stopped crying. He was nestled in Dumbledore's arms, hiccuping, his face still blotchy and red. There was a small cut on his forehead, right above his left eyebrow. A piece of flying debris from the destroyed front door had nicked him. Nothing serious, a scratch, the kind of thing that would heal in a week. Dumbledore was looking at the cut like it was the Rosetta Stone. Minerva, he said, and his voice had changed. There was weight in it now, purpose, the voice of a man who had just made a decision. Look at this. McGonagall had come downstairs with Lily's unconscious body floating behind her on a conjured stretcher. She paused, looked at the cut on Charles's forehead. A scratch, she said. A cursed scar, Dumbledore corrected. The room went very still. Albus, McGonagall said carefully. That's a scratch from debris. I can see the splinter mark. Look closer, Minerva. The shape, the magical residue surrounding the wound. Dumbledore's voice was patient. The kind of patient that left no room for disagreement. This child was struck by the reflected killing curse. The curse bounced off him and destroyed Voldemort. This is the mark of ancient protective magic. It was wrong, all of it, every word. Annos sat on the carpet and listened to the most powerful wizard in Britain construct a fairy tale out of thin air. A scratch from a piece of wood became a cursed scar. A baby who had done nothing but scream became the savior of the wizarding world. And the actual destruction of Voldemort, the work of the demon king of tyranny, was attributed to a mother's love and ancient blood protection. It was impressive in a way. The old man wasn't lying. He genuinely believed it. He looked at the evidence, and his mind, brilliant as it was, had already decided what the answer should be. Everything he saw was filtered through that decision. The prophecy demanded a chosen one. Charles had a mark. Therefore Charles was the chosen one. Humans did this constantly. They decided what they wanted to be true, and then they found reasons. Albus, McGonagall said again. She was staring at Charles with an expression that was equal parts awe and horror. If this child truly defeated you-know-who, then he must be protected, Minerva, at all costs. Dumbledore's voice was steel wrapped in velvet. The prophecy spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, Charles Potter, the boy who lived. James and Lily woke up 3 hours later in St. Mungo's hospital. Dumbledore was sitting between their beds. He told them everything. His version of everything, anyway. Their youngest son had defeated the Dark Lord. The killing curse had rebounded. Charles bore the mark. He was the prophesied savior. The wizarding world was safe because of their baby boy, James cried. Lily held Charles so tight the baby started fussing. They asked questions, rapid fire, tripping over each other's words. What about Anos, Harry, are they all right? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Physically, they are unharmed. Thank God, Lily's voice shook. When can we bring them home? And this was where the knife went in. Dumbledore leaned forward. His blue eyes were soft and sad, carefully sad. The sadness of a man who had practiced this exact expression in a mirror. Lily, James, I must speak to you about something difficult. He paused, letting the silence do its work. Charles is the boy who lived. He will be the primary target of every remaining Death Eater in Britain. He requires your complete attention, your full dedication, your undivided focus. Of course, James said immediately, we'll protect all 3 of our boys. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his robe, a practiced gesture, a humanizing gesture. I have examined both Anos and Harry extensively. Their magical cores are depleted, severely. The backlash from Voldemort's destruction appears to have drained them almost entirely. Lily's face went pale. What are you saying? I am saying with great sorrow that your eldest sons may never develop meaningful magical ability. They may, in essence, be squibs. The word landed like a brick through a window. James flinched. Lily's hand went to her mouth. That's not possible. James said, Anos spoke at 4 months. He was showing signs of accidental magic before he could walk. Residual energy from the womb, Dumbledore said smoothly. Nothing more. I have seen it before. The magical backlash of that night appears to have permanently compromised their development. It was a lie. Every word of it was a lie. Dumbledore hadn't examined anyone. He hadn't measured any magical cores. What he had done was look at the scene, decide that Charles was the hero, and work backward to explain why the other 2 children didn't matter. And it worked, not immediately. Lily argued. She cried. She said she loved all 3 of her sons equally, and she'd never abandon any of them. James paced the room and punched a wall and said Dumbledore was wrong, that he'd find another expert, that there had to be something they could do. But Dumbledore was patient. And Dumbledore was persistent. And Dumbledore had decades of experience in making people do what he wanted while convincing them it was their own idea. Over the next 24 hours, he dismantled their resistance piece by piece. He spoke about duty, about sacrifice, about the greater good. He described the threats Charles would face. He painted a picture of a world still full of dark wizards who would stop at nothing to kill the child who had destroyed their master. He explained, with great reluctance and sorrow, that the presence of magically weak siblings in the household would create vulnerabilities in the protective wards. That enemies could target Anos and Harry to get to Charles. That the safest thing, the most loving thing, was to place the 2 boys somewhere secure while James and Lily focused on training the savior. It is not abandonment, Dumbledore assured them. It is protection. You are saving them from a war they cannot fight in. James looked at the floor. Lily stared at Charles in her arms. Where? Lily whispered, Lily's sister. Petunia Dursley, the blood wards I can erect around her home will be the strongest protection available. As long as the boys are within those walls, no dark wizard can touch them. Petunia hates magic, Lily said. Her voice was barely audible, which makes her home the last place any Death Eater would look. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on. I will personally ensure they are monitored, they will be safe, and when they are old enough, if their magic returns, they will rejoin the wizarding world. The "if" was deliberate, a small word that carried the weight of a tombstone. James and Lily Potter agreed. They agreed because Albus Dumbledore told them to, and because they were exhausted, and because they were terrified for Charles, and because it is easier to abandon your children when someone brilliant and respected tells you it's the right thing to do. On the morning of November 2nd, 1981, Albus Dumbledore placed 2 bundled infants on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. He tucked a letter into Harry's blankets. He cast the blood wards with a steady hand and a clear conscience, and then he left. The street was quiet. A cat watched from the garden wall. The milk bottles on the neighboring doorsteps hadn't been collected yet. Harry was still asleep. He always slept deeply. It was the one reliable thing about him. Anos was awake. He lay in his bundle on the cold concrete step, looking up at the gray November sky, and he felt the old man's magic settle over the house like a net. The blood wards, powered by the familial connection between Lily and Petunia. A clever bit of magic for what it was. It would keep out anyone with intent to harm the boys. It would not keep in anyone with intent to leave. Dumbledore had made a mistake. A small one, born from the same arrogance that had led him to misread the entire Godric's Hollow incident. He assumed that the boys were helpless. That they would grow up under the Dursleys' care, monitored by his agents, contained by his wards, and ready to be collected whenever the story required them again. He did not know what he had left on that doorstep. The front door opened at 7:14 in the morning. Petunia Dursley, in a pale blue housecoat with her hair in curlers, looked down at the 2 bundles and screamed. Vernon, the scream woke Harry. The baby started crying immediately, sharp and high, his face scrunching up. Anos didn't react. He just looked up at Petunia Dursley with the same calm, ancient eyes that had watched Voldemort dissolve into ash 12 hours earlier. Vernon Dursley appeared behind his wife. He was large. That was the first thing you noticed about him. The kind of large that suggested he hadn't seen his own feet in years. His mustache was bristling, his face already red at 7 in the morning, and he was holding a cup of tea that sloshed when he saw the babies. "What in the bloody hell?" Vernon said. "There's a letter," Petunia whispered. She picked it up with 2 fingers like it might be contaminated. Her eyes scanned the parchment. Her face went through several colors in quick succession. White, green, a deep, angry red. "It's from them," she said. "From her people. These are Lily's children. They want us to take them." Vernon's mustache did something complicated. It twitched left, then right, then puffed outward like an angry caterpillar. "Absolutely not," he said. "I won't have it, Petunia, not in this house, not under this roof. I won't have that sort of unnaturalness under my Vernon." The voice came from the blankets. Vernon stopped talking. His mouth stayed open, the next word frozen somewhere between his brain and his tongue. He looked down. The smaller bundle, the one on the left, the one with dark hair and calm eyes, was looking at him. "Did that baby just talk?" Vernon said. "Vernon," Anos said again. The toddler's voice was soft, clear, absolutely, impossibly composed. "Bring us inside, it is cold." Petunia made a choking sound. Vernon dropped his tea. The cup shattered on the doorstep, spraying hot liquid across the concrete. Harry cried louder. "Now," Anos added. Something in that word changed the air. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was quiet the way a blade is quiet. The temperature on the doorstep dropped 3 degrees. The hair on Vernon's arm stood straight up. The brass numbers on the front door rattled once, softly, as if something massive had pressed against the house and then pulled back. Vernon Dursley picked up both bundles and walked inside. He didn't decide to do it. His body just did it. His legs moved, his arms scooped. His feet carried him through the doorway and into the warm hallway. By the time his brain caught up with his limbs, He was standing in the living room with a baby in each arm, and the 2-year-old was looking up at him with an expression of mild approval. "Good," Ano said. Vernon set them both on the sofa, very carefully, the way you'd set down a package that you suspected contained explosives. His hands were shaking. He backed away 3 steps and bumped into the coffee table. "Petunia," he said, and his voice was several octaves higher than normal. "Petunia, what is happening?" Petunia was standing in the hallway, one hand on the wall, staring into the living room. Her face had settled on a final color, gray, the color of someone whose body was seriously considering passing out. "I don't know," she whispered. "I will explain," Ano said. He sat up in his bundle. The blankets fell away from his shoulders. He was wearing a blue onesie with a small embroidered snitch on the chest, which somewhat undercut the gravity of the moment, but he didn't seem to notice or care. "My name is Anos. This is Harry. We are your nephews. We have been placed in your care by Albus Dumbledore, a man who has no authority to make decisions about children but does so anyway, because no one has had the courage to stop him." Vernon's mouth was opening and closing. No sound came out. He looked like a particularly large goldfish. "You don't like magic," Anos continued. "That's fine. I'm not particularly impressed by the magic of this world either. What I require from you is simple. Food, shelter, warmth, clothing appropriate for our ages. You will treat Harry with kindness. You will feed him when he is hungry. You will hold him when he cries. You will not raise your voice at him, strike him, lock him in anything, or refer to him as a burden, a freak, or an inconvenience. Now listen here, you little—" Vernon started. Anos looked at him, just looked. But something behind that look pressed down on Vernon dursely like a hand pressing down on an insect. The big man's knees hit the carpet. He went down hard, both kneecaps cracking against the floor, and he couldn't get back up. It was like gravity had tripled inside his body and nowhere else. His arms hung at his sides, useless. His chin dropped to his chest. Petunia screamed. "Don't," Ano said to her, not harsh, not angry, just final. "Sit down, Petunia." She sat. Her legs folded underneath her like the bones had been removed, and she dropped into the armchair by the fireplace. Her eyes were enormous. "I am 2 years old," Ano said. "By the time I am 4, I will be more dangerous than anything you have ever imagined. By the time I am 10, there will be nothing in this country, magical or otherwise, that could threaten me. I am telling you this not to frighten you, although I understand that I am frightening you, but to establish something very clearly." He paused. Harry had stopped crying. The baby was staring at his older brother from the sofa with wide green eyes, apparently fascinated by the spectacle. "Harry is mine," Ano said. "He is my brother. He is the only thing in this world that matters to me. If you treat him well, you will live comfortably. Your son, Dudley, will be safe. Your home will be protected. I will not interfere with your lives beyond what is necessary." Vernon was still on his knees. A vein in his temple was throbbing. Sweat had soaked through the armpits of his pajama shirt. "What are you?" Vernon managed. "Your nephew," Ano said simply. You're not normal. You're not a normal child." "No," Anos agreed. "I'm not." He released the pressure. Vernon gasped and fell forward onto his hands, sucking in air like he'd been held underwater. Petunia clutched the armrests of her chair, knuckles white, tears running silently down her cheeks. "Now," Anos said. He looked at the kitchen doorway. "Harry is hungry. He prefers mashed bananas, but he'll eat porridge if you add a bit of honey. Not too much, he's only 1. He paused. "Also, I'd like some toast." Vernon and Petunia dursely stared at the 2-year-old boy sitting on their sofa in a snitch onesie, requesting toast. "Please." Anos added after a moment. Vernon got up, slowly. His knees cracked, his back popped. He looked at Petunia. She looked at him. Some unspoken communication passed between them, the kind that married couples develop, the kind that says, "I have no idea what is happening, but I think we should do what it says." Vernon went to the kitchen. He made toast. He mashed bananas. Petunia didn't move from the armchair for 45 minutes. That was the first morning at number 4, Privet Drive. Within a week, the household had settled into a new rhythm. Vernon went to work at Grunnings and came home at 5:30. Petunia maintained the house and prepared meals. Dudley, 18 months old and already built like a small refrigerator, played in his playpen and seemed entirely unbothered by the new arrivals. Harry crawled around the living room, grabbed things he shouldn't grab, and laughed at everything, and Anos watched. He watched the way Petunia flinched whenever she heard an unexpected sound. He watched the way Vernon avoided looking at him directly, the way you'd avoid looking at the sun. He watched the subtle cruelties that crept in around the edges, the way Petunia would sigh heavily when Harry cried at night, the way Vernon would mutter about bloody freeloaders when he thought no one could hear. He corrected these immediately, not with violence, not with fear, just with presence. A look, a word, the gentle reminder that he was always watching, always listening, and that the consequences of mistreatment would be swift and absolute. By the end of the first month, Vernon and Petunia were not just obedient, they were eager. Vernon brought home a new crib for Harry without being asked. Petunia started cooking meals that included proper nutrition for growing children. It wasn't love, it wasn't even genuine care. It was the desperate, fawning compliance of people who understood, at a fundamental level, that the thing living in their house could end them, and that was enough. For now, Harry wouldn't remember these early days. He was too young. All he would ever know was that he grew up in a house where he was fed, clothed, and kept warm. Where his older brother sat with him every night and told him stories about a world that sounded like a fairy tale. Where the scary man with the mustache always gave him seconds at dinner, and the thin woman with the long neck always made sure his clothes were clean. He wouldn't know that it was built on terror. That the foundation of his comfortable childhood was the cold, calculated domination of an ancient being wearing the body of a small boy, but that was fine, because Harry was safe. Harry was warm. Harry was sleeping peacefully in a proper crib in a proper room, with a full stomach and clean blankets, and an older brother who would burn the entire world to ash before letting anything touch him. Anos sat in the rocking chair next to Harry's crib that first night. The house was dark. Vernon and Petunia were in their room with the door locked, as if a locked door would make any difference. Dudley was snoring in the nursery down the hall. Harry was sleeping on his back, arms spread wide, mouth slightly open. A tiny bubble formed on his lips and popped. His chest rose and fell in the slow, steady rhythm of an infant who trusted the world completely. Anos rested his hand on the edge of the crib. "I'll handle everything," he said quietly. "You just grow up, Harry. I'll take care of the rest." Outside, the November wind rattled the windows of number 4, Privet Drive. Mrs. Figg's cat slunk along the garden wall. The streetlights hummed their dull orange hum. The blood wards settled deeper into the foundations of the house, invisible and ignorant of what they were actually protecting. Not two abandoned children, a sleeping prince and the demon king of tyranny. And for the first time in 2,000 years, Anos Valdigode felt something that surprised him, not anger, not disgust, not the cold satisfaction of having subjugated his new caretakers. He felt tired, not physically. His body was fine. 2-year-olds sleep 14 hours a day and he'd had plenty of rest. But somewhere deeper than muscle and bone, in the place where his source existed, where the sum total of everything he was lived, he felt the weight of what had happened. His parents had given him away. Not the parents from the mythical age who had loved him so fiercely that they'd smiled even as the world burned around them. These parents, the new ones, James and Lily Potter, who had held him and fed him and sung to him for 2 years, had looked at an old man with a long beard and said yes. "Take them, we don't need them, it shouldn't have hurt." He was the demon king. He had lived for millennia. He had experienced betrayals that would crush ordinary minds, but something about this one was different. Something about being 2 years old again, about being small and soft and held in arms that were supposed to be safe, had cracked open a part of him that he'd thought was sealed shut. He didn't cry. He wouldn't, not for them. But he sat in that rocking chair for a very long time, watching Harry breathe, and he made a promise to himself that was heavier than any oath he'd sworn in any lifetime. No one would ever abandon Harry again, not while he still drew breath. Not while the source of destruction still burned inside his chest. Not ever. The woods behind Privet Drive were thick enough to swallow sound. That was why Anos had chosen them. 3 streets over, past the last row of identical houses with identical lawns, the suburban grid gave way to a stretch of untamed English woodland that the local council had never bothered to develop. Oak trees, mostly, some birch. A creek that ran muddy brown after rain and barely ran at all in summer. Nobody walked there except dog owners, and they stuck to the main trail. Anos and Harry were not on the main trail. Harry was standing in a clearing about 60 feet from the creek, barefoot in the dirt, his arms raised in front of him with his palms open. He was 8 years old. Small for his age, with messy black hair that did whatever it wanted and green eyes that were too serious for a kid who hadn't started secondary school yet. He was wearing a pair of old jeans and a gray t-shirt that used to be Dudley's, which meant it hung off him like a tent. His hands were shaking. Again, Anos said. Anos was sitting on a fallen log at the edge of the clearing, legs crossed, watching his brother with the patience of someone who had literally waited 2,000 years between lifetimes. He was 10. Tall for his age, lean, with black hair that fell straight and neat in a way that Harry's never would. His eyes were dark and calm, always calm. "I'm trying," Harry said through his teeth, "I know." Again. Harry closed his eyes. He took a breath, held it. Focused on the space between his palms the way Anos had taught him. Not on the air, not on the visible world, on the layer underneath. The place where matter was just energy vibrating at different speeds, where atoms were mostly empty space, where the real structure of reality lived. He pushed. A flicker of black flame appeared between his hands, small, the size of a marble. It sputtered, sparked, and then winked out like a match in the wind. Harry dropped his arms. "It keeps dying." "Because you're thinking about the flame," Anos said. "Stop thinking about the flame." "How am I supposed to make fire without thinking about fire?" "You're not making fire. You're rearranging energy." Anos stood up from the log and walked over. His bare feet didn't make any sound on the forest floor, which was something Harry had never figured out. The kid moved like he weighed nothing. When you focus on the flame, you're trying to create an image, a picture of fire. That's wizard thinking. That's what the wand people do. They imagine what they want and then force their magic to build it. And that's bad because it's slow, wasteful, and limited. Anos stopped in front of Harry and held up his own hand. "Watch." Black fire erupted from Anos's palm, not a flicker, not a spark. A roaring column of dark flame that shot 12 feet into the air and turned the canopy above them into a circle of orange light. The heat hit Harry's face like opening an oven door. Leaves curled and blackened. The bark on the nearest tree started smoking, then it was gone. Like someone had pressed a switch. "I didn't imagine fire," Anos said. His hand was completely unburned. "I accelerated the movement of particles in the air above my palm until they reached a combustion threshold. The fire is a side effect. The real action is happening at a level you can't see." Harry stared at his brother's hand. "You make it sound so easy." "It is easy, for me." Anos said it without any arrogance, just a fact. The sky is blue, water is wet, magic is easy for the demon king of tyranny. For you, it's going to take work, but you'll get there. What if I don't? The question came out smaller than Harry meant it to. He hadn't planned to say it. It just slipped out the way things did when he'd been trying and failing for hours and his arms hurt and his head was pounding. Anos looked at him, not with pity, not with disappointment. Just with that steady, unshakable certainty that Harry had been leaning on since he was old enough to understand what leaning on someone meant. "You will," Anos said, "but what if my magic's actually weak? What if Dumbledore was right about us being, what he told Mum and Dad? The word." Mum tasted wrong in Harry's mouth. He didn't use it often. He'd stopped using it around age 6 when Anos had finally sat him down and told him the truth about why they lived with the Dursleys. Not some watered-down version, the actual truth, all of it. The prophecy, Dumbledore's manipulation, James and Lily's choice to let them go. Harry had cried for 3 days, but that was 2 years ago and he didn't cry about it anymore. mostly. There were nights when it crept back in, when he'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling and wonder what it would have been like to grow up in a house where someone called him son and meant it. Those nights were getting rarer, but they still came. Dumbledore said we were squibs, Anno said. He also said Charles defeated Voldemort by bouncing a killing curse off his forehead. Do you believe that? No. Then why would you believe anything else he said? Harry kicked at the dirt. I dunno, it's just you can do all this stuff. The fire, the teleporting, the thing where you make the Dursleys forget what day it is. And I can barely hold a flame for 3 seconds. Harry, Annos put his hand on his brother's shoulder. The weight of it was grounding. Real. I've had thousands of years of experience. I invented most of the spells I use. You've been training for 2 years, you're 8. You keep saying that. Because you keep forgetting it. Harry almost smiled. Almost. The corner of his mouth twitched upward before he wrestled it back down. Fine, again. Harry raised his hands. He closed his eyes. This time, instead of thinking about fire, he thought about what Annos had described. Particles. Movement. Speed. The invisible architecture of the air between his palms, all those atoms bouncing around in every direction, and all he had to do was make them bounce faster. Not create something new, just take what was already there and push it. He pushed, the black flame appeared, marble-sized, then golf ball-sized, then the size of his fist. Harry opened his eyes. The flame was hovering between his palms, dark and steady, giving off real heat, not sputtering. Not flickering, burning. There it is, Annos said. Harry held it for 11 seconds before it collapsed. But those 11 seconds were the longest he'd ever managed, and when the flame died, his hands were warm and his heart was hammering, and something in his chest felt like it had unlocked just a tiny bit. 11 seconds, Harry said. Yesterday it was 4. That's almost 3 times as long. It is exactly 2.75 times as long. Annos turned back toward the log. Rest for 5 minutes, then we're doing physical conditioning. Harry groaned. Can we skip the running today? My legs still hurt from yesterday. Your legs hurt because your muscles are adapting. If we skip, they stop adapting. Has anyone ever told you that you're a terrible brother? You, regularly. Just checking. Harry dropped to the ground and lay flat on his back in the dirt, staring up at the canopy. Patches of blue sky showed through the leaves. A bird was singing somewhere. His palms were tingling from the magic, that buzzing, electric feeling that always came after he channeled energy. It used to scare him. Now he kind of liked it. Annos. The flame was black again. Is that normal? Regular fire isn't black. Regular fire is produced by chemical combustion. What you're generating is demonic flame, geo-grays. It burns through magic itself, not just matter. Annos was sitting on the log again, peeling the bark off a stick with his thumbnail. The color comes from the destructive nature of the energy source, my source of destruction. You've been drawing on it through our shared bloodline, so I'm using your magic. No, you have your own magical core, but because we share blood and because I've been training you directly, your core has developed an affinity for destructive wavelengths. It's like... He paused, looking for the right comparison. If you grew up listening to someone play piano every day, you'd naturally develop an ear for it. Your magic has been listening to mine since you were born. Huh, Harry stared at the sky. So I'm like your magical apprentice, something like that. Does that make me the devil wizard? Annos looked at him. Where did you hear that? I made it up just now. Harry grinned. If you're the demon king, then I should be something cool too, devil wizard. Yeah, it's a bit dramatic, says the bloke who calls his sword the abolisher of reason. Annos blinked, then something that was almost nearly, not quite a smile crossed his face. It was gone in half a second, but Harry caught it. He always caught it. Those micro-expressions were rare enough that he'd learned to watch for them. Fine, Annos said. Devil wizard. Brilliant. The 5 minutes stretched to 7 because Harry refused to get up, and Annos let him have the extra 2 minutes because he was in a tolerant mood. Then the training shifted. Physical conditioning was the part Harry hated and needed the most. Annos had designed a regimen based on what he remembered from training demon soldiers in the mythical age, scaled down significantly for an 8-year-old human body. Running, squats, lunges, Core work. Balance exercises where Harry had to stand on one foot on the fallen log with his eyes closed while Anos threw small stones at him to test his reflexes. Oh, you dropped your left shoulder. Because you hit me in the left shoulder. Exactly, don't drop it. Harry caught the next stone, barely. It smacked into his palm hard enough to sting, and he nearly toppled off the log, but he held his balance. His legs were burning. Sweat was running down his temples and into his eyes. Better, Anos said. He tossed another stone. Harry snatched it out of the air with his other hand. Much better. Can we be done? 2 more minutes. Those 2 minutes felt like 20. By the end, Harry's legs were jelly, and he collapsed off the log into a heap on the forest floor, panting, his T-shirt soaked through. He lay there with his cheek against the cool dirt and seriously considered never moving again. Anos sat down next to him, cross-legged, not sweating, not breathing hard, looking exactly as composed as he had when they'd started 3 hours ago. I hate you sometimes, Harry mumbled into the dirt. No, you don't. No, I don't, but I want to. Anos reached into the small backpack he'd brought from the house and pulled out a water bottle and 2 sandwiches wrapped in cling film. Petunia had made them that morning. Ham and cheese on white bread, crusts cut off, because Petunia had learned exactly how Harry liked his sandwiches, and she made them perfectly every single time. Not out of love, out of a deeply ingrained survival instinct. Harry sat up and took his sandwich. He ate it in 4 bites, barely chewing, because 8-year-olds who have just been through 3 hours of magical and physical training do not have time for table manners. Slow down, Anos said. You'll choke. MFF, that's not a word, Harry swallowed. I said thanks, you did not. Well, I meant to. Harry took a long drink of water and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Anos, can I ask you something? You already are. Do you think they ever think about us? The question hung in the air between them. Harry wasn't looking at his brother. He was looking at the ground, picking at a piece of bark, his jaw tight. Anos didn't answer immediately. He took a bite of his own sandwich, chewed, swallowed, took his time. He'd learned that Harry's hardest questions came out sideways, disguised as casual, and that rushing an answer made Harry shut down. James and Lily, Harry clarified, though they both knew who he meant. Do you think they regret it? Even a little, I don't know. Anos said, and that was honest. He could have lied. He could have said no, they're terrible people who never looked back, or he could have said yes, they're probably torn apart by guilt every day. Either answer would have been easier, but Anos didn't trade in easy, he traded in truth. They made a choice, Anos continued. A bad one. A cowardly one. Whether they regret it now doesn't change the fact that they made it, and it doesn't change what we are. What are we, brothers? Harry looked up. His eyes were wet, but nothing fell. He'd gotten good at that. Holding it right at the edge. Yeah, Harry said quietly. Yeah, we are. They sat there for a while. The woods were quiet except for birds and the distant sound of the creek. The sunlight came through the leaves in patches, warm on their skin. 2 kids sitting in the dirt eating sandwiches, and for a few minutes it could have been any pair of brothers anywhere in England. Normal, simple, it wasn't, but it felt like it, and sometimes that was enough. They trained for another hour after the sandwiches. Not magic this time, hand to hand. Anos called it demonic martial arts, which sounded impressive until you realized it mostly consisted of Harry getting knocked on his backside over and over while Anos corrected his footwork. Your weight's too far forward, Anos said, sidestepping Harry's punch without apparent effort. When you commit like that, all someone has to do is redirect your momentum. He demonstrated by catching Harry's wrist and guiding it past him. Harry stumbled forward 3 steps and barely kept himself upright. That's easy to say when you can literally see the future. Harry muttered, squaring up again. I can't see the future. I can see the source of movement in your body. The intention forms before the muscle engages. It's a subtle difference. It's not subtle at all. You're cheating. There's no cheating. There's winning and there's losing. Harry lunged again. This time he feinted left, shifted his weight, and drove his right fist toward Anos's ribs. It was the combination they'd practiced last week. Quick, low, hard to read, Anos caught the fist in his palm. The impact made a flat smacking sound that scattered birds from the nearest tree. But this time, for just a half-second, Harry saw something on his brother's face. Not surprise exactly, recognition, like he'd noticed something worth noticing. "That was better," Anno said. And from him, those 3 words weighed more than a trophy case full of medals. Harry shook out his hand. His knuckles were red. "My hand hurts." "That means you made proper contact. Curl your thumb outside your fingers. You keep tucking it under." I know." Harry adjusted his fist. "Can I ask something? You've already asked 12 things today. 13, do you ever get tired? Like, actually tired, not just pretending to be tired so I feel better about being exhausted." Anno's considered this. "My body has physical limitations appropriate for a 10-year-old human. I get tired. I just manage it differently." That's a very diplomatic way of saying no. It's a very accurate way of saying I don't experience fatigue the way you do. He paused. "But I understand what tiredness feels like. I remember it from the mythical age. After particularly long battles when even my source needed time to replenish." Battles against who? Gods, mostly. The occasional divine dragon, once an entity that existed outside of time itself. That one took a while. Harry stared at him. "You fought something that existed outside of time." "It was trying to erase the concept of death. I disagreed with the approach. Right, normal Tuesday." "It was a Thursday." Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The absurdity of sitting in a muddy English forest with a kid who looked 10 and talked like a retired general who'd conquered dimensions. It was funny, it was insane, and it was his life. "Come on," Anno said, standing up and brushing dirt off his jeans. "Let's head back. I need to show you something at the house." The walk back to Privet Drive took 15 minutes. They stuck to the back roads, cutting through the alley behind the corner shop and crossing the park where Dudley's gang usually hung out. The gang wasn't there today. They'd learned to avoid the park when Harry and Anno's were in the neighborhood. Ever since the incident last year, when Piers Polkus had called Harry a scrawny little runt, and Anno's had looked at Piers in a way that made the boy wet himself and run home crying. Nobody bullied Harry Potter. Not anymore, not even once. They turned onto Privet Drive and walked past the row of houses with their trimmed hedges and washed cars. Number 6, number 8, number 10, Anno stopped. Harry walked 3 more steps before he noticed. He turned back. What? Anno's wasn't looking at the houses. He was looking at the air. His eyes had gone slightly unfocused, the way they did when he was perceiving something on a different layer of reality, something invisible to normal senses. "Do you feel that?" Anno's asked. Harry concentrated. He closed his eyes and extended his senses the way Anno's had been teaching him. Feeling for magical energy, for the subtle vibrations that magic left in the environment, like ripples in a pond. He felt the blood wards first. Those were always there, humming around number 4 like a low electric fence. He'd been able to sense them since he was 7. They felt warm and slightly sticky like honey spread over glass, but there was something else. Underneath the blood wards, thinner, subtler. Like spider silk laid across the street in invisible lines. "Tracking wards," Harry said. "Good, you're getting better at sensing them." Anno's knelt on the pavement and pressed one palm flat against the ground. His eyes narrowed. They're layered. 3 separate enchantments woven into the existing residential wards. One monitors magical signatures within a 200-meter radius. Another records the emotional state of anyone under the blood protection. The third is a direct reporting link. Reporting to who? Who do you think? Harry's expression darkened. Dumbledore. And Arabella Figg. Anno's nodded toward the house at the end of the street, the one with too many cats and curtains that always seemed to be twitching. "She's his agent, has been since the day we arrived. She reports to him regularly. How we look, how we behave, whether we seem happy or miserable. She always smells like cabbage," Harry said. "That's not relevant, but yes." "So Dumbledore's been watching us this whole time." "Watching, no, that would require effort. Monitoring, passively." "These wards send him a general impression. Magical output levels, emotional baselines, physical health indicators. As long as the readings stay within his expected range, he has no reason to investigate further." Harry thought about that. And what's his expected range? Low magic. Mild unhappiness, physical health consistent with minimal care. Anno stood up and brushed off his knees. He expects us to be miserable, magically dead squibs living in a neglectful household. As long as that's what the wards tell him, he'll leave us alone. But that's not what we are, no. Which is why I'm going to adjust what the wards say. They were inside number 4 now. Petunia was in the kitchen, washing dishes with the radio on. Vernon wouldn't be home for another 2 hours. Dudley was at a friend's house, probably terrorizing smaller children. Annos led Harry upstairs to their room. It was the second bedroom, the one that had originally been intended as Dudley's second playroom. Vernon had converted it without being asked around the time Annos turned 4. 2 beds, a desk, a wardrobe, a window overlooking the back garden. Clean. Comfortable, unremarkable. What was remarkable was the floor, or rather, what was under the floor. Annos had spent 3 years quietly inscribing a network of magical formulas into the wooden boards beneath the carpet. Thousands of interlocking symbols, invisible to mundane eyes, forming a detection and manipulation array that covered the entire house. Harry had watched him work on it during late nights. Annos crouched on the floor with the carpet peeled back, his finger tracing symbols that glowed briefly before sinking into the wood. "Sit on your bed," Annos said. "Don't touch the floor for the next 10 minutes. What are you going to do?" "Surgery." Annos pulled back the carpet in the center of the room, revealing a section of floorboards covered in faintly luminous markings. He knelt in front of them and placed both palms flat on the wood. His eyes shifted, not to the demon eyes of ruin, something subtler. A faint violet glow that meant he was perceiving the magical wavelengths directly. The tracking wards feed information through the blood ward network, Annos explained as he worked, his voice even and instructional. Think of it like a phone line. The blood wards are the telephone pole. Dumbledore's tracking wards are the phone line running along it. What I'm going to do is intercept that line and replace the signal with my own. Won't he notice? Not if the replacement signal is identical in format and frequency to the original. He'll receive the same type of data he's always received. The only difference is that I'll be choosing what that data says. Harry watched from his bed as Annos worked. The symbols on the floor began to pulse, slowly at first, then faster. Annos's fingers moved across the wood, adjusting lines, adding new characters, modifying the existing formula with the precision of someone editing code. His face was completely focused, no strain, no effort, just the same terrifying competence he brought to everything. "There." Annos said after 8 minutes. He lifted his hands. The symbols dimmed. "Done. That's it. That's it. From this point forward, every tracking ward within the blood protection radius will report that we are magically dormant, emotionally suppressed, and physically underfed. Exactly what Dumbledore expects, exactly what keeps him comfortable." Harry looked at the floor where the symbols had been pulsing a moment ago. It looked like an ordinary carpet again. You'd never know what was underneath unless you knew what to look for. How long have these wards been here? Dumbledore's, I mean. Since the beginning. Since the night he left us on the doorstep. He layered the tracking enchantments into the blood wards so they'd be nearly impossible to detect separately. If you were a regular wizard, you'd sense the blood wards and assume that was all there was. The monitoring spells are buried beneath them, using the blood magic as camouflage. That's actually clever, Harry admitted. It is. Dumbledore is not stupid. He's many things, but stupid isn't one of them. Annos sat down on the edge of his bed. That's what makes him dangerous. A stupid man with power makes mistakes you can exploit. A brilliant man with power makes plans you have to outmaneuver. And Fig, what does she actually report? I've been watching her owl correspondence for 2 years. She sends letters to Dumbledore once a month, general observations. How tall you've grown, whether you seem fed, whether the Dursleys appear to be treating you acceptably. She invited us to her house once last year to observe us up close, remember? The day with the cat photos, Harry said, grimacing. I had to sit through 3 hours of cat albums. That was an evaluation session. She was checking your speech patterns, your physical development, and your emotional state. She reported to Dumbledore that you were quiet, small, and socially withdrawn. I'm not socially withdrawn. I just didn't want to look at pictures of Mr. Tibbles for 3 hours. Regardless, her report aligned with Dumbledore's expectations. Quiet, underfed, slightly sad, perfect. Perfect for him. Perfect for us. As long as he believes we're exactly what he left behind, he won't look closer. So we're invisible. Better than invisible. We're boring, and boring things don't get investigated. Anos replaced the carpet and smoothed it flat. He stood up and looked at Harry. This buys us time, 3 more years until the Hogwarts letters arrive, 3 more years to train. By the time we walk into that castle, you'll be ready for anything they throw at you. And if Dumbledore figures it out before then, he won't. But if he does, Anos looked at his brother with those dark, ancient eyes. Then he'll learn what happens when you leave a demon king unsupervised for a decade. Harry grinned. It was the sharp kind of grin. The kind he'd started developing over the last year, the one that looked a bit too much like his brother's. Wicked. They heard the front door open downstairs. Vernon's heavy footsteps in the hallway, the clatter of keys in the dish. The groan of the sofa as he sat down and turned on the television. Normal sounds, normal evening, normal life. Except for the 2 boys upstairs who were planning the systematic dismantling of Magical Britain's entire power structure. But Vernon didn't need to know about that. Dinner that evening was roast chicken with potatoes and green beans. Petunia had outdone herself, which meant she'd followed the recipe to the letter with the same anxious precision she brought to everything when Anos was at the table. The food was hot, well-seasoned, and plentiful. Harry got the biggest portion. The Dursleys ate in near silence. Vernon chewed with his mouth open and stared at the television through the kitchen doorway. Petunia cut her food into tiny pieces and barely ate any of it. Dudley, who had come home an hour earlier with grass stains on his knees and someone else's chocolate on his face, shoveled food into his mouth at a rate that suggested he was training for competitive eating. Harry ate steadily, quietly, the way he always did at the table. He didn't talk to the Dursleys and they didn't talk to him. That was the arrangement. The dinners weren't warm or friendly. Nobody asked about anyone's day. Nobody laughed. It was just 5 people in a room, eating food, existing in the same space without incident. It wasn't a family. But it was safe, and Harry had learned the difference between those 2 things a long time ago. After dinner, Harry helped Petunia clear the table. He didn't have to. Nobody made him. But he'd started doing it when he was 6, partly because it felt right, and partly because he'd noticed that Petunia's hands shook less when he was nearby. Like his presence, steady and unthreatening, was somehow more calming than Anos's, which made sense. Harry was just a kid. Anos was the thing that kept Petunia awake at night. "Thank you, Harry," Petunia said. It came out stiff, rehearsed, like she'd practiced the phrase in a mirror. "You're welcome." That was the extent of their relationship, polite, functional, 2 people who shared a kitchen and nothing else. Upstairs, after Dudley had gone to bed and Vernon was snoring in front of the television, Harry sat on his bed with a torch and a book. The book was a physics textbook that Anos had brought home from the library, several reading levels above what an 8-year-old should be handling. Harry had been working through it for 3 weeks. He was on the chapter about atomic structure, specifically the section about electron shells and orbital patterns. "The outer electrons are the ones that matter, right?" Harry said, not looking up from the book. "For chemical reactions and stuff." Anos was on his own bed, lying on his back, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. "For chemical reactions, yes. For magical manipulation, you need to go deeper, past the electron shells, past the nucleus, down to the source level where matter and energy stop being separate things." "Is that where the source of destruction lives, at that level?" "That's where all sources live. Mine is particularly aggressive. It exists to break things down to their most fundamental components and rebuild them, or just break them." A pause. "Usually just break them." "That's reassuring." "I didn't say it to be reassuring." Harry turned a page. "The book says atoms are mostly empty space. Like 99.99% empty. Correct. So everything is basically nothing." Everything is energy arranged in patterns. The patterns give the illusion of solidity. When you learn to see the patterns, you learn to change them. That's what origin magic is, not creating something from nothing, rearranging what already exists. Harry closed the book and looked at his brother. Is that how you do the thing where you fix broken stuff? Like when Dudley broke that plate last week and you just put it back together. I reversed the energy state of the fragments to their pre-impact configuration. The atoms remembered where they were supposed to be, I just reminded them. Atoms don't remember things, Anos. Everything remembers. That's what a pattern is, a memory. Harry thought about that for a long time, long enough that Anos glanced over to check if he'd fallen asleep. I want to learn that, Harry said, the fixing thing, not just the breaking. You will. Breaking comes first because destruction is the foundation of creation. You have to understand how things come apart before you can understand how they go together. That's very philosophical for a Tuesday night. Go to sleep, Harry. One more question. 1. Harry pulled the blanket up to his chin. The room was dark except for the orange glow of the streetlight coming through the curtain gap. Normal sounds filtered up from outside, a car passing, a dog barking 2 streets over, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs. When we go to Hogwarts. Harry said, are we going to pretend to be normal? Define normal. You know what I mean, regular wizard kids, wands and pointy hats and all that. Anos was quiet for a moment. We'll be whatever we need to be to gather information. Hogwarts is a school, but it's also Dumbledore's fortress. His base of operations. If we walk in displaying our full capabilities, he'll see us as threats and act accordingly. But if we walk in looking like 2 unremarkable first years, we get to watch and learn and figure out what he's really doing, exactly. And then we stop him. Harry rolled onto his side facing the wall, his voice got quieter. Do you think Charles knows, about us I mean, that he has brothers? The question surprised Anos, not because it was unexpected. Harry asked about the Potters in cycles. Weeks would go by without a word, and then it would come in a rush, 3 or 4 questions in one night, like a wound that kept scabbing over and getting picked open. I don't know, Anos said. It's possible they told him. It's also possible they didn't. Telling the boy who lived that he has 2 discarded brothers wouldn't fit the heroic narrative they've built around him. I wonder what he's like. Charles, we'll find out. He got to stay, Harry said. The words were flat, not angry, worse than angry, resigned. Like he was stating a fact about the weather. Rain falls, the sun sets, our parents chose him over us. He got to stay and we didn't, because of a scratch on his head. Because of a lie an old man told to people who wanted to believe it. Same result though, isn't it? Anos didn't answer that, because Harry was right, and lying to him would have been worse than the silence. The result was the same. The reason didn't change the outcome. Harry grew up in Privet Drive with an aunt who feared him and an uncle who couldn't look him in the eye, and Charles grew up in whatever magical manor the Potters called home, surrounded by people who loved him, celebrated him, called him special. Harry. Yeah, you're stronger than he is. Whatever Charles Potter has become, whatever they've made him into, he didn't earn it. He was given a title for something he didn't do. You've earned everything you have, every flame, every second of progress. That's yours. Harry was quiet for a long time. Then, very softly, thanks, Anos. Go to sleep. I'm going. You're not. You're lying there with your eyes open. How do you even know that? You can't see through the dark. I absolutely can see through the dark. Oh right, Demon King, forgot. Good night, Harry. Silence settled over number 4, Privet Drive. The house creaked the way old houses do. The blood wards hummed their invisible hum. Somewhere in Scotland, a very old man sat in a circular office and reviewed the latest readings from his monitoring wards, and everything they told him was exactly what he expected. 2 magically stunted boys. Moderately unhappy. Physically adequate, nothing to worry about. He ate a lemon drop and went to bed. The next morning they were back in the woods at dawn. Harry stood in the clearing again, barefoot, arms raised, palms open. The mist hadn't burned off yet. The air smelled like wet earth and rotting leaves. His breath came out in white puffs. Geo Greys, Harry said. The black flame erupted between his palms, not marble-sized, not golf ball-sized, bigger, the size of a melon. Dark and roaring and real, throwing heat across the clearing hard enough to push the mist back. It held 5 seconds, 10, 15. Harry's arms trembled, sweat broke out across his forehead. The veins on the backs of his hands were standing out. 20 seconds, 25. The flame collapsed at 28 seconds. Harry staggered, caught himself, and stood there breathing hard with his hands on his knees. 28 seconds, he panted. 28 seconds, Anos confirmed. He was leaning against a tree at the edge of the clearing, arms folded. And the output was significantly higher. You're accessing the destructive wavelength more efficiently. Harry straightened up. His face was flushed and his hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat, but his eyes were bright. Alive. The eyes of a kid who had just done something he couldn't do yesterday. Again, Harry asked. Anos looked at his brother. 8 years old, standing barefoot in the mud at 6 in the morning, asking to be pushed harder. The same boy who cried at night sometimes, who still flinched when people raised their voices, who carried the weight of his parents' abandonment in his chest like a stone. Again, Anos said. Harry raised his hands. The black fire bloomed. The owl arrived at breakfast. It came through the kitchen window that Petunia had left cracked open to let out the bacon smoke, a tawny barn owl with huge amber eyes and a slightly bent tail feather. It swooped over the kitchen table, dropped 2 envelopes directly into Harry's cereal bowl, and then perched on the back of Vernon's chair like it owned the place. Vernon choked on his toast. "Get it out," he wheezed, his face going purple. "Get that bloody thing out of my kitchen." The owl turned its head and stared at Vernon with an expression of total contempt. Then it hooted once, loudly, and took off through the window again, clipping Vernon's ear with its wing on the way out. Harry fished the envelopes out of his cereal. Milk dripped off the parchment. He wiped them on his shirt and looked at the front of the first one, Mr. H. Potter. The second bedroom, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The second envelope was addressed to Mr. A. Potter, same room, same house. The handwriting was neat and green and old-fashioned. Both envelopes were sealed with a wax crest that showed a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. "They're here," Harry said. Anos was sitting across the table. He hadn't looked up from his toast. "I know. I felt the owl cross the blood ward boundary 4 minutes ago." "You could have mentioned that. I wanted to see if you'd sense it yourself." "I was eating cereal. Multitasking is a valuable skill." Harry tore open his envelope. Inside was a letter written on thick parchment in the same green ink. He scanned it quickly. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required supplies, a train ticket, instructions for terms start on September 1st. He'd known it was coming. They'd known for years. But holding it in his hands, feeling the weight of the parchment between his fingers, something in Harry's chest did a small, involuntary flip. "We're in," Harry said. "We were always going to be in. Hogwarts doesn't reject students within the magical registry." Anos finally looked up. He held his own unopened envelope between 2 fingers, turning it over like he was examining something mildly interesting. "The question was never whether we'd receive the letters. The question was whether Dumbledore would try to intercept them. And he didn't. Which tells me one of 2 things. Either his tracking wards are still feeding him false data, and he genuinely believes we're squibs who received letters by administrative error, or he knows we're not squibs and he wants us at Hogwarts where he can control us." Harry thought about that. "Which one do you think it is?" "The first. If he knew what we were, he wouldn't invite us into his castle. He'd try to contain us somewhere else. The fact that the letters arrived normally means we're still invisible." Petunia was standing at the sink with her back to them, scrubbing the same plate she'd been scrubbing for the last 3 minutes. Her shoulders were rigid. She hadn't said a word since the owl arrived, but the tendons in her neck were standing out like cables. "Petunia," Anos said. She flinched. The plate nearly slipped from her fingers. "We'll need a ride to London on Saturday, Central, near Charing Cross Road." Petunia nodded without turning around. Vernon, who had finally stopped coughing, opened his mouth to object. Then he looked at Anos, closed his mouth, and went back to his toast. Some battles weren't worth fighting. Vernon Dursley had learned that lesson a long time ago. Saturday came with grey skies and a persistent drizzle that turned London's pavements into mirrors. Vernon dropped them at Charing Cross Road at 9 in the morning, barely slowing the car before they hopped out. The Vauxhall pulled away with a screech of tires that suggested Vernon was very glad to be rid of them for the day. Harry stood on the pavement in jeans, trainers, and a dark green jacket. His hair was doing its usual thing, which was everything at once. The Hogwarts letter was in his pocket, along with a list of supplies so long it had required a second page. So where is it? Harry asked, looking up and down the street. Bookshops, a record store, a pub, nothing that screamed magical shopping district. There. Anos pointed at the pub. It was small, dark, and wedged between a large bookshop and a record store. The sign above the door read "The Leaky Cauldron" in faded gold letters. People walked past it without looking. Their eyes slid off the building like water off glass, drawn automatically to the shops on either side. Muggle-repelling charms, Harry said. He could feel them now. A subtle push in his mind, like a hand gently turning his attention away. It was weak, laughably weak, like being told not to think about something, which of course made you think about it more. Crude but effective for the general population, Anos said. Shall we? They walked in. The Leaky Cauldron was dark, cramped, and smelled like pipe smoke and old beer. A few witches and wizards sat at tables, hunched over drinks despite it being 9 in the morning. The barman, a bald man with a face like a walnut, looked up when they entered. Morning, lads. Hogwarts, Diagon Alley. Anos said, through the back, need me to open the wall for you? No, the barman blinked. Right, well, it's the third brick from the left above the dustbin. They walked through the pub and into the small courtyard behind it, a brick wall, a dustbin, nothing else. Can you feel the ward matrix in the bricks? Anos asked. Harry reached out with his senses. The wall buzzed with magic. Layered enchantments, old ones, sunk deep into the mortar. Yeah, it's like a lock. You tap the right sequence and it opens. Correct, the sequence is a simple resonance trigger. 3 up, 2 across from the dustbin, but that's the wand method. Anos placed his palm flat against the wall. The origin method is faster. The bricks shuddered. Then they started moving, not the gentle, choreographed unfolding that the barman's wand would have triggered. The entire wall peeled open like a wound, bricks rearranging themselves at triple speed, slamming into new positions with sharp cracks that echoed off the courtyard walls. The archway formed in 2 seconds flat instead of the usual 10. A witch on the other side of the archway, who had been walking toward the entrance with a bag of shopping, dropped her groceries and stared. Sorry, Harry said as they walked past her. He does that, Diagon Alley. Harry had heard Anos describe it. He'd read about it in the few magical books Anos had acquired over the years. But reading about it and standing in it were 2 completely different things. The street was narrow, cobbled, and packed with people. Shops lined both sides, their windows crammed with things that shouldn't exist. Cauldrons in one window, stacked like nesting dolls, copper and pewter, and something that looked like solid silver. An owl emporium next to a shop selling telescopes that moved on their own. A bookstore with a window display of books that were physically fighting each other, pages flapping like angry wings. Kids around Harry's age were everywhere, dragging parents from shop to shop, pointing at broomsticks in windows, arguing about wand cores. The air smelled like cinnamon and something metallic that Harry couldn't identify. Stay close, Anos said, and they moved into the crowd. Their first stop was the bank. Gringotts Wizarding Bank sat at the end of Diagon Alley like a crooked white fist punched out of the earth. The building leaned slightly to one side, its marble columns stained with age, its bronze doors guarded by 2 goblins in gold and scarlet uniforms. The goblins were short, sharp-faced, and armed with polearms that were definitely not ceremonial. Harry felt the bank's wards the moment they reached the bottom of the marble steps. They were different from anything he'd encountered before. Older, heavier. The blood wards at Privet Drive felt like honey. Dumbledore's tracking wards felt like spider silk. The Gringotts' wards felt like standing at the base of a dam and sensing the ocean of water pressing against the other side. Layer upon layer of ancient protective magic, woven by creatures who had been guarding treasure since before the Ministry of Magic existed. These are impressive. Harry murmured. For this world, yes, Anos agreed. Goblin wardcraft is significantly more sophisticated than anything the wizards produce. They build on resonance principles that are closer to true origin magic than anything I've seen from wand users. They climbed the steps. The goblin guards watched them approach, their dark eyes tracking every movement. One of them shifted his grip on his polearm, a minor adjustment, barely visible, but it meant they'd been flagged as something unusual. The goblins could sense magical auras, and even suppressed, Anos's presence was difficult to hide completely at close range. They passed through the bronze doors and into the main hall, and every detection ward in Gringotts' wizarding bank went off at once. It wasn't subtle. There was no quiet alarm. No discreet notification to a back office. The wards shattered. Physically, visually, audibly shattered. The ancient runic circles embedded in the marble floor, invisible under normal circumstances, blazed into existence as lines of burning gold and then cracked apart like glass hitting concrete. The sound was enormous, a deep, resonant crack that rolled through the hall and made every chandelier swing. The goblins behind the counters froze. Every quill stopped moving. Every transaction halted. 200 pairs of sharp, dark eyes turned toward the entrance, where a 13-year-old boy and an 11-year-old boy were standing on a floor full of broken ward fragments. Harry's hand went to his pocket instinctively, though he didn't have a wand yet. His heart was hammering. The hall had gone completely silent. "That wasn't me," Harry said quietly. "No," Anos said. "That was me. I should have suppressed harder. The goblin wards are more sensitive than I expected." A goblin appeared from a side door, not one of the tellers. This one was older, his face creased with deep lines, wearing a black suit instead of the standard Gringotts uniform. He walked directly toward them with quick, precise steps, his shoes clicking on the broken marble. Behind him, 4 armed guards took up positions near the pillars. The older goblin stopped 3 feet from Anos and looked up at him. The goblin's expression was unreadable. His eyes were black and ancient and calculating, and they moved across Anos's face with the intensity of someone reading very small print. "You," the goblin said. His voice was like gravel in a blender. "What are you?" "A customer," Anos said. "Our detection wards are 1,200 years old. They have never failed. They have never even flickered. You walked through the door and they ceased to exist. They were incompatible with my magical output." The resonance frequency exceeded their containment threshold. It wasn't intentional. The goblin stared at him for a long time. Around the hall, the other goblins hadn't moved. The human customers, a handful of witches and wizards who had been conducting business, were pressed against the walls with expressions ranging from confusion to outright fear. "My name is Ragnok," the goblin said finally. "I am director of Gringotts' London branch. You will come with me." It wasn't a request, but it wasn't hostile either. It was the tone of someone who had encountered something outside their experience and was choosing to investigate rather than attack. "Smart, Harry," Anos said. "Come." They followed Ragnok through the side door, down a corridor carved from raw stone, and into an office that looked like it had been hacked out of a cliff face. The walls were rough granite. The desk was iron. The chairs were stone, and they were exactly as uncomfortable as they looked. Ragnok sat behind his desk and folded his hands. The 4 guards remained outside the door. Harry could feel them through the wall, their magical signatures tense and alert. "I will be direct," Ragnok said. "Gringotts has served the magical community for over 1,000 years. In that time, precisely 3 entities have disrupted our ward matrix upon entry. The first was a dragon during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. The second was a fragment of wild magic during the construction of the Flu network. The third is you, a boy who appears to be 13 years old." "I'm aware of the impression I've made," Anos said. "Impression." Ragnak repeated the word like he was tasting something sour. You obliterated a 12th-century-old defensive matrix by walking through a door. That is not an impression. That is a statement. Then let me make another statement. Anos leaned forward slightly. His voice didn't change. It stayed calm, measured, conversational. But something in the room shifted. The temperature. The pressure. The way the air sat against the skin. Harry felt it. Ragnak felt it. The pen on the desk rolled 2 inches to the left on its own. My name is Anos Potter. This is my brother, Harry Potter. We are the sons of James and Lily Potter, and we were abandoned by them 9 years ago at the instruction of Albus Dumbledore. I am here to claim emancipation for myself and legal guardianship of Harry. I want every financial, legal, and familial tie between us and the Potter family severed. Completely, permanently, I want it done today. Ragnak didn't blink. Goblins rarely did. Emancipation of a minor requires either parental consent or proof of extraordinary magical capability sufficient to demonstrate independent survival. Which of those do you think applies to me? A silence. Ragnak looked at the pen that had rolled across his desk. He looked at the cracks in his floor where the ward fragments were still glowing faintly. He looked at the 13-year-old boy sitting in a stone chair with the posture of a king and the magical presence of something that predated his bank. I'll have the paperwork drawn up within the hour. Ragnak said the process took 53 minutes. Goblin bureaucracy, it turned out, was faster than wizard bureaucracy. Ragnak produced a stack of documents, each one written in a hybrid of English and gobbledygook, detailing the legal severance of Anos and Harry Potter from the Potter family estate. No inheritance claims, no financial ties, no parental rights, clean total. Final, Anos read every document. Cover to cover, word by word. Harry watched him do it and marveled, not for the first time, at the way his brother's eyes moved across text, fast, impossibly fast, like he was photographing each page rather than reading it. Clause 14, Anos said, pointing to a line on the 7th page. This retains a residual notification right for the biological parents. Remove it. Ragnak looked at the clause. His eyebrows, which were just thin lines of gray hair, rose a fraction. That clause is standard. It ensures that the biological parents are informed of the emancipation. I don't want them informed. I don't want them to know anything about us until I choose to tell them. That is unusual. So am I. Ragnak crossed out the clause with a single stroke of his pen. He didn't argue further. He'd seen the broken wards in his lobby. He knew what he was dealing with, even if he couldn't put a name to it. Harry signed where Anos told him to sign. His handwriting was messy, the signature of an 11-year-old who hadn't practiced penmanship. Anos's signature, by contrast, was precise and sharp, written in a script that Ragnak stared at for several seconds before looking away. It is done, Ragnak said. As of this moment, you are legally emancipated. Harry Potter is your ward. You have no connection to the House of Potter. Good. Anos stood. One more thing, I'd like to establish a new vault, independent, funded by the conversion of a material I'll provide. What material? Anos reached into his jacket pocket and placed something on the desk. It was a stone, about the size of a walnut, completely black. It sat on the iron surface and the desk groaned under it, the metal actually bowing slightly, as if the stone weighed far more than it should. Ragnak leaned forward, his eyes widened. For a goblin, that was the equivalent of screaming. What is this? Ragnak whispered. Compressed elemental matter. Created through atomic manipulation. The molecular structure is identical to diamond, but approximately 400 times denser. I believe the current market rate for raw diamond is adequate for establishing a working vault. Harry had no idea Anos had made that. He stared at the black stone and then at his brother and wondered, not for the first time, how many things Anos had quietly prepared over the years without telling him. Ragnak picked up the stone with both hands. He turned it over. He held it up to the light. He pressed it against a small runic plate on his desk that glowed blue, then green, then a color Harry didn't have a name for. This is genuine, Ragnak said. His voice had changed. The gravel was still there, but underneath it was something else. Respect. The kind of respect that goblins reserved for craftsmanship, because goblins valued what you could make more than what you could say. This is the finest material I have handled in 300 years. Then we have an agreement. We have an agreement. They left Gringotts 40 minutes later with a vault key, a money pouch filled with gold galleons, and the absolute certainty that Ragnarok would be investigating them further. That was fine. Goblin investigation was thorough but discreet. They wouldn't share information with Dumbledore or the Ministry. Goblins played their own game. Harry didn't say anything until they were halfway down the marble steps. Then he stopped. "We're free," he said. It came out weird. Flat and thick at the same time, like the words were too big for his throat. He was looking down at the cobblestones, and his hands were balled into fists at his sides. "Legally, yes," Anno said. He'd stopped a step below Harry and turned back to face him. "No, I mean, we're actually free. They can't, James and Lily can't walk in and claim us. Dumbledore can't sign a form and ship us somewhere else. It's over. The part where we belonged to people who didn't want us, that part's actually over." Annos watched his brother's face. The clenched jaw, the two bright eyes. The way Harry's breathing had gone shallow and fast, the way it always did when emotion hit him sideways. "It's been over for a long time," Anno said quietly. "The paperwork just caught up." Harry laughed. It was a short, rough sound. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, quick and hard, like he was angry at them for being wet. "Right," Harry said. "Yeah, okay, what's next on the list?" "Cauldrons. Cauldrons, brilliant. Let's go buy cauldrons." They walked down the rest of the steps. Harry's shoulders loosened. His breathing evened out. By the time they reached the bottom, he was looking around Diagon Alley with the sharp, curious eyes that Annos had spent 9 years cultivating, and the moment on the steps was tucked away in the place where Harry kept things he wasn't ready to examine yet. "You made a diamond," Harry said as they walked into the crowd. "I made a compressed carbon structure. Calling it a diamond is technically inaccurate. You made a diamond and you didn't tell me. I made it this morning while you were in the shower. In the shower. It took you 5 minutes. 3. I really do hate you sometimes. You really don't." Diagon Alley was busier now. The morning crowd had thickened, families clustering around shop windows, children chasing each other through the cobbled street. Harry and Annos moved through them like fish through water. Annos navigating with a confidence that suggested he'd memorized the layout from a map, which he probably had. They bought most of the supplies quickly. Cauldrons from Pottage, where the shopkeeper tried to upsell them on a self-stirring model that Annos dismissed with a glance. Scales and files from a cluttered shop that smelled like vinegar and had a cat sleeping on the counter who refused to move for anyone, including customers trying to pay. Robes came from Madame Malkin's, where a cheerful witch measured them with enchanted tape that zipped around their bodies on its own. Harry stood on the fitting stool and tried not to laugh as the tape measure wrapped around his head for the 3rd time. "Hold still, dear," Madame Malkin said through a mouthful of pins. "It keeps tickling. It does that. Nearly done." Another boy was being fitted on the next stool over. Blonde, pale, with a pointed face and a permanent expression that suggested he'd just smelled something unpleasant. He looked Harry up and down with the quick, assessing gaze of someone who'd been taught to rank people at first sight. "Hogwarts?" the blonde boy asked. "Yeah," Harry said. "First year." "Yeah. Do you know which house you'll be in? Father says I'll be in Slytherin. Every Malfoy has been." He said the name Malfoy like it was supposed to mean something, like it was a password that unlocked a better tier of conversation. "Haven't thought about it much," Harry said. The boy opened his mouth to say something else, caught sight of Annos standing by the door, and closed it again. Something about the way Annos was looking at him, with that flat, evaluating stare, made the boy reconsider whatever clever thing he'd been about to say. "Well," the boy managed, "I'll see you at school then." "Sure." They left Madame Malkin's with 2 sets of black robes, 2 winter cloaks, and Harry's private assessment that the blonde boy was going to be a problem. "Malfoy," Annos said as they walked. "Draco, most likely, son of Lucius Malfoy. Former Death Eater who bought his way out of prosecution after the First War. Old money. Old blood. The family owns half of the Weisengamot through financial leverage. You know all that from looking at him. I know that from 3 years of studying wizarding genealogies and political structures. His face just confirmed it. You're terrifying. Thank you. Books came from Flourish and Blots, the standard first-year texts plus a few extras that Anno selected from the upper shelves without consulting anyone. Advanced theory. Magical law. A slim volume on goblin wardcraft that the shopkeeper tried to charge triple for, until Anno's fixed him with a look that made the man reconsider his pricing strategy. Then they reached Ollivander's. The shop was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes stacked on shelves that went back further than the exterior of the building should have allowed. Space expansion charms. Harry could feel them bending the geometry of the room, stretching the interior like taffy. A bell chimed when they entered. The sound was thin and silvery and seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Good afternoon," said a voice from the shadows at the back of the shop. Ollivander appeared from between two shelves. He was old, very old. His skin was papery and pale, his eyes enormous and silvery white, and he moved with the careful precision of someone who knew exactly where every object in his shop was at all times. His gaze locked onto them the moment he rounded the corner, and something in those pale eyes sharpened. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you," Ollivander said. He stepped closer. His eyes moved from Harry to Anno's and then back to Harry. "Potter, yes, I remember your parents, Lily Evans, willow and unicorn hair, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work, James Potter. Mahogany and dragon heartstring, 11 inches, pliable." "We're not here to talk about our parents," Harry said. His voice was polite but firm. The mention of James and Lily's names had put an edge on him that he couldn't quite smooth away. Ollivander tilted his head. "No, I suppose not. Well then." "Who shall go first?" Harry looked at Anno's. Anno's nodded. "Me," Harry said. Ollivander's enchanted tape measure was already in the air, wrapping around Harry's wand arm, his shoulders, the span between his fingers. Ollivander didn't seem to need the measurements. He was already pulling boxes from the shelves, muttering to himself, discarding some without opening them. "Try this, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, quite whippy." Harry took the wand. It felt like holding a stick, a dead, inert stick. He waved it. Nothing happened. "No, no. Not that one." Ollivander snatched it back and handed him another. "Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, rigid." Harry waved. A shelf behind Ollivander rattled. Boxes tumbled. "Definitely not." Another swap. "Ebony and unicorn tail hair, 11 inches, a spark, faint." The tip of the wand glowed briefly and then died. Ollivander's eyes narrowed. "Interesting. Your core is resistant. It's not rejecting the wands outright, but it's not bonding either. There's something in your magical signature that's unusual." "Unusual how?" Harry asked. Ollivander looked at him with those silver eyes, and for a moment, the dotty old craftsman persona slipped. What was underneath was sharper, hungrier. The eyes of a man who had spent his entire life studying magic at its most fundamental level. "Your magic has a destructive resonance." Ollivander said quietly. "I can feel it. Most wizard magic is constructive. It builds, it shapes, it transforms. Yours has a frequency that dismantles. I've only encountered something similar once before, in a very old wand that was brought to me for repair. The wand was made from a material I couldn't identify, and when I tried to examine its core, it burned my workbench." Harry said nothing. He could feel Anno's presence behind him, steady and calm. "I have something," Ollivander said. He disappeared into the back of the shop. They heard shelves being moved, boxes being shifted. A long pause. Then he returned carrying a box that was longer than the others, made from darker wood, and covered in a thin layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been opened in decades. "Blackthorn," Ollivander said, opening the lid. 12 inches. The core is the straw tail hair, wrapped in a binding of basilisk scale dust. I made this wand 37 years ago as an experiment. No witch or wizard has ever been able to use it. The destructive resonance of the core rejects constructive magic entirely. The wand inside was black. Not painted black. The wood itself was dark, polished to a dull sheen, with a slight curve that made it look like a claw. Harry picked it up. Heat rushed through his fingers up his arm and into his chest, not painful, not gentle either. It felt like grabbing a live wire, except instead of electricity, it was his own magic surging back at him, amplified, focused, channeled through the blackthorn like water through a fire hose. The air around his hand shimmered. The dust on the nearby shelves scattered. A low hum filled the shop, deep and resonant, vibrating in Harry's teeth. Black sparks erupted from the tip, not red, not gold, black. They cascaded across the ceiling and faded, leaving faint scorch marks on the plaster. Ollivander's hands were shaking. His silver eyes were enormous. "Oh." He breathed. "Oh my, yes, that is a match." Harry held the wand and felt, for the first time, what it was like to have his magic properly conducted. All those years of training, of channeling energy through his bare hands, of wrestling with raw power that had no shape. The wand didn't replace that. It added to it, a new channel, a new option, like learning you could throw right-handed as well as left. "It's warm," Harry said. "It should be. That wand has been waiting for you." Ollivander was staring at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Fear, curiosity, fascination, all tangled together. "Take care of it, Mr. Potter. Blackthorn wands are loyal, but they do not forgive carelessness." "Thank you," Harry said. He slid the wand into his sleeve, where it sat against his forearm like it had always been there. Then Ollivander turned to Anos. "And you, young man, let's find your match." Harry stepped back. Anos stepped forward, and something in the shop changed. Harry felt it. Ollivander felt it. Even the wands on the shelves felt it, because several of them started rattling in their boxes. Ollivander handed Anos a wand. Oak and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Anos touched it. The wand turned to ash in his hand, not slowly, not dramatically. It just stopped being a wand and started being a pile of fine gray powder that trickled through his fingers and onto the counter. Ollivander went pale. "Let's try another," he said, his voice slightly higher than before. "Holly and dragon heartstring, 13.5 inches, very powerful." Anos touched it. This one lasted longer, about half a second. Then the wood split from end to end, the dragon heartstring core incinerated itself, and the remains crumbled into a pile of splinters and scorched sinew. "Perhaps," Ollivander said, his hands were definitely shaking now. "Perhaps something more robust." He brought out wand after wand. 14 inches of rigid elder with a core of the strahl hair. Gone. 12 inches of yew with phoenix feather. Gone. A prototype wand with a core of chimera mane that Ollivander had been saving for 40 years because no one had been powerful enough to wield it. Gone. Reduced to dust before Anos had held it for a full second. After the 16th wand, Ollivander stopped. He was standing behind his counter, surrounded by 16 piles of ash and splinters, his silver eyes wide and his hands trembling. He looked at the destruction spread across his workspace. He looked at the boy standing in front of him, who hadn't changed expression once, who hadn't shown the slightest sign of effort, who was looking at the ashes with the mild disappointment of someone whose toast had come out slightly burnt. "I have made wands for 60 years, Ollivander said. His voice was hoarse. "I have fitted every witch and wizard who has walked through that door. I have never in 6 decades failed to find a match." "Then this is a first for both of us," Anos said. "I don't need a wand, I never intended to use one, but I wanted to confirm what I already knew." "Which is?" "That no wand in this world can contain what I am." Ollivander stared at him. The shop was completely silent. Dust motes floated in the thin light from the front window. "What are you?" Ollivander whispered. It was the same question Vernon had asked 9 years ago. The same question Ragnarok had asked an hour ago. The same question that everyone who encountered Anos Valdigode eventually arrived at. "A customer who owes you for 17 wands, Anos said. He placed a stack of galleons on the counter, more than enough to cover the losses. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Ollivander." They left the shop. The bell chimed behind them. Through the window, Harry could see Ollivander still standing behind his counter, motionless, staring at the piles of ash. 17 wands, Harry said as they walked down the cobbled street. 16. "The first one doesn't count. I barely touched it." You destroyed 16 wands in under 10 minutes. The craftsmanship was adequate. The materials simply weren't designed for this level of magical output. It's not Ollivander's fault. He's working within the limitations of this world's understanding of magic. Harry shook his head. You know, normal brothers just buy their school supplies and go home. Would you prefer normal? Harry thought about the wand in his sleeve, about the black fire he could conjure with his bare hands, about the vault full of gold in a bank that trembled when his brother walked through the door. No, he said, normal sounds boring. They walked back through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron. The sun had broken through the clouds, the cobblestones were drying. A group of kids were pressing their faces against the window of Quality Quidditch Supplies, arguing about broomstick models. Somewhere, an ice cream vendor was calling out flavors that included pumpkin pasty swirl and dragon breath mint. It was loud and colorful and chaotic and alive, and it was the world they were about to enter. Not as victims. Not as the abandoned sons of James and Lily Potter. Not as the squibs Dumbledore had thrown away, as the devil wizard and the demon king. Harry touched the wand in his sleeve one more time. It was still warm, still humming, still waiting. 3 weeks until September 1st. 3 weeks until the Hogwarts Express. 3 weeks until they walked into Dumbledore's castle and started taking it apart from the inside. Harry couldn't wait. Platform 9 3/4 was louder than Harry expected. He'd been ready for the magic. The invisible barrier between platforms 9 and 10, the shimmer of concealment charms hiding an entire train station from Muggle eyes, the scarlet steam engine billowing white smoke into a ceiling that shouldn't exist. He'd expected all of that. What he hadn't expected was the noise. Hundreds of students, ranging from tiny first years clutching their parents' hands to lanky seventh years who looked like they could vote, were swarming the platform in a wall of sound. Trunks scraped across concrete. Owls screeched from cages stacked on trolleys. Parents shouted last-minute instructions. A cat yowled somewhere. A kid was crying. 3 older girls were laughing so hard one of them was bent double. A prefect was trying to direct traffic and failing. Harry stood at the edge of it all with his trunk at his feet and his new wand warm against his forearm, and he felt his stomach tighten. Crowded, he said. Expected, Anos said beside him. He was scanning the platform the way he scanned everything, quickly, thoroughly, and with zero visible emotion. His trunk was at his feet too, lighter than Harry's because Anos had packed almost nothing. Robes, books, that was it. No wand, obviously, no owl, no personal items. The sum total of Anos Valdegode's earthly possessions could fit in a shoebox. Do you see him? Harry asked. He didn't need to say who. They both knew, northwest corner, by the 3rd carriage. Anos tilted his head slightly. Red hair, both parents, and what appears to be a large crowd of admirers. Harry looked. There they were. James Potter was tall, taller than Harry had imagined. He had messy dark hair, glasses, and a grin that seemed permanently stuck to his face, the kind of grin that said, everything is brilliant and I'm the reason. He was wearing wizarding robes over what looked like a Quidditch jersey, and he was clapping a boy on the shoulder with the proud, beaming energy of a man who just watched his son score the winning goal. The boy was Charles, Harry's brother. His younger brother, the boy who lived. Charles Potter was 11, same as Harry, born 20 minutes after him on the same night. He had James's messy brown hair, Lily's face shape, and a confident stance that suggested he'd never once in his life been told he wasn't good enough. He was surrounded by people. Kids his age jostling to stand near him. Adults bending down to shake his hand. A photographer from somewhere had a camera and was trying to get his attention. And there, standing just behind James with red hair and green eyes and a smile that looked like it hurt, was Lily Potter. Harry's chest did something complicated, not a flip, not a clench. More like everything inside him went very still and very quiet all at once, like his body was holding its breath. She looked exactly like the photograph. The only photograph Harry had ever seen of her was one he'd found in Petunia's attic when he was 7, shoved in a box behind old tax records. 2 girls at a park, Petunia, horse-faced and scowling, Lily, red-haired and laughing. Harry had stared at it for an hour before putting it back. Now here she was, real, alive, standing 30 feet away, smiling at the son she'd kept, Harry. Anos's voice cut through it, low and steady. Breathe, Harry breathed, in, out, the platform noise rushed back in. I'm fine, Harry said, I know you are. I don't want to talk to them. We don't have to, good. Harry grabbed his trunk. Let's find a compartment. They boarded the train near the back, away from the main crowd. The corridor was narrow, lined with compartment doors on both sides and already filling up with students dragging luggage and arguing over seats. Harry and Anos found an empty compartment near the end of the train and stowed their trunks overhead. Harry sat by the window. Anos sat across from him. The compartment was small, 6 seats, faded blue upholstery, a window that rattled when the train started moving. The platform slid away. Parents waved, kids pressed their faces against glass, smoke billowed, and then London was gone, replaced by green countryside rolling past under a pale September sky. For about 12 minutes it was quiet. Harry watched the fields go by. Anos sat with his eyes closed, doing something that Harry knew was a sensory scan of the train. Cataloging passengers, counting magical signatures, building a mental map of every person in every compartment. He did this kind of thing the way other people breathed. Then the compartment door slid open. A boy stood in the doorway. Red hair, freckles, tall for 11 but skinny, with big hands and a smudge of something on his nose. He was wearing robes that were slightly too short in the sleeves and had a resigned, slightly defeated look that suggested he'd already tried 6 compartments and been turned away from all of them. The boy said. Everywhere else is full. Do you mind if I sit here? Go ahead, Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat next to Harry with the boneless relief of someone who'd been carrying a heavy bag for too long. His trunk, battered and held together with a leather belt, went on the rack with a thud. Cheers, I'm Ron Weasley, Harry, just Harry, Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide, then they went wider. Then they did something that Harry had never experienced before. They flicked upward, scanning Harry's forehead, looking for something that wasn't there. Potter, Ron said. Are you related to Charles? Yeah, he's my brother. Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. I didn't know Charles had a brother. He has 2. Ron looked at Anos, who had opened his eyes and was regarding the Weasley boy with the expression of someone examining a mildly interesting beetle. This is my older brother, Anos, Harry said. Blimey. Ron looked between them. 2 brothers, how come nobody ever talks about you lot? Long story, Harry said, and his tone made it clear the story wasn't going to be told right now. Ron, to his credit, picked up on the signal. He shifted in his seat and changed the subject with the gracelessness of a boy who'd grown up with 6 siblings and learned that sometimes you just talked about something else. So are you excited about Hogwarts? My brothers are all there already. Well, not all of them. Bill and Charlie finished. But Percy's a prefect this year, won't shut up about it, and Fred and George are in 3rd year, they're mental. Good mental, though. Harry relaxed slightly. Ron was easy to be around. The boy talked the way a tap dripped, constantly, casually, without any apparent concern about whether you were keeping up. It was oddly soothing. What house do you reckon you'll be in? Ron asked, pulling out a battered-looking sandwich from his pocket. Everyone in my family's been in Gryffindor. Mum and Dad would go spare if I ended up somewhere else. What about you? Dunno, Harry said. Gryffindor's the best, obviously. Dumbledore was in Gryffindor, and your Charles will probably be Gryffindor too, won't he? Probably. The compartment door opened again. This time, 3 people. The blond boy from Madame Malkin's was in front, flanked by 2 others who looked less like students and more like bodyguards. They were thick, heavy-browed, and stood slightly behind the blond boy in a way that was clearly practiced. Is it true? The blond boy said. He was looking at Harry. The whole train's talking about it. They're saying Harry Potter is on the Hogwarts Express. Are you him? That depends on which Harry Potter you mean, Harry said. There's only one that matters. The blond boy's eyes flicked to Ron. Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. Ron's ears went red, his fists balled up on his knees. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy, the pointed face, the practiced sneer. The two lumps of muscle behind him arranged for maximum intimidation. It was a performance, a show. The boy had been coached. Somebody had told him how to introduce himself, who to befriend, and who to dismiss. I appreciate the offer, Harry said. But I've already sorted out which families are worth my time. Draco's sneer faltered. He wasn't used to being turned down politely. Rudely he could handle. Rudely gave him ammunition, but polite refusal left him with nothing to push against. You'll regret that, Potter. Draco said because it was the kind of thing he'd heard his father say, and it sounded important when his father said it. Maybe, Harry said, but probably not. Draco opened his mouth to respond, and then he saw Anos. It wasn't dramatic. Anos hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, hadn't done anything visible. He was just sitting there, legs crossed, hands in his lap, looking at Draco with those dark, still eyes. But something about the quality of that gaze made Draco Malfoy take a physical step backward. His heel caught the compartment door frame. The two boys behind him shifted uncomfortably. Let's go, Draco said to his bodyguards. His voice was quieter than it had been when he walked in. They left. The door slid shut. Ron let out a breath. What a git. His father's worse, Harry said. You know Lucius Malfoy. I know about him. Ron looked at Anos again. There was something in his eyes now. Not fear exactly, more like the wariness of an animal that had wandered too close to something it didn't understand and was reconsidering its life choices. Your brother's a bit intense, isn't he? Ron said to Harry quietly, like Anos might not hear him from 4 feet away. You have no idea, Harry said. The rest of the train ride passed without incident. Ron ate his sandwiches, shared some chocolate frogs, and talked about Quidditch with the infectious enthusiasm of someone who genuinely believed that broomstick sports were the most important thing in the world. Harry listened, asked questions, and found himself actually enjoying the conversation. It had been a long time since he'd talked to someone his own age who wasn't Dudley. Anos said almost nothing. He sat, observed, and occasionally looked out the window at the darkening countryside. When the train slowed and the announcement came to change into robes, he stood up and left the compartment without explanation. Where's he going? Ron asked. He does that, Harry said. He'll be back. Anos returned 3 minutes later wearing his Hogwarts robes. His hair was exactly the same. His expression was exactly the same. Nothing about him had changed except the clothes, and yet the robes seemed to sit on him differently than they sat on anyone else. Like they knew who was wearing them and were trying to behave. We're arriving, Anos said. How do you know? We haven't slowed down yet. We will in 40 seconds. 38 seconds later, the train began to decelerate. Ron stared at Anos with his mouth slightly open. Harry just shook his head. Hogsmeade Station was chaos. Students poured out of every carriage into a cold evening that smelled like pine trees and lake water. A massive man with a lantern was bellowing, first years over here, at a volume that made Harry's ears ring. That's Hagrid, Ron said. Gamekeeper, he's half giant. Nicest bloke you'll ever meet. Harry looked at the huge man, easily 10 feet tall, a beard like a doormat, hands the size of dustbin lids. He was herding first years toward a fleet of small boats on a black lake, and despite his terrifying size, his voice was warm and his smile was genuine. They climbed into a boat. Harry, Anos, Ron, and a bushy-haired girl who introduced herself as Hermione Granger and immediately started listing facts about Hogwarts that she'd memorized from a book. The boats moved on their own, gliding across the still black water toward a cliff face. And then the castle appeared. It rose from the cliff like it had grown there. Towers, turrets, hundreds of lit windows reflecting in the lake below. It was enormous. Old. The kind of old that pressed down on you, that made you aware of every century stacked on top of the one before it. The stone walls seemed to breathe. Every first year in the fleet gasped. Some laughed. One girl actually squealed. Harry stared at it and felt the magic. Not just the wards, though those were immense, layered defenses wrapped around the castle like armor. Not just the enchantments, though those were everywhere in the walls, in the water, in the air itself. He felt the castle's awareness. A vast, slow, ancient consciousness that had been watching over students for 1,000 years. It felt him too, something in the castle shifted. A subtle change in the magical field, like an old dog lifting its head at an unfamiliar scent. The wards pulsed once and then settled. "It knows we're here," Harry murmured. "It knew before we crossed the lake," Anno said. His voice was quiet enough that only Harry could hear. "The castle's ward matrix is sentient, semi-sentient at least. It recognized my magical signature the moment I entered its range, and it's been watching us since Hogsmeade Station." "Is that a problem?" "No, the castle is not loyal to Dumbledore, it's loyal to itself. It will observe us, assess us, and make its own judgments. That could work in our favor." The boats docked at an underground harbor. They climbed stone steps. A stern witch with a tight bun and spectacles met them at the top. Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized the name from Chapter 1 events, though he'd never met her. She looked exactly like someone who had spent 30 years telling teenagers to sit down and be quiet. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall said. Her voice was sharp and Scottish and left absolutely no room for messing about. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be like your family. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room." She went on. "Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, points, the house cup. Rules." Harry listened with half an ear. The other half was focused on the great hall beyond the doors, where he could feel hundreds of magical signatures packed together like sardines. And one signature that towered above them all, Dumbledore, he was in there. Harry could feel him. A deep, steady pulse of magical energy that felt like standing near a large furnace. Powerful, controlled, old, and currently radiating the calm, confident warmth of a man who believed he was in complete control of everything within these walls. "He's here," Harry whispered, front of the hall. Seated at the staff table, center position. Anos hadn't even opened his eyes. "Minerva McGonagall will lead us in. We'll pass directly in front of him. Keep your magical signature suppressed. Match the output of the students around you. Don't look at him longer than a normal first year would." "Got it." The doors opened. The first years filed in. The great hall was vast. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. Above them, the ceiling showed a clear night sky full of stars, a magical projection so detailed that Harry could see the Milky Way. Thousands of candles floated in mid-air, casting warm golden light over everything. At the far end, a raised platform held the staff table, and there, dead center, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked exactly like the descriptions. Long white beard, half-moon spectacles. Robes of midnight blue with silver stars. Eyes that twinkled in the candlelight with the carefully manufactured warmth of a man who knew exactly how to make a room full of children trust him. Harry's jaw tightened. He kept walking, eyes forward, magical signature flat. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall. On it she set an old, battered wizard's hat. The brim was frayed, the point was crooked. It looked like something you'd find in a skip. Then it started singing. The Sorting Hat sang a song about the 4 houses, their qualities, their founders, and the importance of belonging. It had a surprisingly good voice for a hat. The students applauded when it finished. Harry didn't. He was busy feeling the hat's magical signature, which was unlike anything he'd encountered. It wasn't a ward or an enchantment. It was a consciousness, embedded in the fabric, old and aware and uncomfortably perceptive. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool. I will place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses." She started with Abbot Hannah. The blonde girl went to Hufflepuff. Then Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff again. Boot Terry, Ravenclaw, the names rolled on. Harry's stomach was tighter than he wanted it to be. Beside him, Anos stood perfectly still, hands at his sides, watching the ceremony with detached interest. Granger, Hermione, the bushy-haired girl from the boat, practically sprinted to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute before shouting Gryffindor. She beamed and hurried to the Gryffindor table, where she was welcomed with polite applause. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming Slytherin. Draco swaggered to the Slytherin table looking like Christmas had come early, more names. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. The Paddle twins were split between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Potter, Anos. A murmur rippled through the hall. Potter. The name carried weight here. Harry felt the eyes of the entire room swivel toward his brother. Anos walked to the stool. His footsteps were silent on the stone floor. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat toward his head. It got within 2 inches, then it caught fire. The brim of the Sorting Hat ignited, not a small flame. A sudden, violent eruption of orange fire that shot upward from the fabric and licked at the ceiling. McGonagall jumped back. The students in the front row scrambled out of their seats. Gasps filled the hall. Someone screamed. Anos reached up and pinched the flame out between his thumb and forefinger. The fire died instantly. A thin trail of smoke curled upward from the hat's scorched brim. The great hall was dead silent. McGonagall was standing 3 feet away, her wand drawn, her face white. At the staff table, Dumbledore had risen half out of his chair, his blue eyes locked on Anos with an intensity that had nothing to do with twinkling. "It appears," Anos said calmly, "that the hat is unable to process my sorting." "That's never happened before," McGonagall managed. "I imagine not." Anos looked at the hat in his hand. The fabric was warm. The consciousness inside it was recoiling, pressing itself as far from Anos's magical signature as it could get within the confines of its own stitching. It had tried to read his mind and had encountered something so vast, so old, so fundamentally incompatible with its frame of reference that its defensive enchantments had triggered a thermal failsafe. "I'll make it simple," Anos said, loud enough for the hall to hear. "Slytherin." He placed the scorched hat back on the stool and walked to the Slytherin table. His robes didn't billow. His expression didn't change. He sat down at the end of the bench, folded his hands on the table, and looked up at the staff platform with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. Dumbledore sat back down slowly. His eyes stayed on Anos for a long time. "Potter Charles," the hall exploded. Not literally, but close. Every head turned, whispers became a roar. The boy who lived. Harry watched from the line as his younger brother walked to the stool with the cocky, loose-limbed stride of a boy who had been famous since before he could talk. Charles sat down. The hat went on his head. It took about 15 seconds. Gryffindor, the Gryffindor table erupted. Students were standing, cheering, stamping their feet. Charles jogged over with a grin so wide it looked like it might split his face. He was absorbed into the red and gold crowd like a celebrity arriving at a party. "Potter Harry," the murmurs started again. Another Potter. Harry walked to the stool. He could feel every eye in the room. He could feel Dumbledore's gaze pressing against him like a physical weight. He sat down. The hat descended. Darkness, warmth, a voice in his head. "Oh," the hat said. "Oh, you're interesting." Harry said nothing. He kept his thoughts controlled the way Anos had taught him. Present what needs to be seen, hide what doesn't, a mind like a locked room, the hat murmured. "But the locks are unusual, not a clumency, something deeper, something I don't have a name for." A pause. "You've been trained, extensively. There's fire in you, Mr. Potter, black fire, destructive wavelengths I've never encountered in a student before." "Just sort me," Harry thought, impatient. That could be Gryffindor, but no, the courage is there certainly, but it's not what drives you. You're strategic, you plan, you calculate, you survive, and underneath all of it there's an ambition that frightens me a little. "Slytherin," Harry thought, "you're certain. Put me with my brother." "Ah," the hat sounded almost amused. "Of course, that one. I barely survived contact with him." "Very well, if you're sure. Better be Slytherin." The word rang across the hall. The Slytherin table applauded, though with less enthusiasm than Gryffindor had shown for Charles. Harry pulled off the hat and walked to the Slytherin table. He sat down next to Anos. "Slytherin," Anos said. Was there ever any doubt? No. The sorting continued. Ron Weasley went to Gryffindor looking relieved enough to faint, Blaise Zabini went to Slytherin. And then it was over and Dumbledore stood to give his opening speech. Harry didn't listen to the words. He watched the man, the gestures, the carefully timed pauses. The way Dumbledore's eyes swept the hall, landing on faces, making each student feel seen. It was a performance. A masterful one. The greatest manipulator in the wizarding world, standing in front of his captive audience, and every single one of them ate it out of his hand. Except two. The feast appeared. Mountains of food materialized on the tables, and the hall descended into the chaos of 400 hungry teenagers attacking dinner. Harry loaded his plate because the food was good, and because he'd learned years ago to eat when food was available. Across from him, a girl was watching. She was sitting 3 seats down on the opposite side of the table, and she hadn't touched her food yet. Blonde hair, pale, with blue eyes that were doing something Harry recognized instantly, assessing, not staring, not gawking, studying. Taking in details and filing them away with the precision of someone who'd been taught that information was worth more than gold. Their eyes met. The girl didn't look away. Most people did when Harry held eye contact. Something about the intensity of his gaze, trained into him by years of staring down magical threats with his brother, made people uncomfortable. This girl held it, steady, cool, completely unimpressed. Harry looked away first, not because she'd won. Because something about the way she held his gaze made his neck feel warm, and he didn't know what to do with that. "Who is she?" Harry asked Anos quietly. Anos didn't look up from his plate. Daphne Greengrass, pure blood, old family, politically neutral. Father Cyrus Greengrass holds a seat on the Wisengamot but rarely votes. She has a younger sister named Astoria who will attend Hogwarts in 2 years. You know all that and you didn't even look. I identified every student at this table within 30 seconds of sitting down. Of course you did. The feast wound down. The prefects led the first years out of the Great Hall and down into the dungeons. The Slytherin common room was underground, behind a stretch of bare stone wall that required a password. The prefect said pure blood, which Harry thought was a bit on the nose, and the wall slid open. The common room was long, low-ceilinged, and green. Green lamps, green light filtering through windows that looked out into the lake. Green leather sofas arranged around a fireplace that burned with cold, pale flames. Everything was stone and dark wood and expensive looking. It smelled like old books and lake water. About 40 students filed in. First years, wide-eyed and quiet. Older students lounging on sofas, looking at the newcomers the way predators look at new arrivals on their territory. A 7th-year boy stood up from the best sofa. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and the confident posture of someone who was used to being in charge. The prefect badge on his chest glinted in the green light. "Right," the 7th-year said. "Welcome to Slytherin. I'm Marcus Flint. Let me explain how things work here, since none of you seem to know anything yet." He paused for effect. The first years shifted nervously. In Slytherin, you earn your place. Blood matters, yeah, but so does power. And right now, you first years have neither. So keep your heads down, don't embarrass the house, and maybe by Christmas you'll have figured out where you stand. He looked directly at Harry and Anos. That goes double for you too. I don't care who your family is. In here, you're nothing until you prove otherwise. The common room was quiet. The older students were watching, some with smirks, some with genuine interest, waiting to see how the new arrivals would react to the established hierarchy. Anos stood up. He didn't rush, didn't make a show of it. He just rose from his seat the way you'd stand up from a chair at dinner. Calm. Unhurried, like he had all the time in the world. "I appreciate the introduction," Anos said. His voice was conversational, the same voice he'd used to order toast from Vernon Dursley 9 years ago, "but I think there's been a misunderstanding." Flint's expression hardened. "Yeah." "What misunderstanding? You seem to believe that you're in charge of this room." Someone in the back of the common room laughed. It was a short, nervous sound that died immediately. "I am in charge of this room," Flint said. He stepped forward. He was a foot taller than Anos and 3 times as broad. "I'm the senior prefect. That's how it works." "That's how it worked," Anos corrected. "Before tonight." He He released his pressure, not all of it, not even close, just enough to make the air in the common room change. The temperature dropped 4 degrees in 2 seconds. The fire in the fireplace guttered and turned dark. The green lamps flickered. The windows into the lake fogged over from the inside, and somewhere in the deep water beyond the glass, something large and ancient turned and swam away. Marcus Flint's knees buckled. He went down hard. Both knees hit the stone floor with a crack that echoed off the walls. His hands slammed down in front of him, catching his weight. His face was white. His arms were shaking. Around the common room, every student who had been standing was now on the ground, some on their knees, some flat on their backs. A third-year girl was gasping, clutching the arm of a sofa, her eyes wide and terrified. A sixth-year boy had gone completely rigid, his body locked up, unable to move. The first years were affected less. They were smaller, less magically developed, and their senses weren't sharp enough to fully process what was happening, but even they felt it. Harry saw Ron's friend Zabini stumble backward into a wall, and a small girl with dark hair drop to a crouch with her arms over her head. Only 2 people in the room were still standing: Harry, who had trained in this pressure for years, and could walk through it like a stiff breeze. And Daphne Greengrass. She wasn't standing comfortably. Her face was pale. Her hands were gripping the back of a chair so hard her knuckles were bone white. One of her knees was shaking, but she was upright, on her feet, looking at Anno's with those steady blue eyes, and she had not gone down. Harry noticed, filed it away. Anno's let the pressure fade. The room returned to normal. The fire brightened. The lamps stabilized. Students gasped and coughed and picked themselves up off the floor, looking at Anno's with expressions that ranged from terror to awe. Marcus Flint stayed on his knees for 3 extra seconds. When he finally stood, his legs were visibly trembling. "Let me be clear," Anno said, and his voice hadn't changed at all, still conversational, still calm. "I don't care about your hierarchy. I don't care about blood status, house politics, or who your fathers are. What I care about is my brother." He looked at Harry. "Harry Potter is under my protection. Anyone who threatens him, insults him, or causes him trouble of any kind will answer to me. That is not a warning, that is a fact." Nobody spoke, nobody moved. The common room was so quiet Harry could hear the lake water pressing against the windows. "Good night," Anno said. He turned and walked toward the dormitory corridor. Harry stood up and followed. As he passed the chair where Daphne Greengrass was still standing, her knuckles slowly releasing their grip, she looked at him. "Your brother," she said quietly, "just put every person in this room on the floor." "Yeah," Harry said, "he does that, and you're just fine with it." Harry paused. Looked at her. Up close, her eyes were a shade of blue he didn't have a word for, sharp and pale and holding something behind them that was more complicated than the mask she wore. "He's my brother," Harry said. "He's the only reason I'm alive, so yeah, I'm fine with it." Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded once, just barely, and turned away. It wasn't a friendship. It wasn't even the start of one, not yet. It was something smaller. A recognition. 2 people in a room full of terrified students who had both, in their own way, refused to break. Harry walked down the corridor to the first-year dormitory. Green hangings on 4 poster beds. His trunk was already at the foot of one, the house elves having handled the logistics. Anno's was sitting on the next bed over, robes already hung in the wardrobe, looking as composed as if the last 10 minutes hadn't happened. "You noticed her," Anno said. Harry pulled off his shoes. "What?" Greengrass. "She didn't fall. I noticed. She has a stronger magical resistance than anyone else in that room except you. That's unusual for an untrained 11-year-old. Maybe she's just stubborn. Stubbornness and magical resistance aren't the same thing, Harry." "I know." Harry climbed into bed and pulled the covers up. The mattress was softer than the one at Privet Drive. The sheets smelled like lavender and old stone. But sometimes they looked the same from the outside. Anno's almost smiled, that micro-expression again, there and gone. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Anno's." The green light from the lake filtered through the dormitory windows, casting slow-moving shadows across the ceiling. The castle hummed around them, ancient and alive and watching. Somewhere above, in a circular office behind a gargoyle, Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk and stared at the sorting records. Two new names in Slytherin. Two names that should not exist. Two boys he had written off as squibs 10 years ago who had walked into his castle, set his hat on fire and claimed a house as their own. His hand reached for a lemon drop. He put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly. Then he opened a drawer and pulled out a file that hadn't been touched in 9 years. Potter Annos. Potter Harry, he began to read. The first class of the week was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's classroom was on the second floor, a wide stone room with high windows that let in thin shafts of morning light. The desks were arranged in rows, each one equipped with a matchstick, a small cushion, and a textbook open to page 14. The blackboard at the front had 2 words written on it in McGonagall's sharp handwriting. Theory first, Harry and Annos arrived early. Most of the Slytherin first years were still stumbling through the corridors, lost in a castle that seemed to rearrange itself for fun. Harry had navigated without trouble, because Annos had already memorized the floor plan from the architectural blueprints embedded in the castle's ward matrix. Something he'd done in his sleep, apparently. During the actual sleeping hours, while unconscious, Harry had stopped asking how. They took seats in the second row. Daphne Greengrass was already there, front row, far left, quill out, textbook open, posture like someone had installed a steel rod in her spine. She didn't look at them when they sat down. She didn't look at anyone. She sat and read and waited with the focused patience of a girl who had been raised to never waste a second. The Gryffindors filed in a few minutes later. Ron Weasley dropped into a seat near the back and immediately started whispering to Seamus Finnegan about something involving a chocolate frog card. Hermione Granger sat in the front row, directly across from Daphne, and opened her textbook to a page that was already highlighted. Neville Longbottom sat next to Ron and looked like he was going to be sick, no sign of Charles. Harry noticed, filed it away. McGonagall entered through a side door at exactly 9 o'clock. She moved with the precision of a metronome, her robes sweeping behind her, her glasses catching the light. She reached the front of the room, turned, and surveyed the class with eyes that could spot a past note from 40 feet. Good morning. I am Professor McGonagall. This is Transfiguration. It is one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who disrupts my class will leave and not return. Is that understood? Nobody spoke. Several people nodded. Today we will begin with the fundamental theory of Transfiguration. Who can tell me what Transfiguration actually is? Hermione's hand was in the air before McGonagall had finished the sentence. Daphne's followed a half-second later. McGonagall pointed at Hermione. Transfiguration is the art of changing the form or appearance of an object through the application of magical energy, governed by Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, Hermione said, almost without breathing. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall turned to the blackboard and began writing. Transfiguration operates on 5 principal rules. First, the complexity of the target form determines the required magical output. Second, the size differential between the original and the target affects stability. Third, she went on. Harry took notes because it was expected, and because some of the theory was genuinely interesting from a comparative perspective. The wizarding world's understanding of matter transformation was rudimentary but internally consistent. They had rules, frameworks, limitations they'd mapped and categorized. It was like watching someone describe the physics of a bicycle while standing next to someone who could build a jet engine. He glanced at Annos. His brother wasn't taking notes. He was sitting with his hands folded on the desk, watching McGonagall with an expression of polite attention that Harry knew, from 9 years of living with him, meant he was bored out of his mind. Now, McGonagall said, setting down her chalk, the practical application. Today we will attempt to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. This is a first-year exercise. I do not expect anyone to succeed on the first attempt. Please take out your wands. the room filled with the sound of wands being drawn. Harry pulled his blackthorn wand from his sleeve and held it loosely. The wood was warm, it was always warm. Observe, McGonagall said. She tapped a matchstick with her wand. It shimmered, elongated, and became a perfect silver needle. The incantation is on page 14. You may begin. Students started jabbing their matchsticks and muttering incantations. Ron poked his matchstick so hard it rolled off the desk. Hermione was mouthing the words with intense concentration, her brow furrowed. Neville's matchstick hadn't moved, but his hand was shaking. Harry pointed his wand at his matchstick. He didn't bother with the incantation. He reached into the matchstick with his senses, felt the structure of the wood, the cellulose fibers, the phosphorus tip. Then he pushed, not with magic in the way the textbook described it, with direct manipulation. He found the atoms, he rearranged them. Wood became metal, phosphorus became a pointed tip, the cellular structure collapsed and reformed into the crystalline lattice of steel, the matchstick became a needle, perfect, silver, gleaming on the desk like it had been manufactured in a factory. It took about 2 seconds. McGonagall walked past his desk and stopped. She looked at the needle. She picked it up and turned it between her fingers. She looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said carefully, "did you use the incantation?" "No, Professor." "Did you use a specific wand movement?" "No, Professor." McGonagall's lips thinned, not with anger, with something more complicated. She placed the needle back on his desk and moved on, but Harry saw her glance back twice. Hermione Granger was staring at him from across the aisle, with an expression that combined admiration and outrage in roughly equal measure. She had not yet managed to change her matchstick, and the sight of someone doing it wandlessly and silently on the first try was clearly causing her physical pain. Then McGonagall reached Anno's. His matchstick was no longer a matchstick. It was no longer a needle, either. It was a small, perfect, fully functional pocket watch, silver casing, glass face, moving hands, ticking. The minute hand swept past the 12 with a faint click that was audible in the sudden silence. McGonagall stopped walking. She stared at the pocket watch. She picked it up. She opened the casing. Inside, tiny gears meshed and spun, each one individually crafted at the atomic level, functioning with absolute precision. The second hand moved in perfect intervals. The winding mechanism was real. The crystal was real. Every component, down to the smallest spring, was a genuine, permanent creation. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. Her voice was very controlled, the kind of controlled that meant everything underneath it was in chaos. "This is not a needle." "No," Annos agreed. "This is a fully functioning timepiece." "Yes, first-year students are asked to transfigure matchsticks into needles, not watches." The exercise seemed insufficient. McGonagall held the watch up to her ear. It ticked, steady, perfect. She set it down on the desk and looked at Annos, and for a moment, the strict professor facade cracked. And underneath, it was a woman who had spent 30 years teaching children to turn matchsticks into needles and had just watched a 13-year-old create a working mechanical watch from a piece of wood without speaking a word or moving his wand. "This is not transfiguration," she said quietly. "Transfiguration alters the form of an object within the bounds of Gamp's law. It is temporary, it is reversible. What you have done is permanent, I can feel it. This watch will not revert. The matter has been fundamentally restructured." "Correct," Annos said. "I didn't transfigure the matchstick. I disassembled it at the atomic level and reassembled the constituent elements into a new configuration. The carbon from the wood became the steel components. The phosphorus from the match head became the crystal. The remaining hydrogen and oxygen were released as water vapor." He paused. "You may have noticed a slight humidity increase in the immediate vicinity of my desk." McGonagall had indeed noticed. There was a faint mist hanging around Annos's workspace, barely visible, already dissipating. "This is beyond anything in the curriculum," McGonagall said. "This is beyond anything I have seen in my career." "I don't doubt that," Annos said. There was no arrogance in his voice. It was the same flat, factual tone he used for everything. McGonagall straightened up. She placed the watch back on his desk with the careful precision of someone handling an explosive. 20 points to Slytherin, she said, and walked back to the front of the room. Hermione Granger's quill had frozen mid-stroke. She was staring at the pocket watch on Anos's desk like it had personally offended her understanding of the universe. Harry leaned over. You could have just made a needle, I could have, but that would have been boring, correct? Daphne Greengrass, in the front row, turned her head just far enough to look at the watch. Then she turned back to her own matchstick, which was stubbornly remaining a matchstick, and said nothing. But Harry caught the smallest movement at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile. Not quite anything. Just a crack in the ice. Potions was after lunch. The classroom was in the dungeons, which was fitting because the whole experience felt like a punishment. The room was cold, damp, and lit by torches that did more to create shadows than dispel them. Stone workbenches lined the room in pairs. Shelves of glass jars containing things Harry preferred not to identify lined the walls. The air smelled like vinegar and something sulfuric that burned the back of the throat. Severus Snape entered through a door at the back of the room. He didn't walk in so much as materialize, black robes billowing, lank dark hair framing a face that looked like it had been carved from something unpleasant. His eyes were black, not dark brown, black, like looking into the bottom of a well. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't welcome them. He stood at the front of the room and let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable, and then he let it stretch some more. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape said. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried to every corner of the room. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. He paused. His eyes swept the room. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. His gaze landed on Harry. It was deliberate, targeted. The black eyes locked onto Harry's face with the intensity of a man who had been waiting for this moment, who had spent the last decade nursing a grudge against a man who looked just like the boy sitting in front of him. Ah, Snape said, our new celebrities, the Potter brothers. The way he said Potter was instructive. He loaded the word with so much contempt it practically dripped off it. Tell me, Harry Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked at Snape. He knew the answer. He'd known it since he was 9, when Anos had given him a copy of Arsenius Jigger's magical drafts and potions and told him to memorize it. But the question wasn't really a question. It was a test, a provocation. Snape wanted him to fail, to stammer, to give the wrong answer so he could take points and establish dominance. The draft of living death, Harry said, a sleeping potion so powerful that the drinker appears dead. The standard recipe calls for sloth brain, soporiferous bean juice, and a precise 13.5 clockwise stirs before a single counterclockwise turn. Snape's eye twitched, the barest movement, a muscle in his jaw clenched. And where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar, the stomach of a goat? It's a stone that forms in the digestive tract and counteracts most poisons. Third-year students usually learn about it in the module on antidotes, which means this question is outside the first-year curriculum. That last part was unnecessary. Harry knew it. He said it anyway because Snape had tried to embarrass him, and Harry didn't like being tested by people who already knew the answer. Snape's nostrils flared. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. It's used in the wolfsbane potion, which allows werewolves to retain their human mind during transformation. Harry tilted his head. Would you like to continue, Professor? Or was 3 questions the standard allocation? Someone at the back of the room made a choking sound that might have been a laugh. Ron Weasley. Snape's head snapped toward the sound, and Ron suddenly found his textbook very interesting. 10 points from Slytherin, Snape said, his voice dangerously quiet, for cheek. Taking points from your own house, Harry observed. Bold, Snape's lips went white. He turned away from Harry and slammed a hand on his desk. Today you will brew a simple boil cure potion. The instructions are on the board. You have 90 minutes. Begin, Harry began. He worked silently, methodically, and without his wand. He didn't need it. The process of potion making at its core was chemistry, reactions, temperatures, timing. The magical elements added layers of complexity, but the underlying structure was no different from the atomic manipulation Anos had been teaching him for 3 years. He crushed dried nettles with his fingers, feeling the cellular structure break down. He heated the cauldron by pressing his palm against the base and accelerating the particles in the metal until it reached the precise temperature the recipe required. He added porcupine quills at the exact moment the color shifted, counting seconds in his head with the precision of a metronome. No wand, no incantation, just hands and knowledge and the quiet, controlled application of energy, Snape noticed. Of course he noticed. The man patrolled the room like a shark, pausing at workstations to criticize and deduct points. He stopped at Harry's bench and looked at the cauldron. The potion inside was a perfect, even turquoise. The surface was still, not a single bubble out of place. The consistency was flawless. "Where is your wand, Potter?" "In my sleeve." "Why is it in your sleeve and not in your hand?" "Because I don't need it for this." Snape leaned closer to the cauldron. He sniffed. His eyebrows drew together, and for a moment, just a moment, something flickered in those black eyes that wasn't hatred. It was recognition. The involuntary respect of a master craftsman confronted with work that was, objectively, excellent. Then it was gone, buried under 10 years of bile. "Adequate," Snape said and moved on. Adequate. Harry's potion was the only perfect one in the room, and Snape had called it adequate. Next to Harry, Draco Malfoy's potion was spitting green sparks and smelled like burnt rubber, and Snape hadn't said a word about it. Across the aisle, Neville Longbottom's cauldron had dissolved into a smoking heap, and the boy was standing in a puddle of potion that was raising painful boils on his ankles. Harry kept his mouth shut. He'd made his point, but Snape wasn't done. Halfway through the lesson, while Harry was bottling his completed potion, he felt it, a pressure against his mind, not physical, mental. A cold, probing tendril of magic that pushed against his consciousness like a finger pressing against a locked door. Legilimency, Snape was reading his mind. Or trying to. The potion's master was standing at the front of the room, arms crossed, eyes locked on Harry, and behind those black eyes, a legilimency probe was reaching across the room and pressing against Harry's mental defenses. Harry had been trained for this. Anos had spent 2 years teaching him how to shield his thoughts, not with occlumency, which was the wizarding world's crude method of slamming mental walls into place, but with something deeper. A restructuring of his conscious thought patterns that made his mind illegible to anyone operating on standard magical wavelengths. It was like trying to read a book that had been written in a language that didn't exist yet. The probe pressed. Harry's shields held. Snape pushed harder. And then Anos intervened. He did it from his seat, 3 benches behind Harry, without moving or speaking or showing any sign that anything was happening at all. He simply opened his demon eyes of ruin for a fraction of a second and directed a sliver of destructive energy along the legilimency link, back toward its source. The probe didn't just fail. It shattered. Snape made a sound. A short, sharp intake of breath that he tried to disguise as a cough. His right hand shot to the desk beside him and gripped the edge. His knees wobbled just barely, and the color drained from his face so fast it looked like someone had pulled a plug. A vein in his temple pulsed. His other hand went to his forehead, pressing against it, and his jaw locked shut. He was in pain. Real, significant pain. The kind that comes from having a mental structure destroyed from the inside. The demon eyes hadn't just blocked the legilimency. They disintegrated the probe at its source point inside Snape's mind, burning out the neural pathways he'd used to cast it. It would heal, probably, eventually. But right now, Severus Snape's head felt like someone had driven a spike through it. "Professor," Hermione Granger called from the front row. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Snape said through his teeth. Class dismissed. Leave your potions on my desk. Get out. The students filed out. Harry walked past Snape's desk and placed his bottled potion on it with the care of someone who had been raised to be polite, even to people who deserved the opposite. Snape didn't look at him. Snape was looking at the wall behind Harry's head, breathing through his nose, his fingers still pressed against his temple. In the corridor, Harry fell into step beside Anno's. You didn't have to do that, Harry said quietly. He was inside your head. I had it blocked. You had it contained. There's a difference. His probe was aggressive, military-grade legilimency, not the soft, diagnostic version. He was trying to extract information, not just read surface thoughts. So you burned his brain a bit. I disintegrated the specific neural pathway he was using for the probe. He'll have a headache for approximately 6 hours and will be unable to perform legilimency for 3 weeks while the pathways regenerate. Anno's paused. It was proportional. He's going to hate us. He already hated us. He hated us before we walked in the door. He hated James Potter, and we look like James Potter, and that's all the justification a small man needs. They turned a corner and nearly walked into Daphne Greengrass. She was standing at the junction of 2 corridors, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, looking at them with that cool, assessing gaze. She'd been waiting, not obviously. She'd positioned herself at a natural intersection and made it look casual, but she'd been waiting. You did your potion without a wand, she said to Harry. No preamble, no small talk, direct. Yeah, that's not normal. Depends on your definition of normal. The standard definition, the one that applies to everyone who isn't you and your brother. Harry almost laughed. Fair enough. Daphne looked at him for a moment. Her expression was controlled, but underneath it, Harry could see the gears turning. She was deciding something, weighing options, running calculations that had nothing to do with potions or wands. My father told me to stay away from you, she said. He said the Potter situation was complicated and that getting involved would put our family in a difficult position. Smart man. He's a politician. Smart is his job. She uncrossed her arms. He also told me to use my own judgment once I got here. And my judgment says that you're the most interesting person I've met at this school by a significant margin. Harry blinked. He hadn't expected that. The compliment, if that's what it was, had been delivered with the clinical precision of a medical diagnosis. Thanks, Harry said. I think. It wasn't entirely a compliment. Interesting people tend to attract trouble. She glanced at Anno's, who was standing behind Harry with the stillness of a statue. And your brother attracts trouble the way a bonfire attracts moths. He's standing right there, Harry pointed out. I know. I'm hoping he appreciates directness. I do, Anno said. Daphne looked at him. This time she held his gaze for a full 3 seconds before looking away. 3 seconds of eye contact with the demon king of tyranny was enough to give most people nightmares. Daphne Greengrass looked mildly inconvenienced. I'll see you in charms, she said to Harry and walked away down the corridor. Her footsteps echoed, her robes didn't billow. She turned a corner and was gone. She's direct, Harry said, extremely. I think I like that. I noticed. Shut up. The summons came the next morning. A first-year Gryffindor girl arrived at breakfast with a note written on cream-colored parchment in looping purple ink. She handed it to Anno's with the wide-eyed nervousness of someone delivering a message to a dragon. Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office, she recited, and then practically ran back to her table. Anno's read the note. One line. My office after breakfast. The password is sherbet lemon. Just you? Harry asked. Just me. I'm coming. No. Anno's folded the note and slipped it into his pocket. This is a conversation I need to have alone. Dumbledore wants to assess me. If you're there, he'll split his attention. I want him focused on me, completely. That sounds like you're walking into a trap. It's not a trap, it's an interview. He wants to understand what walked into his school. I want him to understand exactly as much as I choose and no more. Harry didn't like it. His jaw was tight and his hands had gone still on the table, the way they always did when he was fighting the urge to argue with someone he knew was right. Fine, Harry said, but if you're not back in an hour, I'm coming up there. That's fair. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office was ugly and uncooperative. It stared at Anos with stone eyes that held more intelligence than stone should contain. Anos said, "Sherbet lemon." And the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward on its own, like a stone escalator. The office at the top was exactly what Anos had expected: circular, cluttered, designed to overwhelm visitors with eccentricity, making them feel off balance while Dumbledore sat at the center of his controlled chaos, perfectly composed. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindly tables. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to sleep. A phoenix sat on a golden perch near the desk, its red and gold feathers catching the light, and Dumbledore was behind the desk, seated, hands folded, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, a bowl of lemon drops positioned strategically within offering distance. Anos. Dumbledore said warmly, "Please sit down, lemon drop." No, Anos sat. The chair was comfortable, deliberately so, the kind of chair designed to make you relax, to lower your guard, to forget that the man across the desk had sent you to live with strangers when you were 2 years old. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said. "I must confess, your arrival at Hogwarts has been something of a surprise. When your name appeared on the enrollment list, I was delighted, truly delighted. Were you? Of course. I've always hoped that you and Harry would find your way to Hogwarts. Your placement with the Dursleys was a protective measure, you understand, for your safety. You placed us with people who despise magic because it was safe. The blood wards at Privet Drive are among the strongest protections available. As long as you lived under that roof, no dark wizard could touch you. The blood wards protected us from external magical threats," Anos said. "They did nothing to protect us from the people inside the house. That distinction didn't concern you." Dumbledore's expression shifted, the twinkle dimmed. Not gone, but reduced, carefully reduced, like he was turning a dial. "I understand your frustration, Anos, truly. If there had been another way, there were 17 other ways." Anos held up his hand and counted. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, was available and willing. The Longbottom family had an existing alliance with the Potters. The Tonks family, the Weasleys, the Bones family, the Greengrass family, Remus Lupin, despite his condition. Any of those options would have placed us in a magical household with people who would have cared for us. You chose the Dursleys because you wanted us hidden. Not safe, hidden. There is a significant difference. The office was very quiet. The silver instruments whirred. The phoenix ruffled its feathers. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The grandfather act was still in place, but it was thinner now. The warmth in his eyes had been replaced by something sharper. "Assessment, recalculation. You've done your research," Dumbledore said. "I've had 10 years. Indeed." Dumbledore paused. His fingers formed a steeple. A classic negotiation posture. A power gesture designed to project calm authority. "Anos, I want you to know that I bear you no ill will. Whatever has passed between us, my primary concern has always been the safety of the wizarding world. The safety of the wizarding world." Anos repeated the phrase with the same inflection Dumbledore had used. Exact, perfect. Like a recording played back. "Is that why you declared Charles the boy who lived based on a scratch from a piece of door debris?" The silver instruments stopped whirring, all of them. At the same time. The sudden silence was deafening. Dumbledore didn't move. His fingers stayed in their steeple. His blue eyes stayed fixed on Anos, but something behind those eyes changed. A wall went up, not a clemency, something more fundamental. The look of a man who has just heard something he never expected to hear and is now rapidly reassessing every assumption he's ever made. "I beg your pardon." Dumbledore said. "The scar on Charles's forehead," Anos said. His voice was calm, conversational, the same tone he'd used to discuss the weather. "You examined it and declared it a curse scar, evidence of the killing curse rebounding. Proof that Charles Potter defeated Lord Voldemort through the power of ancient protective magic." "That is correct. It's a splinter wound, from the front door, which was destroyed when Voldemort blasted it open." Dumbledore said nothing. His face was perfectly still. "I was there," Anos said. "I was in the room. I watched the door explode. I watched the wood fly across the hallway." I watched a piece of the doorframe nick Charles's forehead. It was a scratch, a minor cut. It had nothing to do with the killing curse because the killing curse never touched Charles. It never touched anyone. I dealt with it myself. The silence stretched. The phoenix shifted on its perch. A portrait on the wall cracked one eye open and then quickly closed it. You were 2 years old, Dumbledore said carefully. I was. You're claiming that you, as a 2-year-old infant, stopped the killing curse. I'm not claiming it. I'm telling you what happened. You can choose to believe it or not. It won't change the facts. Dumbledore studied him. The full force of those blue eyes, the ones that everyone in the wizarding world said could see through any lie, pressed against Anno's like a searchlight. They found nothing, because there was nothing to find, no deception, no bluster, no exaggeration, just a 13-year-old boy sitting in a chair telling the truth with the absolute confidence of someone who had no reason to lie. Let us say, for the sake of discussion, that I accept your account. Dumbledore said slowly, what would you have me do with that information? Nothing. Nothing. I don't care about Charles's title. I don't care about the prophecy. I don't care about your political arrangements or your plans for the greater good. What I care about is Harry. And what I want from you is very simple. Annos leaned forward, not aggressively, just enough to close the distance between them, enough to make the conversation feel less like a meeting and more like a negotiation between equals. Leave us alone, Annos said. Don't monitor us, don't manipulate us. Don't include us in your plans. Harry and I will attend this school, complete the curriculum, and leave when we're ready. In return, I won't dismantle your carefully constructed narrative about the boy who lived. Charles can keep his title. The wizarding world can keep its hero. I have no interest in fame or recognition. And if I can't agree to that, Annos looked at Dumbledore, just looked, the way he'd looked at Vernon Dursley 9 years ago, the way he'd looked at Voldemort on Halloween night. The way he looked at anything that stood between him and the safety of his brother. The temperature in the office dropped 2 degrees. The phoenix squawked and spread its wings. The silver instruments rattled on their tables. And Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation, the man who had defeated Grindelwald and was feared by Voldemort himself, felt something cold settle in his chest, not fear. Dumbledore was too old for fear. But something adjacent to it, the recognition that the boy sitting across from him was not a boy, that the thing looking at him through those dark, calm eyes was something he had never encountered before and was not equipped to handle. I think, Dumbledore said quietly, that we understand each other. Good, Annos stood. Thank you for the meeting, headmaster. He turned and walked toward the door. His footsteps were silent on the stone floor. His hand was on the handle when Dumbledore spoke again. Annos, he paused. What are you? The same question. The same question everyone asked eventually. Ollivander, Ragnarok, Vernon Dursley, and now the greatest wizard in the world, a big brother, Annos said. He left. The door closed behind him. The gargoyle sealed the staircase. Dumbledore sat in his office for a very long time. The silver instruments resumed their whirring. The phoenix settled. The portrait stayed very, very quiet. His hand reached for a lemon drop. He held it between his fingers without eating it. He looked at it. Then he set it down on the desk, untouched. For the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore did not have a plan. And that scared him more than anything else. October 31st came like it always did. Harry woke up knowing what day it was before he opened his eyes. His body knew. His body had always known. Some internal calendar that had nothing to do with dates or numbers just clicked over at midnight and said, "Today is the day your parents gave you away." He lay in bed for a while. The dormitory was still dark, the green light from the lake barely visible through the curtains. Blaise Zabini was snoring 2 beds over. Theodore Nott was a silent lump under his covers. Draco Malfoy slept with one arm hanging off the side of his bed, which Harry found funnier than he probably should have. Annos's bed was empty, neatly made. The sheets pulled tight with military precision. Harry didn't know when his brother had gotten up, but that was normal. Annos slept less than anyone Harry had ever met and moved quieter than anyone had a right to. Harry sat up. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes and breathed, in, out, steady. It was just a day. 24 hours, same as any other. The sun would come up and go down, and by tomorrow morning it would be November, and the weight in his chest would ease off the way it always did, gradually, like a hand slowly releasing a grip. He got dressed. Robes, tie, shoes. The motions were automatic. He checked his wand in his sleeve. Warm. Humming. Ready. By the time he reached the great hall for breakfast, the castle had been decorated. Massive pumpkins floated near the ceiling, carved with faces that moved and leered. Bats swooped between the candles. The enchanted sky above showed thick gray clouds. The whole hall smelled like cinnamon and sugar and roasted something, and the students were buzzing with excitement because Halloween at Hogwarts meant a feast, and a feast meant food that went beyond even the usual absurd standards. Harry sat at the Slytherin table. He put eggs on his plate. He didn't eat them. You're not eating. Daphne Greengrass was sitting across from him. She'd arrived at some point while he was staring at his eggs, sliding into the seat with the quiet efficiency she brought to everything. Her plate was already arranged, toast, fruit, a cup of tea positioned exactly in the center of her place setting. Not hungry, Harry said. You're always hungry. Yesterday you ate 4 pieces of toast and asked the house elves for a 5th. Today's different. Daphne looked at him. Not the assessing look, not the calculating look she usually wore when she was processing information. Something softer, more careful, like she was reading something written in very small print and didn't want to miss a word. October 31st, she said quietly. Harry didn't answer. I read about it. Daphne continued. Her voice was low enough that nobody else at the table could hear. The archives in the Slytherin Common Room have newspaper clippings from 1981, the attack on Godric's Hollow, the defeat of you-know-who, October 31st. That's not why today is bad, Harry said. He pushed an egg across his plate with his fork. The attack isn't the part that matters. Daphne waited. She didn't push, she didn't ask. She just sat there with her tea and her toast and waited, and somehow that was worse than being asked, because it meant he had to decide for himself whether to say it. November 2nd is when they left us at the Dursleys, Harry said. October 31st is when they decided to. It's the night Dumbledore told them we were worthless and they believed him. He said it flatly. No emotion, no crack in his voice. He'd had years to practice saying it like it was a fact, like a date in a textbook, and most of the time he could pull it off. Most of the time. Daphne set her teacup down. She folded her hands on the table. Her face hadn't changed, but something in her posture had shifted, a subtle loosening of the rigid control she usually maintained. That's a terrible thing, she said, not with pity. Not with the awkward sympathy that people who didn't know what to say defaulted to. She said it the way she said everything, directly, honestly, and without decoration. It was a terrible thing. She was acknowledging it as a fact the same way Harry had stated it. Yeah, Harry said, it is. Is there anything that helps on days like this? Harry looked at her. She was asking because she wanted to know, not because she felt obligated. There was a difference. Harry had spent years learning to tell the difference. Training usually helps, he said. But we can't exactly set fires in the forbidden forest during class hours. What about something less destructive? Like what? Like this. Daphne pushed her plate to the side, reached into her bag and pulled out a chessboard. Wizard's chess, the kind with pieces that moved on their own and occasionally argued with each other. She set it on the table between them and began arranging the pieces with the methodical focus of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. Harry stared at the board. Chess. My father taught me when I was 5. It's the only thing that stops my brain from running in circles when it won't settle. She placed the last pawn and looked at him. White goes first. Harry picked up a pawn. He looked at it. The tiny figure looked back at him with a skeptical expression that suggested it didn't think much of his abilities. I should warn you, Harry said. I'm terrible at this. Good, I'm not. He moved the pawn. Daphne countered instantly. They played in silence while the great hall filled up around them, students pouring in for breakfast, the noise level climbing, everyone wrapped up in their own Halloween excitement. Harry lost in 11 moves. He didn't care. Somewhere between the opening and the checkmate, The weight in his chest had shifted from crushing to bearable, and the eggs on his plate had gotten cold because he'd forgotten about them entirely. Again, Daphne asked. Yeah, again. He lost the second game in 14 moves, progress. The third game lasted 22 moves because Harry started actually paying attention instead of just moving pieces to have something to do with his hands. You sacrificed your bishop, Daphne said, frowning at the board. It was in the way. Bishops are valuable. Not if they're blocking my rook. Your rook was also in a terrible position. I know, my whole board was terrible, that's what I'm working with. Something happened at the corner of her mouth, not a smile. Daphne Greengrass didn't smile at breakfast, but something adjacent to one. A loosening. A crack in the controlled facade that she wore like armor. You're getting better, she said. Marginally, high praise from you. I don't give high praise, I give accurate assessments. That's the most Daphne Greengrass thing anyone has ever said. This time it was almost a smile, almost. Close enough that Harry counted it as a win, which was ironic given that he'd just lost 3 consecutive chess games. Anos appeared at the table during the 4th game, sliding into the seat next to Harry with a cup of black tea and a piece of dry toast. He looked at the chessboard. He looked at Daphne, he looked at Harry, he said nothing. He drank his tea, that was its own kind of approval. Harry glanced at his brother. Anos was wearing the same expression he always wore, but there was something in his posture that Harry recognized, the slightly relaxed shoulders. The way his fingers rested loose on the table instead of folded. He was aware of what Daphne was doing, sitting here with a chessboard on the worst day of Harry's year, and he was allowing it. Which, from the demon king of tyranny, was essentially a standing ovation. The day crawled by. Double herbology in the morning, where Harry repotted mandrakes with the grim efficiency of someone who wanted to keep his hands busy. History of magic after lunch, where Professor Binns droned about goblin rebellions to a room full of students who were either sleeping or wishing they were. Harry took notes because it gave him something to focus on. Daphne sat 2 seats away and did the same. By the time evening came, the castle was buzzing. The Halloween feast was the event of the first term, and students were crowding the corridors in groups, dressed in their best robes, heading toward the great hall with the barely contained excitement of teenagers who had been promised unlimited food and entertainment. Harry was walking with Anos through the second-floor corridor when they heard the scream. It came from ahead, high and sharp, the sound of someone genuinely terrified. Then running footsteps. Then Professor Quirrell sprinted around the corner, his turban askew, his robes flapping, his face the color of old cheese. "Troll," Quirrell screamed. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," and then he fainted, straight forward, face first, onto the stone floor. His turban cushioned the impact, but only slightly. Chaos erupted. Students scattered. Screams bounced off the stone walls. A prefect tried to take charge and was immediately overrun by a stampede of panicking first years. Someone knocked over a suit of armor which crashed to the floor with a sound like a car accident. Harry's hand went to his wand. His heartbeat spiked, a hard thump against his ribs once, twice, and then settled. Training took over. His breathing slowed, his focus narrowed. The panic of the crowd faded into background noise. "Anos," Harry said, "I know." Anos was standing perfectly still in the middle of the chaos, students streaming past him on both sides like water around a rock. His eyes were closed. "It's on the ground floor, east wing." Moving toward the girls' bathroom. "How big?" 12 feet, mountain troll. The magical signature is crude but powerful. It's confused, angry, and destroying everything in its path. A crash echoed up through the floor, distant but massive, the sound of stone breaking. Someone let it in. Harry said it wasn't a question. Trolls didn't wander into castles. They were too stupid to find the door. Someone had brought it here deliberately. "Correct," Anos said. He opened his eyes. "And the person who let it in is currently lying on the floor 3 feet behind us, pretending to be unconscious." Harry turned. Quirrell was still face down on the stone, motionless. But now that Harry was looking, really looking, extending his senses the way Anos had taught him, he could feel it. The man's magical signature was wrong. There were 2 layers to it. The surface was Quirrell's, weak and trembling, a frightened man's aura. But underneath it, buried deep, wrapped around Quirrell's core like a parasite, was something else. Something cold and dark and fragmented, like a piece of a soul that had been torn off and stuck to the wrong person. Harry's stomach turned, not from fear, from disgust. Later, Anno said, the troll first. They moved, not running. Walking with purpose, cutting through corridors that the fleeing students had already emptied. The sounds of the troll grew louder as they descended, crashing, grunting, the grind of stone on stone, and underneath it another sound, screaming, high, thin, terrified. A girl's scream. The bathroom. Harry said, and then he was running. The girl's bathroom on the ground floor was destroyed. The door had been ripped off its hinges and lay in the corridor in 3 pieces. Water was spraying from burst pipes, flooding the floor, pooling in the gaps between cracked floor tiles. The sinks had been smashed, 2 of the toilet stalls were flattened, and in the middle of it all, 12 feet of mountain troll. It was enormous. Gray-green skin, lumpy and thick, covered in warts and scars and patches of something that might have been moss. Its legs were like tree trunks. Its arms hung past its knees, ending in fists the size of barrels. Its head was small and stupid, perched on top of its massive body like an afterthought, with tiny dull eyes and a mouth full of cracked yellow teeth. It was holding a wooden club the size of a park bench. It smelled like a dumpster in August. Harry's eyes watered the second he crossed the threshold. The girl was pressed against the far wall. Daphne Greengrass. She was soaked from the burst pipes, her blonde hair plastered to her face, her wand out and pointed at the troll with a hand that was shaking badly. Her eyes were wide. Not with mindless panic, but with the focused terror of someone who was very scared and very much trying to think their way out of it. The troll swung its club. Daphne threw herself sideways. The club smashed into the wall where she'd been standing and punched a hole through the stone. Dust and fragments exploded outward. The impact shook the floor. A piece of masonry the size of a football hit the ground near her head. Harry didn't think. He moved, his wand was in his hand, but he didn't use it. He crossed the flooded bathroom floor in 3 strides, his feet splashing through ankle-deep water, and he hit the troll's left knee with a kick that carried every ounce of physical conditioning Anno's had drilled into him for the past 3 years. The crack was audible. Not bone, cartilage. The troll's knee buckled sideways, not enough to bring it down, but enough to make it stumble. It roared, a wet, furious sound that rattled the remaining mirrors, and swung the club downward at the thing that had hurt it. Harry was already gone. He rolled left, water spraying off his robes, and came up on the troll's right side. He drove his elbow into the soft tissue behind the creature's other knee. Another crack. The troll staggered. Daphne, move, Harry shouted. She moved. Scrambling across the flooded floor on her hands and knees, she got clear of the troll's reach and pressed herself against the doorframe. Her breathing was ragged. Her robes were torn at the shoulder where she'd hit the wall. The troll swung again. Wild, blind. The club hit a row of sinks and shattered them into porcelain shrapnel. Harry ducked, felt a piece of ceramic whip past his ear close enough to trim his hair, and drove his fist into the troll's abdomen. It was like punching a wall made of meat. The impact jarred his entire arm, pain shooting from his knuckles to his shoulder. The troll barely noticed. It backhanded him. Harry saw it coming, not fast enough. The massive hand caught him in the chest and launched him backward. He hit the far wall and slid down it, the breath knocked completely out of his body, his vision going white at the edges. Pain flared across his ribs. Not a break. He'd know if it was a break. A fracture maybe, or just the worst bruise of his life. He gasped, couldn't breathe. His lungs were locked. His body was screaming at him to lie still and stop moving and let the pain pass. The troll turned toward Daphne again. Harry got up. He didn't want to. Every muscle in his torso was on fire, and his hands were shaking, and there was blood in his mouth from where he'd bitten his tongue on impact. But Daphne was against the doorframe, and the troll was facing her, and there was nobody else. He raised his hands. Palms open, fingers spread. Geo graze, Harry whispered. Black fire erupted from his palms, not a marble, not a melon, a torrent. A stream of dark flame that crossed the bathroom in a heartbeat and hit the mountain troll in the back of the head with enough destructive force to melt stone. The troll screamed. It was a horrible sound. High and raw and wet, the sound of something that didn't understand what was happening to it, only that it hurt. The black fire burned through the thick hide at the base of its skull, searing flesh, charring bone. The creature's knees gave out completely. It dropped its club. Its massive hands went to the back of its head, clawing at the fire that was eating into it. Harry pushed harder. The flame intensified. His arms were shaking. Sweat poured down his face. The muscles in his forearms felt like they were being pulled apart. His magical reserves were draining fast, faster than they ever had in training, because this was real and the troll was huge, and killing something this big required everything he had. The troll fell. It went down sideways, hitting the flooded floor with a crash that sent water spraying up to the ceiling. The impact cracked the floor tiles. Its body twitched once, twice, and then went still. Steam rose from the charred wound at the base of its skull, mingling with the spray from the burst pipes. Harry dropped his hands, his vision blurred. His knees buckled and he caught himself on the edge of a broken sink, breathing in huge, ragged gulps, his whole body trembling with exhaustion. His ribs screamed. His hands were numb. There was blood on his lip and water soaking through his shoes, and the bathroom smelled like burned troll flesh and broken plumbing. The troll was dead, properly dead. The black fire had burned through its brain stem and severed the connection between its central nervous system and its body. A clean kill if you ignored the part where it had been screaming. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and looked at Daphne. She was standing in the doorframe, wand still raised, soaked head to toe, staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. Not shock, not gratitude. Something more complicated, something that involved the way her eyes moved from his face to his hands to the dead troll and back to his face. "You're hurt," she said. "I'm fine. You're bleeding." I bit my tongue. He pushed off the sink and stood upright. His ribs protested. He ignored them. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." She lowered her wand. Her hand was still shaking, but her voice was steady. "I came in here before the feast. I didn't know. It was just here, suddenly. The door was gone and it was just there. It's dead now. I can see that." She looked at the troll again. 12 feet of dead mountain troll lying in a destroyed bathroom, charred at the neck, surrounded by shattered porcelain and 6 inches of water. "You used black fire, Geo Grays. That's not in any textbook I've read." "No, it wouldn't be." She looked at him. Really looked. The same way she'd looked at him across the Slytherin table that first night, except closer now, and with something behind it that hadn't been there before. "Thank you," Daphne said. The words came out stiff, like they cost her something to produce. Daphne Greengrass was not a person who said thank you easily. It implied debt, and debt implied vulnerability, and vulnerability was something her family had trained her to avoid. "You're welcome," Harry said. They stood there in the ruined bathroom, soaked and bruised and breathing hard, with a dead troll between them and water lapping at their ankles. It was the worst possible setting for anything remotely meaningful, and somehow that made it exactly right. Ano spoke from the doorway. "The structural damage to the bathroom is extensive. 3 walls are compromised and the plumbing system for this section of the castle has been severed." He stepped inside, his shoes barely making a sound on the flooded floor, and walked directly to the troll's body. "Harry, your ribs, bruised." "Not broken. I'll verify that later." Anos knelt next to the troll. He pressed one hand against its massive shoulder and closed his eyes. His expression didn't change, but Harry could feel it, the subtle shift in the air that meant Anos was using something beyond normal perception. Limnit. Clairvoyance. The ability to project perceptual awareness across space and time, reading the magical echoes left behind by events, like watching a recording that had been imprinted on the fabric of reality itself. Anos was quiet for nearly a minute. When he opened his eyes, they were violet. Not the red of the demon eyes of ruin. A different shade, the perception mode. Harry had seen it twice before, both times during training, and both times it had meant Anos was looking at something that existed on a level normal humans couldn't access. The troll was brought into the castle through the service entrance in the east wing, Anos said. His voice was even, clinical. The wards on that entrance were temporarily suppressed at 6:47 this evening. The suppression was surgical. Someone with intimate knowledge of the castle's ward structure deactivated a specific 12-meter section of the defensive perimeter for approximately 90 seconds. Long enough for the troll to be guided through. Guided by who? Harry asked. The magical signature on the troll's nervous system is layered. The surface layer is a crude confundus charm, the kind used by professional beast handlers to direct large magical creatures. Underneath, that is a secondary enchantment, an imperious variant, modified. Not aimed at the troll's mind, which is too simple for standard imperious, but at its motor functions. Someone was steering it. Anos stood up, the violet faded from his eyes. The magical signature of the person who cast both enchantments matches a staff member of this school. The surface signature is disguised, but the deeper layer is not. The caster is Professor Quirrell. The bloke who fainted in the corridor, Harry said. The bloke who pretended to faint in the corridor. His unconsciousness was performed. His vital signs never dropped. His magical signature never fluctuated the way it would during genuine loss of consciousness. Anos paused. There's more. The secondary signature. The one underneath Quirrell's. The parasitic soul fragment I detected on the train platform. It's clearer now, stronger. It's not just attached to Quirrell. It's integrated into his magical core. It's feeding on him, using him as a host. Harry felt cold, not from the water, not from the burst pipes or the November air coming through the broken walls, a deeper cold. The kind that settled into your bones when you understood that something was very, very wrong. Voldemort, Harry said, a fragment of him, a piece of his soul torn off and preserved, attached to the back of Quirrell's skull hidden beneath the turban. Anos's voice was flat, factual. The way he delivered the worst information. Voldemort is inside this castle. He has been since September. He's wearing a teacher like a suit. Harry looked at the dead troll. 12 feet of mountain troll, killed by an 11-year-old with black fire, and it was just a distraction. A diversion. While the students panicked and the teachers scrambled, Quirrell was free to move through the castle unopposed. Free to go wherever he needed to go, do whatever he needed to do without anyone watching. Where did Quirrell go? Harry asked, after he fainted. He didn't stay on the ground. The moment the corridor cleared, he stood up and moved toward the third floor. East Corridor. What's on the third floor? Dumbledore announced at the opening feast that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a most painful death. Anos looked at him. I assumed at the time that it was an exaggerated warning. Now I'm less certain. So Dumbledore is hiding something on the third floor, and Voldemort, wearing Quirrell like a costume, is trying to get to it. That appears to be the situation. Harry ran his hands through his wet hair. Water dripped down his neck, his ribs throbbed. The bathroom was still flooding, water running out into the corridor now, carrying bits of porcelain and plaster with it. This school is insane, Harry said. It has its eccentricities. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, multiple sets. Fast. McGonagall's sharp voice cut through first, followed by the deeper rumble of Snape and the high, breathy tones of someone Harry didn't immediately recognize. McGonagall appeared in the doorway. She took one look at the bathroom, the dead troll, the two soaked students, and the older Potter brother kneeling on the floor, and her face went through several expressions in rapid succession before settling on something between fury and horror. What in the name of Merlin happened here? She demanded. A mountain troll was released into the castle, Anos said, standing up. It cornered a student in this bathroom. Harry killed it. Killed it, McGonagall repeated. She looked at Harry. She looked at the troll. She looked at the charred wound at the base of its skull. An 11-year-old boy killed a mountain troll. He's well trained, Anos said. Snape appeared behind McGonagall. His black eyes swept the room. They lingered on Harry, on the blood on his lip, on the way he was holding his left side where the ribs were bruised. Then they moved to the troll and something complicated happened on Snape's face. Not respect, not approval, something darker. Recognition. The understanding that the boy in front of him was capable of things that no first year should be capable of. Snape's eyes moved to Anno's. They stayed there for a long time. Miss Greengrass, McGonagall said, turning to Daphne. Are you injured? No, Professor. Potter reached me before it could. Which Potter? Harry. McGonagall looked at Harry again. Her expression softened just barely at the edges. 10 points to Slytherin, Mr. Potter, for sheer dumb luck. It wasn't luck, Daphne said quietly. McGonagall either didn't hear or chose not to respond. She turned to deal with the logistics, the body, the damage, the plumbing. Snape disappeared into the corridor without a word, moving toward the east wing with quick, sharp steps. Harry, Annos, and Daphne were ushered out of the bathroom and sent to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's ribs with a diagnostic spell that tickled, declared them badly bruised but intact, and gave him a potion that tasted like cold mint and chalk. The pain faded within minutes. Daphne sat on the next bed while Pomfrey checked her for injuries. A few scrapes. A bruise on her shoulder from hitting the wall. Nothing serious. You fought a troll, Daphne said to Harry while Pomfrey bustled in the back room. Yeah, with your bare hands and black fire. Yeah, for me. Harry looked at her. She was sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, her wet hair drying in uneven waves, her robes still damp, and she was looking at him with those blue eyes that he still didn't have a word for. But there was something new in them now, something that hadn't been there before the troll. For you. Harry confirmed. Daphne nodded. Once. Barely. The smallest acknowledgement that something between them had shifted and that neither of them was going to talk about it right now, and that not talking about it was its own form of understanding. I still won 3 chess games this morning, she said. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs, which made him wince, which made Daphne's mouth twitch in a way that was definitely, absolutely, almost a smile. Annos was standing by the hospital wing door, leaning against the frame with his arms folded. He'd been watching the exchange without comment. When Harry caught his eye, Annos gave him the smallest nod, approval. Later that night, in the Slytherin dormitory, after the feast had ended, and the castle had settled into its usual nighttime quiet, Harry lay in bed staring at the ceiling. His ribs were healed, but the memory of the impact was still there, a phantom ache that his body held onto even after the damage was gone. Voldemort is in the castle, Harry said into the dark. Yes, Annos said from the next bed, attached to a teacher's head. Yes, and nobody knows. Dumbledore suspects. He's too perceptive not to, but he hasn't acted, which means either he's watching Quirrell deliberately or he has a reason to let the situation develop. That's insane. Dumbledore operates on a different axis of logic than most people. He sees several moves ahead. The problem is that he's playing chess while the board is on fire. Harry was quiet for a moment. What do we do? For now, nothing. Quirrell isn't a threat to us. Voldemort, in his current state, is a parasite clinging to a weak host. He's gathering strength. He has a goal inside this castle, something he's working toward. When we know what it is, we act. And until then, you rest. You killed a mountain troll tonight. Your magical reserves are depleted and your body took significant impact damage. Recovery is not optional. Harry pulled the covers up. His eyes were heavy. The adrenaline had long since faded, leaving behind the deep, bone-level tiredness that came after spending everything you had. Annos. What? She didn't flinch. Daphne, in the bathroom. The troll was right there and she had her wand up and she didn't flinch. I know. That's not nothing. No, Annos agreed. That's not nothing. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came fast, the way it always did after a fight, pulling him down into the dark like a hand on his shoulder. His last conscious thought was of blue eyes in a flooded bathroom, steady and unbroken, looking at him through the chaos like he was the only fixed point in the room. Outside, the castle settled. The wards hummed. The lake pressed against the dungeon windows. And somewhere on the 3rd floor, hidden beneath a turban on the back of a stuttering professor's head, a fragment of the darkest wizard who ever lived stared into the darkness and plotted. It didn't know what was coming. None of them did. They came on a Tuesday. Harry was in the library when he found out. He was sitting at a table near the restricted section with his charms textbook open and a half-finished essay on levitation theory in front of him. Daphne was across from him, writing in the small, precise handwriting that she used for everything, her quill moving in sharp strokes that never wasted ink. It was Tracy Davis who told them. She burst into the library at a speed that made Madame Pince glare daggers, skidded to a stop next to their table, and said the words in a breathless rush. "The Potters are here. James and Lily Potter, they're in the entrance hall. Everyone's saying they came to see Charles, but McGonagall just told Snape that they've asked to meet with you and Anos." Harry's quill stopped moving. It just stopped, mid-sentence. The ink pooled at the tip and formed a small blot on the parchment that spread slowly outward, soaking into the fibers. He stared at it. "Harry," Daphne said, "I heard. You don't have to go." "Yeah, I do." He didn't know why he said that. He didn't owe them anything. He didn't owe them a conversation or an audience or a single second of his time. They had given away their right to any of that on November 2nd, 1981, when they'd left him on a doorstep in the cold and walked away. But something in his chest, something stubborn and angry and 12 years old, wanted to look them in the face. Not for closure, not for reconciliation, just to see them. To stand in front of the people who had thrown him out and let them see what he'd become without them. He stood up. His chair scraped the floor. Madame Pince glared. Harry didn't notice. "Where's Anos?" he asked Tracy. "Already there. He was coming out of the dungeons when they arrived. He's in the entrance hall." Harry shoved his textbook into his bag and slung it over his shoulder. He was halfway to the library door when he felt a hand on his arm. Daphne. She'd followed him. Her grip was light but firm, and when he turned, she was looking at him with an expression that was harder to ignore than the knot in his stomach. "Whatever happens in there," she said. "You come find me after." It wasn't a request. It was an instruction, delivered with the quiet authority of someone who had decided something and wasn't interested in negotiating. "Okay," Harry said. She let go. He left. The entrance hall was a wide stone space at the base of the main staircase, where the 4 house corridors converged. Normally, it was just a thoroughfare, students crossing in every direction between classes. Right now, it was half empty, because word had spread fast and most students had either cleared out or were lingering at the edges, watching. James and Lily Potter were standing near the main doors. James looked older than he had on platform 9 3/4. 2 months of distance, and the fluorescent lighting of the entrance hall stripped away the easy confidence Harry had seen at the train station. His robes were expensive. His posture was straight. But there were lines around his eyes that hadn't been there in September, and his hands were in his pockets in a way that wasn't casual. It was nervous. He was holding them there to keep them still. Lily was next to him. Red hair loose over her shoulders. Green eyes that were the exact same shade as Harry's, a fact that Harry had hated for as long as he'd known it. She was wearing robes of deep green, and her face was doing something complicated, trying to smile, failing. Settling for a tight, controlled expression that was meant to project warmth, and was actually projecting the kind of strained politeness you'd use with a stranger. Charles was behind them. He wasn't part of the conversation, not formally, but he'd clearly attached himself to the visit. He was standing with his hands crossed over his chest, looking between his parents and the spot where Anos was standing with an expression of confused irritation. A kid at a party he hadn't been told about, trying to figure out why everyone was tense. And Anos. Anos was standing in the center of the entrance hall, 6 feet from James and Lily, hands at his sides, completely still. He hadn't changed. He hadn't braced. He was just there, the way a wall is there, waiting for whatever was going to happen with the infinite patience of someone who had already decided how this would end. Harry walked down the last flight of stairs and crossed the hall. His shoes echoed on the stone. Every lingering student turned to watch. He stopped next to Anos. Lily's breath caught. Harry heard it. A small, sharp intake of air, the kind that people make when they see something that hurts them and they're trying to hide it. Her eyes moved across his face, and Harry could see the recognition hit her. The messy, dark hair, the thin build, the green eyes. He looked like James. He looked like her. He looked like the baby she'd left in a blanket on a doorstep, except now he was 11 and standing in front of her with an expression that had nothing in it that a mother would want to see. "Harry," Lily said, her voice cracked on the second syllable. "Oh, Harry, look at you." Harry said nothing. He looked at her. He looked at James. He waited. James cleared his throat. His hand came out of his pocket and ran through his hair, a gesture that Harry recognized from his own nervous habits and despised himself for sharing. "Hey, mate," James said. The casualness was forced, wooden. Like he'd rehearsed it in front of a mirror and it had sounded better in his head. It's good to see you, both of you." "Is it?" Anno said. "Yeah, it is." James shifted his weight. His eyes went to Anno's and then away quickly, the way a person's eyes skip away from a bright light. "Listen, we know we know it's been a long time, and we know we've got a lot to answer for. That's why we're here. We want to talk, explain things, try to make things right." "Make things right," Harry repeated. The words came out flat, even, like stones dropped onto a table. "We didn't want to leave you." Lily's voice was shaking now, not dramatically, not the kind of theatrical trembling that comes with rehearsed apologies. This was real, muscle deep, the shaking of a woman whose body was betraying the composure she'd spent hours constructing. "You have to understand that, Harry. We didn't want to. But you did. Dumbledore told us you were in danger, that keeping you in our home would put all of you at risk. Charles was the target of every remaining Death Eater in the country. We had to protect him, and Dumbledore said the safest option was—" "I know what Dumbledore said." Harry's voice didn't rise, it didn't harden, it stayed exactly where it was, which was somehow worse. Flat, controlled. The voice of someone who had spent years processing this exact conversation and had already drained every drop of emotion out of it. "He said we were squibs. He said our magical cores were burned out. He said we'd be liabilities. He said the Dursleys were the safest place for us." Lily flinched. "He was wrong. We know that now. We can see that now. You're here at Hogwarts and you're clearly not squibs," Harry finished. "No, we're not, so come home." Lily took a step forward. Her hands were reaching out, and there were tears on her face now, actual tears running down actual cheeks, and her voice was raw and open in a way that would have broken most children in half. "Please, Harry, come home. We'll fix this. We'll make it up to you. Both of you. However long it takes, whatever we need to do." Something in Harry's chest twisted, hard, like a hand reaching in and wringing out his lungs. Because the thing about Lily Potter's tears was that they were real. She wasn't performing, she wasn't manipulating. She was standing in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, crying in front of students and staff, because she had thrown her sons away and she wanted them back. And it would have been so easy to say yes, to walk forward, to let her hold him. To pretend that 10 years of Privet Drive, 10 years of waking up in a house where nobody loved him, 10 years of building himself from nothing while his parents raised a hero 300 miles away, could be erased by a hug and an apology. It would have been so easy. "No," Harry said. The word hit the entrance hall like a stone hitting water. Ripples of silence spread outward. The lingering students went still. Charles, behind his parents, uncrossed his arms. James's hand stopped midway through his hair. "No," Lily whispered, "you don't get to come back." Harry's voice was steady. His hands were steady. Everything about him was steady because he had been building toward this moment for years, and he was not going to shake. "You don't get to show up after 10 years and say sorry and expect it to mean something. You left us. You chose to leave us. Not because someone held a wand to your head, because a man you trusted told you it was the right thing to do, and you believed him, and you didn't fight hard enough to find out if he was wrong. Harry, please. I grew up in a house where the people taking care of me were terrified of my brother. That's why I was fed, that's why I had clean clothes. Not because anyone loved me, because Vernon and Petunia Dursley were afraid of what would happen if they didn't. Do you know what that's like, growing up knowing that the only reason you're being treated like a human being is fear?" Lily was crying openly now. James had gone white. His hand had fallen to his side and his jaw was clenched so tight the muscles in his neck were standing out. We didn't know, James said. His voice was hoarse. We thought Dumbledore said they'd take care of you, he said. Dumbledore says a lot of things. Harry looked at his father, looked him dead in the eyes. James's eyes were hazel, not green, not like Harry's, not like Lily's. A different color entirely, and Harry was glad about that. Glad that at least one part of his face didn't come from these people. You're a grown man, Harry said. You had a wand, a fortune, and a house full of friends, and you let an old man talk you into abandoning your children. That's not Dumbledore's failure. That's yours. James's mouth opened, closed, nothing came out. He looked at Lily. Lily was staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts devastation and recognition because she could see it. She could see herself in his eyes, the same green, the same sharpness. The same unflinching directness that she'd always been proud of in herself turned back on her like a mirror. Harry, Lily's voice was barely audible. I'm your mother. You gave birth to me, Harry said. That's not the same thing. The entrance hall was dead silent. Somewhere on the staircase, a first year dropped a book and the sound echoed off every wall. Nobody picked it up. Charles stepped forward. He'd been quiet the whole time, watching, his face cycling through confusion and anger and something that might have been guilt. He was 11 years old and he was watching his parents get taken apart by a brother he'd never met, and he didn't know what to do with any of it. Oi, Charles said. That's enough. They're trying to apologize. You don't have to be such a... Charles. Anos spoke for the first time since Harry had arrived, one word, just the name, but it landed with enough weight to shut the boy's mouth mid-sentence. Charles looked at Anos, and whatever he saw in those dark, still eyes made him take a step back, not a big step. Just enough to put 6 more inches of air between himself and the thing that was looking at him. This conversation doesn't involve you, Anos said. Step back. Charles stepped back. He didn't decide to. His body just did it, the way Vernon Dursley's body had picked up 2 bundles from a doorstep 9 years ago. Anos looked at James and Lily. I'll be brief, Anos said, because unlike Harry, I don't have anything I need to say to you. You failed, not as a wizard or a war hero or a public figure. As parents, the most fundamental responsibility a human being can hold, the care and protection of their children, and you handed it off to a man with a theory and a bag of sweets. James tried to speak. You don't understand the situation we were. I understand the situation perfectly. Anos didn't raise his voice. He never raised his voice. That was the thing about Anos. The quieter he got, the more dangerous the words became. On November 1st, 1981, Albus Dumbledore sat between your hospital beds and told you that your 2 eldest sons were magically worthless. He provided no evidence. He conducted no tests. He offered a diagnosis based on nothing but his own narrative convenience, and you accepted it, without question, without seeking a second opinion, without the basic parental instinct to say prove it. Lily was shaking her head. We were scared. You know who had just... You were scared, so you chose comfort over investigation. You chose to believe the version of events that required the least effort from you. 1 special child who needed your total attention, and 2 broken ones who could be stored elsewhere. Clean, simple, convenient. That's not fair, James said. Nothing about this is fair. Anos took 1 step forward, just 1. The distance between him and the Potters closed by 18 inches, and James flinched like he'd been slapped. You abandoned a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. You left them with people who hated magic, who hated your wife's memory, who would have starved them if I hadn't intervened. And you did it because it was easier than questioning the man you trusted. You intervened, James said. What do you mean, intervened? I mean that from the age of 2, I raised your son. I fed him. I protected him. I taught him. I sat with him when he cried at night because he couldn't understand why his parents didn't want him. I built him a life out of nothing while you built Charles a shrine. The silence that followed was the kind that has weight, physical weight. You could feel it pressing against your chest. James Potter looked like a man who had just been shown a photograph of himself doing something terrible. The color had left his face entirely. His hands were at his sides, fingers slightly curled, and he was staring at Anos with the expression of someone who has just realized that the worst thing they've ever done is worse than they thought. Lily had stopped crying. That was somehow more disturbing than the tears. Her face had gone blank. Wiped clean. The tears were still on her cheeks, but no new ones were falling, and her eyes had the empty, shell-shocked quality of a person absorbing a blow so severe that the body shuts down the emotional response just to survive it. "I want to make this permanent," Ano said. "I don't want meetings, I don't want letters, I don't want owls or intermediaries or Dumbledore brokering reconciliation attempts. Harry and I will live our lives, you will live yours, the two will not intersect." "You can't decide that for him," James said. There was a last, desperate edge to his voice, the voice of a man reaching for the one argument he thought might hold. "He's your brother, not your child, he has a right to, ask him." Anos looked at Harry. "Harry, what do you want?" Every eye in the entrance hall moved to Harry Potter. He stood there, 11 years old, messy black hair, green eyes, Slytherin robes, a wand in his sleeve that channeled destructive magic, hands at his sides that could conjure black fire, and a face that was doing everything it could to stay composed while the ground underneath him cracked. He looked at Lily. He looked at James. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry. He wanted to break something, a wall, a window, the entire entrance hall if he had to, anything to let out the pressure that had been building in his chest since he was 6 years old and Anos had told him the truth. He didn't do any of those things. "I want you to leave me alone," Harry said. "I want you to walk away and not come back. I don't want your apology. I don't want your house. I don't want your name. The only family I have is standing next to me, and he didn't need a prophecy or a headmaster's permission to decide I was worth keeping." His voice cracked on the last word, just barely. A hairline fracture in the composure he'd been holding together with everything he had. He clenched his jaw and swallowed hard, and the crack sealed itself, but everyone heard it. Everyone in that hall heard the 11-year-old boy's voice break on the word keeping and knew exactly what it meant. Lily made a sound, not a word, a sound. The sound a person makes when something inside them gives way. James reached for her. She let him. They stood there, the hero and his wife, the famous Potters, the darlings of the wizarding world, and they looked like two people who had just been told that the thing they'd done wrong was unfixable. "Zect," Anos said. The word was spoken quietly, almost casually, but the air in the entrance hall changed the instant it left his mouth. The temperature shifted, the light dimmed, the stone floor beneath their feet hummed with a vibration that students felt in their teeth. A circle of golden light appeared on the ground between Anos and the Potters. It was 3 feet in diameter, perfectly round, inscribed with symbols that didn't belong to any alphabet the wizarding world used. They were older, deeper. Characters from a language that predated Latin, predated runes, predated the written word entirely, contract magic. Zect, the power to bind living beings to absolute, unbreakable agreements through the inscription of their intent onto the fabric of reality itself. "This is a contract," Anos said. "Not a suggestion, not a negotiation. A binding magical agreement enforced at the level of origin. If you accept it, you will be physically unable to approach Harry within a distance of 100 meters, send him correspondence of any kind, or communicate with him through any intermediary, magical or otherwise. The contract is permanent. There is no counterspell. There is no loophole." "You can't do this," James said. His voice had changed. The guilt was still there, but underneath it, anger was building, the anger of a man being told what to do with his own child. "We're his parents. You can't magically block us from. You stopped being his parents on November 2nd, 1981. Anos looked at James with those dark, ancient eyes. "You made that choice. I'm making it legal." "This is dark magic," James said. "This is contract magic. It doesn't care about light or dark. It cares about intent, and my intent is very clear." James looked at Lily. Lily looked at James. Something passed between them, the wordless communication of a married couple who had been through a war together and knew how to read each other's faces. "And if we refuse?" James asked. "You can refuse," Anos said. "The contract requires willing participation. I cannot force it on you. But if you refuse, I want you to understand something very clearly." He paused. The golden circle pulsed. If you refuse and you attempt to contact Harry or influence his life or use your political power or Dumbledore's to force a reunion, I will respond. Not with words, not with lawyers. Not with the Wisengamot. I will respond with the full weight of what I am. And James, you have no idea what I am. The entrance hall was so quiet that Harry could hear his own pulse. James Potter was a brave man. He'd fought in a war. He'd defied Voldemort 3 times. He'd stood in front of a dark lord and cast spells while his family cowered behind him. Bravery was the thing James Potter had in greatest supply. But standing in that entrance hall, looking at the 13-year-old boy who had raised his abandoned sons, who had set a Sorting Hat on fire with his presence, who spoke about the fabric of reality the way other people talked about the weather, James Potter did not feel brave. "We'll sign." Lily said. James looked at her. "We'll sign," she repeated. Her voice was dead, flat, emptied. "We did this. We have to live with it." "Lily, James." She took his hand, squeezed it. "We have to live with it." James's jaw worked. His eyes were wet, not crying, not yet. But right there at the edge, the way Harry's had been moments ago, the way the whole family's eyes seemed to be built for holding tears right at the rim without letting them fall. "Okay," James said. The word came out broken, split down the middle. "Okay." They both stepped into the circle. The golden light flared. The symbols on the floor moved, rotating, rearranging, locking into a new configuration. Harry felt the magic pass through the hall like a wave of heat from an opening door. Deep, absolute, final, the contract bound itself to James and Lily Potter. It sank into their magical cores, weaving itself into the structure of their being. Not a curse, not a hex, something more fundamental. A rewriting of their relationship to reality itself, embedding the terms of the agreement so deeply that their bodies would enforce the distance even if their minds forgot. The golden circle faded. The symbols vanished. The light returned to normal. It was done. Lily was crying again. Silently this time, no sound, just tears running down her face and dropping onto her green robes, darkening the fabric. James had his arm around her, holding her up, and his own face was a ruin. "Let's go," Harry said to Anos. They turned. They walked away. Across the entrance hall, past the lingering students who parted for them like water, toward the stairs that led down to the Slytherin dungeons. Harry didn't look back. He wanted to. Every part of him wanted to turn around and look at the woman with his eyes who was crying in the entrance hall. But he didn't, because looking back would have cracked him open, and he couldn't crack open here, not in public, not in front of people. They reached the Slytherin common room. It was empty. Most students were still at dinner or milling around the upper floors, gossiping about the scene in the entrance hall. The green lamps cast their usual cold light. The lake pressed against the windows. The fire burned low. They walked past the common room and into the dormitory corridor. Their room was at the end, 4 poster beds with green curtains, trunks at the foot, the wardrobe, the desk, everything exactly where it always was. Anos closed the door. Harry made it 3 steps into the room before his knees gave out. He didn't fall, not completely. He caught himself on the edge of his bed, one hand gripping the frame, the other pressed flat against the mattress. His body folded at the waist, bending forward like something had hit him in the stomach. His breathing changed, fast, shallow. The kind of breathing that comes right before the thing you've been holding back breaks through. "Harry," Anos said from behind him, and Harry cried, not the way adults cry, controlled and dignified, tears wiped away with a handkerchief and a composed expression. Not the way he'd cried when he was 6, and Anos had told him the truth, which had been loud and confused and hadn't understood itself. This was different. This was the crying of a boy who had just looked his mother in the face and told her to leave and meant it. And now the cost of meaning it was coming due. He slid off the edge of the bed and sat on the floor with his back against the frame and his knees pulled up to his chest. The tears came in waves, his body shook. His hands were in his hair, gripping, pulling like he was trying to hold his head together. His breaths came in gasps, each one catching in his throat, hitching, restarting. He tried to talk. It came out in pieces. She was right there. "And I told her to go. I told my mum to go." You told the woman who abandoned you to respect the boundary you set. Those are different things. She was crying, Anos. She was standing right there crying, and you protected yourself. That's what you did. It doesn't feel like that. Harry's voice was wrecked, raw, the words scraped against his throat like sandpaper. It feels like I broke something. Anos sat down on the floor next to his brother, not on the bed, not in a chair, on the cold stone floor right beside him, close enough that their shoulders were touching. He didn't put his arm around Harry, he didn't pull him into a hug. He just sat there, shoulder to shoulder, and let his presence do what it always did, be the wall, be the thing that doesn't move. You didn't break anything, Anos said quietly. What was broken happened 10 years ago. What you did today was decide not to pretend it was whole. Harry pressed his forehead against his knees, his shoulders heaved. The tears soaked through the fabric of his trousers and left dark spots on the stone beneath him. The dormitory was quiet except for the sound of an 11-year-old boy crying and the distant hum of the castle's ancient heartbeat. I wanted her to fight harder, Harry said. His voice was muffled against his knees. When Dumbledore told them to give us up, I wanted her to say no, to fight him. To tell him he was wrong. She's supposed to be brave. Everyone says she's brave, the Gryffindor war hero, but she just let him. She did. And I hate her for it. And I feel terrible for hating her because she's my mum and you're supposed to love your mum, and I don't know if I love her or hate her or both, and I can't figure out which one is worse. Both, Anos said. Both is worse, but both is also honest. Harry lifted his head. His face was blotchy. His eyes were swollen. Tears and snot and the raw, ugly evidence of someone who had been holding it together for years and had just run out of holding. Does it ever stop hurting? Harry asked. Anos looked at his brother. The boy with the messy hair and the green eyes and the wand that channeled destruction. The boy he'd raised from infancy in a house that smelled like bleach and fear. The boy he'd taught to make fire with his bare hands, who had killed a mountain troll to protect a girl he barely knew, who had just stood in front of the entire school and told his parents to leave with a composure that most adults couldn't have managed. I don't know, Anos said. It was the most honest answer he had. He was the demon king of tyranny. He had lived for thousands of years. He had conquered worlds and destroyed gods and remade the rules of reality. But he didn't know if it ever stopped hurting when your parents gave you away, because this was the first time he'd had parents who mattered enough to hurt him. But I know this, he continued. You stood in front of them and you didn't lie, you didn't pretend. You said exactly what was true and you did it without cruelty. You could have been vicious, you weren't. You were honest. That takes more strength than anything I've ever taught you. Harry looked at him. His eyes were red and puffy and his breathing was still uneven, and he looked in that moment exactly like what he was. A kid, just a kid. 11 years old, sitting on a cold floor, wishing the world was different. You're my brother, Harry said, quiet, certain. Like he was confirming something that didn't need confirming, but he needed to hear it out loud anyway. Always, Anos said. Harry leaned sideways. His shoulder pressed against Anos's, his head tilted until it rested against his brother's arm. It was a small gesture. The kind of thing that little kids do without thinking and older kids stop doing because they decide it's not cool anymore. Harry had passed through that phase and come out the other side, where the gesture meant more because he'd chosen it deliberately. They sat there on the cold stone floor of the Slytherin dormitory while the lake pressed against the windows and the castle hummed around them. Two brothers, one who had lived for millennia and one who had lived for 11 years. One who could destroy the world and one who could barely destroy a matchstick, though he was getting better at it. The door opened 20 minutes later. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway. She looked at Harry on the floor. Red eyes, blotchy face, tear tracks. She looked at Anos beside him, shoulder to shoulder, silent and steady. She took in the scene with those sharp blue eyes and understood it in about half a second. She didn't ask if he was okay. She didn't offer sympathy. She didn't say a single word. She walked in, sat down on Harry's other side and placed a chocolate frog on his knee. Harry looked at the frog. He looked at Daphne. She was staring straight ahead, her expression perfectly neutral, as if sitting on the floor of a boys' dormitory with a crying classmate was something she did every Tuesday. Harry laughed. It was a small, broken, wet sound, half sob, half laugh. The kind of noise that comes out when your body can't decide which emotion to go with and just picks both. He picked up the chocolate frog. He ate it. It tasted like chocolate and salt because his face was still wet. "Thanks," he said. "You're welcome," Daphne said. She still wasn't looking at him. The three of them sat on the floor. The lake glowed green through the windows. The castle breathed, and Harry Potter, for the first time in a very long time, didn't feel alone. The Hogwarts Express left on a Saturday morning in December, packed with students heading home for the winter holidays. Harry watched it go from the window of the Slytherin common room, the scarlet engine shrinking against the white landscape until it disappeared behind the mountains. He and Anos were staying. Daphne had left that morning. She'd found him at breakfast, placed a wrapped package next to his plate without explanation, and said, "Don't open it until Christmas," in a voice that made it clear the instruction was non-negotiable. Then she'd said goodbye, which for Daphne meant a nod and exactly 1 second of eye contact, and she'd walked out of the great hall with Tracy Davis, trunk floating behind her. Harry had put the package in his trunk. He hadn't shaken it. He'd thought about shaking it. The castle was nearly empty now. A handful of students from each house had stayed behind, plus the staff. The corridors echoed in a way they didn't during term. Every footstep bounced off stone and came back louder, making the whole place feel like something that had been abandoned rather than emptied. It was the perfect time to leave. Tonight, Anos said, they were in the dormitory. Midday. The other beds were stripped and empty, their occupants long gone on the train. Weak winter sunlight came through the lake windows, casting shifting green patterns on the ceiling. The ministry, Harry asked, the Department of Mysteries, specifically the Hall of Prophecies. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. He'd known this was coming. Ever since the conversation about Dumbledore's reliance on the prophecy. Ever since the sorting hat, and the confrontation in the office, and the slow, mounting understanding that their entire existence had been shaped by words spoken before they were born. He'd known that Anos would go after the prophecy itself. "Walk me through it," Harry said. "The Ministry of Magic is located beneath London. The main entrance is a telephone box on a side street near Whitehall. The staff entrance is through a series of enchanted flues. Both are monitored, warded, and logged. Every person who enters or exits is tracked, so we're not using the entrance. We're not using the entrance." Anos pulled something from his pocket, a small, folded piece of parchment. He opened it and laid it flat on the bed. It was a floor plan. Not the official kind that you'd find in a building registry. This was drawn from memory, in Anos's precise hand, based on information he'd extracted from the castle's own ward matrix over the past 3 months. Hogwarts, as it turned out, was connected to the ministry through a network of ancient magical conduits that predated both institutions, and those conduits carried structural data that a mind like Anos's could read like a book. The Department of Mysteries is on level 9, the deepest level. Below the courtrooms, below the administrative offices, below everything. It's accessible only through a single black door at the end of a corridor that has no other exits. The corridor itself is warded with confundus fields, misdirection enchantments, and a rotating spatial distortion that changes the layout every 12 hours. So even if you get to the right floor, you can't find the door, correct, unless you can teleport directly to the other side of it. GATM, origin teleportation, the ability to move through space by rewriting your physical coordinates at the fundamental level, not apparition, which compressed the body through a narrow channel of bent space and sometimes left pieces behind if you did it wrong. GATM was absolute. You were here, then you were there, no channel, no compression, no sound. The universe simply agreed that you had always been standing in the new location. "I'll anchor to you," Anos said. "Your body will be carried through my displacement field. You won't feel anything. One moment we'll be here. The next we'll be inside the department. And the wards, The ministry's wards are designed to detect apparition signatures, flu connections, and portkey activations. GATM doesn't register on any of those systems because it doesn't use any of those mechanisms. We'll pass through their entire defensive matrix without triggering a single alarm. Harry looked at the floor plan. The Department of Mysteries was a series of circular rooms connected by doors that rotated. The Hall of Prophecies was marked at the far end, behind 4 other chambers. Each chamber had its own designation, written in Anos's neat script. Time, space, thought, death, what's in those other rooms? Harry asked. Research. The unspeakables study the fundamental forces of magic. Time turners in the time room, brain specimens in the thought room. An archway in the death room that functions as a one-way portal to whatever exists after life ends. Cheery. The Department of Mysteries is not designed to be cheery. It's designed to contain things that the ministry doesn't want the public to know about. The prophecies are the most politically sensitive, thousands of glass orbs, each one containing a recorded prediction. Access is restricted to the subject of the prophecy and the keeper of the hall, and we're neither. We're neither. But the access wards are keyed to magical identity, not physical proximity. The prophecy concerning the Potters will respond to anyone with Potter blood, which includes you. Harry nodded slowly. So I'm the key. You're the key, I'm the locksmith. That night at 11:40, Harry stood in the center of the empty Slytherin dormitory in dark clothes and trainers. His wand was in his sleeve. His hands were loose at his sides. His heart was beating faster than he wanted it to, a steady drum in his chest that he couldn't quite bring to heel. He wasn't scared. He'd faced a mountain troll 3 weeks ago and burned it down with black fire. He'd stood in front of his parents and told them to leave. He'd survived 11 years under the protection of the demon king of tyranny. Fear was something he understood, something he'd learned to manage, to use, but this was different. This was the Ministry of Magic, the seat of wizarding government. They were about to break into the most restricted area in the entire building and destroy a prophecy that had shaped the last decade of British magical history. Ready? Anos asked. Yeah, close your eyes. Harry closed his eyes. The displacement was instant. There was no sensation. No pulling, no squeezing, no discomfort. One heartbeat he was standing on stone in the Hogwarts dungeons, and the next heartbeat the ground under his feet was different, smoother, colder. The air changed too. It went from the damp, organic smell of the lake to something clinical and stale, like a room that had been sealed for a very long time. Harry opened his eyes. They were in a corridor. Black, completely black. The walls, the floor, the ceiling were all made from a material that absorbed light, so dark it felt less like a color and more like a void. The corridor was maybe 50 feet long, lit by a single torch at the far end that burned blue instead of orange. The flame didn't flicker. It didn't move at all. It just sat there, a cold blue point in the darkness like an eye. The Department of Mysteries, Anos said. His voice was quiet, not a whisper. Just quiet, the way you'd speak in a cathedral or a tomb. Harry took a breath. The air was thin, old. The kind of air that had been recycled so many times it barely remembered what fresh tasted like. They walked. The black door was at the end of the corridor, exactly where the floor plan said it would be. It was featureless. No handle, no lock, no markings. Just a flat slab of black material set into the wall, indistinguishable from the surface around it, except for a hairline gap that outlined its edges. Anos touched it with one finger. The door opened. Beyond it was a circular room. The walls were lined with identical doors, 12 of them, evenly spaced, all the same deep blue. The floor was polished stone. The ceiling was high and lost in shadow. In the center of the room, the air shimmered slightly, like heat haze over tarmac. The doors began to rotate. The wall spun. Not fast. A slow, grinding revolution that moved all 12 doors counterclockwise, blurring the marks Harry had been trying to use as reference points. After 5 seconds, the rotation stopped. All 12 doors looked exactly the same. Spatial confusion ward, Harry said. Can't tell which door you came through. Can't tell which door leads where, Anos corrected. He scanned the room with his perception active, the faint violet glow behind his eyes. The rotation randomizes the connections. Each door links to a different chamber, but the linkage changes every time the room spins. A visitor could spend hours opening doors and never find the same room twice. How do we find the Hall of Prophecies? We don't need to find it. I can feel it. Anos turned to face one specific door. The fourth from the left of where they'd entered, assuming Harry had counted correctly before the spin. Thousands of magical objects in a concentrated space. The combined resonance is significant, this way. He pushed the door open. It swung silently on invisible hinges. The room beyond was not the Hall of Prophecies. It was the time room. Clocks covered every surface. The walls, the shelves, the tables. Hundreds of clocks of every size ticking in and out of sync, creating a layered sound that was almost rhythmic but never quite settled into a pattern. Grandfather clocks stood against the walls like soldiers. Pocket watches hung from chains in clusters. A massive hourglass sat in the center of the room, taller than Harry, filled with something that wasn't sand. It was light. Golden, shimmering light that fell from the upper chamber to the lower in a steady stream, and time felt wrong in here. Harry couldn't explain it better than that. The air was thick with something that made his skin crawl, a sense that the present moment was thinner here, that the past and future were pressing in from both sides, trying to bleed through. "Don't touch anything," Anos said. "The temporal fields in this room are active." Physical contact with certain objects could cause localized time displacement. Meaning you could touch a clock and lose 6 hours, or gain them. The unspeakables experiment with controlled temporal manipulation. The time turners are stored here. Harry kept his hands firmly at his sides. They crossed the time room without incident and exited through a door on the far side. The next room was the thought room. Long and low-ceilinged, filled with glass tanks that glowed a faint green. Inside the tanks, floating in some kind of liquid, were brains. Human brains. Dozens of them, pale and veined, drifting slowly in their containers. Tendrils of something that looked like thread trailed from each brain, weaving through the liquid in patterns that were almost but not quite intentional. "Thoughts," Anos said, without breaking stride. "Harvested and preserved, the unspeakables study the physical structure of magical cognition." Each brain belonged to a witch or wizard who donated their consciousness to research after death. That's horrifying. That's science. The ethics are questionable. The methodology is sound. You sound like you approve. I don't disapprove of the research. I disapprove of hiding it in a basement and pretending it doesn't exist. They passed through the thought room. The next door opened into a vast, dark chamber that Harry felt before he saw. The air changed. It got heavier. Colder. The ambient magic shifted from the sterile, controlled feeling of the research rooms to something raw. Old, grieving, the death room. It was an amphitheater. Stone benches descended in concentric circles toward a raised stone platform at the center. On the platform stood an archway. Rough-hewn stone, ancient, crumbling at the edges. A tattered black veil hung in the archway, moving in a breeze that didn't exist. And from behind the veil, voices, faint, whispering, hundreds of them, all speaking at once, too quiet to understand, too persistent to ignore. Harry stopped walking. He could hear them, individual voices almost, like standing outside a room where a crowd was talking. Words that were almost words, sounds that were almost sounds. The boundary between life and death, hanging in a stone archway in a basement in London, covered by a ragged curtain. "Don't listen." Anos said. His hand was on Harry's shoulder. Firm, grounding. The archway is a threshold. The voices are real, but they're not speaking to you. They're speaking to each other. The dead have their own conversations. Eavesdropping on them is not recommended. Harry tore his eyes away. It took effort. The veil had a pull to it, a gentle gravitational tug on his attention that made him want to lean closer, to listen harder, to step just a little bit forward. "That thing is dangerous," Harry said. "That thing is the most dangerous object in this building. It's also the only one that can't be weaponized or controlled. The Ministry keeps it because they don't know how to destroy it, and they're too afraid to try." They left the death room through a side passage that Harry hadn't noticed until Anos pointed it out. A narrow corridor unlit cut through raw stone. The air smelled like dust and wax, and then they were there, the Hall of Prophecies. Harry had expected something grand. A cathedral of shelves, maybe, or a vault with golden doors. What he got was a warehouse. A massive, dimly lit warehouse with rows of shelving that stretched from floor to ceiling and disappeared into darkness in every direction. The shelves were metal, industrial, utilitarian, and on every shelf, packed tight as sardines, were glass orbs, thousands of them, tens of thousands. Small, smoky glass spheres, each one sitting on a metal bracket with a yellowed label underneath. They glowed faintly, each one producing its own dim light, so the cumulative effect was like standing in a field of very weak stars. Harry walked between the shelves. The orbs hummed softly. Not a sound exactly, a vibration, like being inside a beehive if the bees were whispers. Row 97, Anos said, already walking. He'd found the numbering system within seconds and was navigating the shelves with the confidence of someone walking through their own home. They passed row after row, 89, 90, 91. The labels on the orbs held names and dates and sometimes fragments of text. Some of them were cracked, some were dark, the prophecy inside them either fulfilled or expired. Most just sat there, glowing, waiting for the person they were about to come and collect them. Row 97, Anos stopped. He was standing in front of a shelf at chest height, looking at a single orb that sat slightly apart from the others. The label beneath it was old, the ink had faded. But Harry could still read it, SBT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Unknown Potter. Harry stared at it, the prophecy. The thing that had decided his entire life. The reason Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. The reason Dumbledore declared Charles the hero. The reason James and Lily abandoned their two eldest sons to a pair of terrified muggles in Surrey. All of it, every single piece of the mess that had defined Harry's existence, traced back to this one small glass ball sitting on a metal shelf in a dark room under London. "Pick it up," Anos said. Harry reached out, his fingers wrapped around the orb. It was warm, much warmer than the air. The glass hummed against his palm, recognizing his blood, granting access. A voice emerged, thin, ghostly. The recorded voice of Sybil Trelawney, Hogwarts divination professor, speaking in a tone that was nothing like her usual breathy, theatrical manner. This voice was flat, distant, mechanical. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." The voice faded. The orb went dim. Harry held it in his hand. It was just glass, warm glass, light enough to throw, small enough to fit in a pocket, and the words it contained had rewritten the lives of everyone he knew. "Born as the seventh month dies," Harry said quietly. "That's July. Charles and I were both born at the end of July." As was Neville Longbottom, Anos said, "The prophecy is deliberately vague. It could apply to any of you. Dumbledore chose Charles because Charles had a scar and the scar fit his narrative, but the prophecy itself never named a specific child." Harry turned the orb in his hands. "And the part about the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, Dumbledore assumed that meant the scar. A scar that was caused by a piece of wood, not by Voldemort. So the whole thing is built on a wrong assumption. The whole thing is built on the assumption that prophecies are absolute. That the future is fixed, that because a woman in a trance spoke these words, reality is obligated to make them true." Anos looked at the orb in Harry's hand. "I disagree. You disagree with fate. I reject it. Fate is a story that frightened people tell themselves to make the world feel less random. A prophecy is a prediction. Predictions can be wrong, they can be incomplete, they can be misinterpreted, and in some cases they can be erased." Harry looked at him. "Erased. Give me the orb." Harry placed it in Anos's hand. Anos held the prophecy orb at eye level. He looked at it the way he looked at everything that stood in the way of something he cared about, not with anger, not with contempt. With the calm, measured assessment of someone who had already decided that the thing in front of him was going to stop existing and was now working out the most efficient way to make that happen, his eyes changed, not violet, not the perception mode he'd used in the death room. Red. The deep, ancient red of the demon eyes of ruin. The eyes that could see the source of all things and unmake them. The eyes that had disintegrated a killing curse when he was 2 years old, that had shattered Snape's legilimency, that had broken Gringotts' 1,200-year-old wards by existing near them. He looked at the prophecy, not at the glass, not at the recording, at the concept. The actual abstract concept of the prophecy. The idea that these words had power, that they could bind the future, that they could dictate who lived and who died and who was abandoned on a doorstep. He looked at the thing that had ruined his brother's childhood and decided, with the absolute authority of the demon king of tyranny, that it was no longer allowed to exist. The orb didn't shatter. It didn't crack. It didn't explode. It erased. The glass turned transparent. Then the transparency spread inward, eating the smoke, the glow, the warmth. The recorded voice that lived inside the orb, the magical imprint of Trelawney's words, dissolved, not just the recording, the prediction itself. The conceptual connection between the words and reality, the thread that linked the prophecy to the people it described, the abstract framework that the wizarding world called fate, all of it came apart at the fundamental level. The demon eyes didn't destroy the orb. They destroyed the meaning inside it. They burned the prophecy out of the fabric of reality itself, the way you'd erase a word from a page so thoroughly that even the indent of the pen was gone. The empty glass shell sat in Anos's palm for a moment. Then it crumbled into dust. Fine, white, meaningless dust that trickled through his fingers and fell to the floor of the Hall of Prophecies. The air changed. Harry felt it. A tension that he hadn't even been aware of, a background pressure that had been there for as long as he could remember, lifted. Like a string that had been pulled taut across his chest for 11 years had been cut. "It's gone," Harry said, completely, not just the recording, the prophecy itself. The causal link between the prediction and reality has been severed. Dumbledore's entire strategic framework was built on the assumption that this prophecy was inevitable. That assumption no longer has a foundation. He'll feel it, won't he? Dumbledore, he'll know something has changed. The prophecy was connected to his monitoring network. He had tracking charms woven into the access wards of this shelf. When they detect that the orb is gone, he'll receive an alert. Anos's eyes had returned to normal. He dusted his hands. But he won't know who did it, and he won't know that the prophecy has been erased rather than stolen. He'll assume someone took it. He'll look for thieves. He won't find any. A sound, distant, the click of a door opening followed by footsteps, multiple sets, fast, coming from the direction of the time room. Unspeakables, Anos said. The surveillance wards in the hall triggered when you touched the orb. They were keyed to detect non-staff contact. How many? 6, armed, moving in a standard sweep formation. Harry drew his wand. The blackthorn wood was hot against his palm, responding to the adrenaline in his blood. His heart rate climbed. His breathing shortened. Training kicked in, the hours of conditioning in the woods behind Privet Drive, the combat drills, the instinct to assess threat, position, and escape route in less than a second. "We don't need to fight all of them," Anos said. "But we need to leave cleanly. No witnesses, no memories. Memory modification. I'll handle that. You handle the first wave." The unspeakables came around the corner of row 94 in a tight formation. 6 of them. Black robes, hoods up, wands drawn. They moved like people who'd trained for this exact scenario, each one covering a different angle, their spacing tight enough to support each other, but wide enough to avoid being taken out by a single spell. The lead unspeakable saw Harry and fired. No warning, no demand to surrender. Just a jet of red light that crossed the distance between them in a blink. Harry sidestepped. The spell hit the shelf behind him and shattered 3 prophecy orbs, glass and smoke and fragments of whispered predictions scattered across the floor. He fired back, not a spell from a textbook. A concentrated bolt of destructive energy channeled through the blackthorn wand, black and sharp, that hit the lead unspeakable in the chest and launched him backward into the shelf behind him. The man hit the metal frame hard enough to dent it and crumpled to the floor. Two more spells came at once. Harry dropped flat. The bolts passed over his head and exploded against a support column. Stone dust rained down. He rolled right, came up on one knee, and fired twice. The first shot caught an unspeakable in the wrist and sent her wand spinning. The second hit another man in the legs and folded him like a chair, 3 down, 3 still standing, and they were good. Professional. One of them had repositioned to flank him while the other 2 maintained suppressive fire. Spells cracked off the shelves and floor around Harry, forcing him to keep moving, keep dodging, never settling into a position long enough to aim properly. He caught a stunning spell on his forearm. Not directly. A graze. But even a graze from a professional-grade stunner made his whole arm go numb from elbow to fingertips. His wand nearly slipped from his deadened fingers. He caught it with his other hand, switched grip, and fired left-handed. The shot went wide. Combat with your offhand was harder than training made it seem, and unspeakable closed the distance. Fast, 5 meters, 4, 3, close enough for hand to hand. Harry saw the spell forming on the man's wand and didn't have time to dodge, so he did the next best thing. He punched the man in the throat. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't the refined demonic martial arts that Anos had spent years teaching him. It was a scrappy, desperate, 11-year-old's punch driven by adrenaline and survival instinct, and it landed square on the unspeakable's windpipe. The man gagged, doubled over, and Harry's knee came up and caught him in the forehead. The unspeakable dropped, 4 down, 2 remaining. The last 2 had pulled back behind a shelf. Harry could hear them breathing. Heavy, fast. The sound of people who had expected to find an intruder and had instead found a fight. Enough, Anos said. He hadn't moved. He'd been standing behind Harry the entire time, watching, letting Harry handle the engagement because Harry needed the experience, and because none of these people posed a genuine threat. Now he stepped forward. He extended one hand, palm open, and the air in the Hall of Prophecies went still. The 2 remaining unspeakables froze, not stunned, not bound, frozen, their muscles locked in place, their eyes stayed open, their minds stayed active, but their bodies simply stopped responding to commands. Anos had seized the motor function of every person in the row, the same technique he'd identified on the troll weeks ago, except refined. Surgical. 6 people, simultaneously paralyzed, without a wand, without an incantation, without visible effort. He walked between the frozen unspeakables the way you'd walk between statues in a museum. He placed one finger on each of their foreheads in turn, and Harry felt the pulse of magic each time. Precise. Controlled. A targeted modification of the last 15 minutes of memory, replacing the actual events with a blank gap that the brain would fill with mundane filler. They had been on patrol. They had checked the hall. Nothing was out of place. They returned to their stations. The last unspeakable's eyes were fixed on Anos as he pressed his finger to the man's forehead. There was terror in those eyes. The kind that went beyond training, beyond experience, beyond anything a career unspeakable had been prepared for. He was looking at something he couldn't explain and couldn't stop and couldn't remember, then the memory faded. The terror left his eyes. They went blank, peaceful, ignorant. Done, Anos said. He released the paralysis. 6 bodies slumped to the floor in various states of unconsciousness, some from Harry's combat, some from the mental modification. They'd wake within the hour. They'd remember nothing. Let's go, Anos said. Harry sheathed his wand. His right arm was still numb from the graze. His knuckles were throbbing from the throat punch. His heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his temples. I hit that bloke in the throat, Harry said. I saw. Is he going to be okay? He'll have a bruised larynx, nothing permanent. Okay, Harry exhaled, long and slow. The adrenaline was starting to fade, leaving behind the shaky, hollow feeling that came after real combat. Okay, let's go home. Anos placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. The contact was brief, grounding. Got him, Anos said. The Department of Mysteries disappeared. The dark shelves, the dim orbs, the unconscious unspeakables, the dust on the floor where a prophecy used to exist. All of it folded away in an instant, replaced by cold stone and green light and the familiar, damp smell of the Slytherin dormitory. Harry sat down on his bed. His legs were shaking. His arm was starting to get feeling back, the numbness replaced by a hot, prickling sensation that made his fingers twitch. He flexed his hand, opened and closed his fist. Everything still worked. You fought well, Anos said. I got hit. You fought 6 trained professionals in a confined space and incapacitated 4 of them in under 90 seconds. Getting grazed once is acceptable. Acceptable. Harry lay back on the mattress and stared at the ceiling. The green light played across the stone. You and Snape should start a club. The acceptable club, for people who are technically complimenting me but making it sound like a bad grade. Get some sleep, Harry. I just broke into the most secure facility in Wizarding Britain, destroyed a prophecy that shaped the last decade of magical history, and punched a government agent in the throat. I don't think sleep is happening anytime soon. Sleep is happening in exactly 4 minutes. Your body is crashing from adrenaline withdrawal, and your magical reserves are at roughly 30%. You'll be unconscious before you finish your next sentence. Harry opened his mouth to argue. His eyes were already closing. The ceiling blurred. The green light softened. The mattress was warm and the pillow was there, and his body, which had spent the last hour running on pure adrenaline and willpower, decided that it was done taking requests. He was asleep in 3 minutes. Anos sat on the edge of his own bed and watched his brother sleep. The boy's face relaxed. His breathing evened. The tension left his shoulders and his hands uncurled from the fists they'd been making without his knowledge, 11 years old. He'd just fought his way through a squad of unspeakables in the most restricted area of the Ministry of Magic. He'd held a prophecy in his hand and watched it turn to dust. He'd taken a hit and kept fighting. He'd punched a grown man in the throat because he didn't have time to think of anything better, the devil wizard. Anos almost smiled. Then he closed his eyes and began planning for whatever Dumbledore would do when he discovered that the prophecy was gone. Because the old man would notice, and the old man would start looking for answers. And when he did, he'd find nothing, and the nothing would terrify him more than any answer could. The game was changing. The board was shifting. And for the first time in a decade, the players who mattered most weren't the ones holding the white pieces. They were the ones who'd flipped the table. June came hot and slow, baking the castle grounds until the grass turned yellow, and the lake shrank to something you could almost see the bottom of if you looked from the right tower. Students lounged under trees, complaining about exams that were already over and counting the days until the train home. The corridors smelled like dust and warm stone, and the particular kind of teenage sweat that accumulated in a building without air conditioning. Harry didn't care about any of that. He was sitting in the common room with Daphne when it started. They'd been playing chess, because that was what they did now. Almost every evening for the last 3 months, ever since Halloween, the board would come out and they'd play and talk and sometimes not talk, which was its own kind of conversation. Harry was still terrible at chess. He was getting less terrible. Daphne said his improvement rate was statistically notable, which he decided to interpret as a compliment. Your knight's exposed, Daphne said. I know. Do you know, or are you saying you know because admitting you didn't notice would be embarrassing? Both. She moved her bishop. Harry's knight died a horrible death. The tiny piece screamed dramatically as it was dragged off the board. I think your pieces hate me, Harry said. Everyone's pieces hate everyone. That's wizard chess. The common room door opened. Anos walked in. He'd been gone since dinner, which wasn't unusual. He disappeared regularly, conducting what Harry had started calling the nightly reconnaissance, which was Anos's habit of walking the castle after dark, scanning wards, tracking magical signatures, and generally doing things that would terrify the staff if they knew about them. But something was different tonight. Anos's posture was the same as always, his face was the same, his walk was the same. But his eyes were doing the thing where they went slightly unfocused, which meant he was processing multiple magical inputs simultaneously, and that only happened when something had changed in the castle's ward matrix. "It's happening," Anos said. Harry set down his chess piece. "When?" "Now." "Quirrell has already passed through the trapdoor on the 3rd floor. He's on his way to the stone." Daphne looked between them. She didn't know the full picture. Harry had told her some of it, enough to trust her with, but not the details about Quirrell and Voldemort. What she knew was that something dangerous was hidden on the 3rd floor, and that Harry and Anos had been watching it all year. "Go," Daphne said. "No hesitation, no questions." She moved her queen to protect Harry's abandoned king, and looked at the board like the game was the only thing that mattered. But her hand was tight around the piece, and her jaw was set in that way it got when she was worried and refusing to show it. Harry stood up. He looked at her. There was something he wanted to say, something that sat in his chest and pushed at the back of his throat, but this wasn't the time, and she would have told him that herself if he'd tried. "I'll be back," he said. "You'd better be." They moved through the castle quickly, not running. Running attracted attention, and the last thing they needed was a prefect or a teacher asking why 2 Slytherin students were sprinting through the corridors at 10:30 at night. They walked with purpose, cutting through the shortcuts that Anos had mapped over the year, and reached the 3rd floor corridor in under 4 minutes. The door to the forbidden corridor was already open. A massive 3-headed dog was visible inside, slumped on the floor, each of its 3 mouths hanging open, drool pooling on the stone. An enchanted harp sat in the corner, playing a soft lullaby that kept the beast unconscious. "Fluffy," Harry said. Hagrid named it Fluffy. Of course he did. Anos stepped over one of the dog's massive paws. A trapdoor was open in the floor behind the dog's body, leading down into darkness. The 3-headed dog stirred. One of its 6 nostrils twitched. A low rumble started in the middle head's chest, the kind of sound that usually preceded something with very large teeth trying to eat you. Anos looked at the dog, just looked. The rumble stopped. All 3 heads pressed flat against the floor. The massive body contracted, pulling its paws in, making itself smaller. The middle head whimpered. The left head covered its eyes with a paw. The right head turned away entirely, like a child trying to pretend it couldn't see the monster in the room. A 12-foot, 3-headed Cerberus, one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence, had just tried to hide from a 13-year-old boy. "Down," Anos said. They dropped through the trapdoor. The fall was short. They landed on something soft and springy that immediately began to move. Tendrils wrapped around Harry's ankles, his wrists, creeping up his legs with the slow, deliberate grip of something that intended to digest him. Devil's snare. Harry raised one hand, palm flat, and released a burst of geo-grays. The black fire hit the plant, and it recoiled like it had been jabbed with a hot poker. The tendrils released him instantly, shriveling away from the destructive energy. The entire mass of Devil's snare retreated to the edges of the pit, leaving a clear path to the door below. "That used to take me 28 seconds, Harry said, shaking a tendril off his shoe. "Now it's about 1. Progress is measurable." The next chamber held flying keys, hundreds of them, bright and metallic, swarming near the ceiling like a flock of deranged birds. A broomstick leaned against the far wall. A heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned lock stood on the opposite side. Anos didn't take the broomstick. He didn't look at the keys. He walked to the door, placed his palm flat against the lock, and applied pressure at the atomic level. The internal mechanism of the lock rearranged itself, pins shifted, tumblers rotated. The lock clicked open in 2 seconds. "That was supposed to test seeker reflexes," Harry said. "Charles would have loved it. Charles isn't here." They passed through a giant chessboard. Human-sized pieces carved from stone, standing in formation on black and white tiles. The white pieces turned to face them as they crossed the threshold. A white pawn drew its sword. Anos walked across the board, straight through. The white pieces didn't move, not because they chose not to. Because they couldn't. The ambient magical pressure that Anos exerted simply by existing in a space had locked the enchantments that animated them. The chess pieces stood frozen, swords raised, mouths open mid-battle cry, while a 13-year-old boy strolled between them with his hands in his pockets. Harry followed, stepping around a petrified knight whose stone horse had one hoof raised and would never bring it down. Daphne would have enjoyed this one, Harry said. She would have won in 6 moves. She wins everything in 6 moves. The next room smelled awful. A mountain troll, already unconscious, lay face down on the floor in a pool of its own drool, bigger than the one Harry had killed on Halloween. Its club was wedged under its body, and one of its legs was twitching in what was probably a dream about hitting things. Quirrell's already dealt with this one, Anno said. He's ahead of us by approximately 12 minutes. They stepped over the troll and through the next door, flames erupted. A wall of fire, purple on one side, black on the other, blocking both the forward and backward passages. A table in the center held 7 bottles of varying sizes and a scroll of parchment with a logic puzzle written in neat copperplate. Harry picked up the scroll and read it. Ingredients, positions, clues about which bottle was poison, which was wine, and which would let you pass through the flames. He worked through the logic in his head. Third from the left, Harry said. The small round one. Correct, though the quantity is insufficient for 2 people. So I drink it and you just walk through fire. Fire is a chemical reaction. I can suppress chemical reactions within my immediate vicinity by reducing the kinetic energy of the participating molecules. Anos stepped into the black flames. They parted around him like water around a hull. He walked through without a single thread of his robes being singed and emerged on the other side looking exactly as composed as when he'd entered. Harry drank the potion. It was ice cold going down, like swallowing a mouthful of winter. The black flames felt warm when he passed through them, but not hot, not burning. Just a tingle against his skin that faded as he crossed the final chamber. It was large and circular, with high stone walls and a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. The only light came from torches mounted in iron brackets, their flames casting long, jittering shadows across the floor. In the center of the room stood a mirror. Tall, ornate, framed in gold, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry couldn't read from this distance. And in front of the mirror, with his back to them, stood Professor Quirrell. He wasn't stuttering. He wasn't trembling. He wasn't doing any of the things that Professor Quirrell did during class, when he flinched at loud noises and stammered through every sentence like the words were afraid to come out. The man standing in front of the mirror was still, calm. His posture was straight. His hands were steady at his sides. The turban was still on his head, but it looked tighter now, wound more carefully, concealing something with greater urgency. I wondered when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was different, clear, confident. The stutter was gone completely. You've been watching me all year, haven't you? I felt it. Those eyes of your brother's boring into the back of my head during every defense lesson. In fairness, Harry said, there was something worth looking at on the back of your head. Quirrell turned around. His face was thin and sallow, drained of color, with dark circles under his eyes that spoke of months of being consumed from the inside. He looked sick. He looked like a man who was being slowly eaten alive by his own clothing. The stone, Quirrell said, the philosopher's stone. It's in this mirror, Dumbledore's final protection. Ingenious, really. Only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. A paradox, a trap for the greedy. And you are greedy, Anos said. He was standing behind Harry, hands at his sides, watching Quirrell with the flat, clinical attention of a doctor examining a terminal patient. Not me, Quirrell said. Him. Let me speak to them, said a voice. The voice came from Quirrell, but it didn't come from his mouth. It came from behind his head, from under the turban. Thin, high, cold, the voice of something that had once been a man and had spent 10 years being less than a ghost. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding the turban. The fabric came off in loops, purple cloth falling to the stone floor in coils. And when the last layer came away, the back of Quirrell's head was revealed. A face pressed into the back of the skull, sharing the same bone and skin, was a face that was not Quirrell's. chalk white, flat. The features were compressed and distorted like a mask that had been pushed into clay. Slit nostrils, no lips to speak of, and eyes. Red eyes, dim and sunken and filled with a hatred so deep it had become its own kind of fuel, Lord Voldemort, or what was left of him. A fragment, a sliver. A piece of a soul that had been torn apart so many times it had forgotten what it felt like to be whole. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and the older one, the anomaly. That's what you call me, Anno said. That's what Quirrell's thoughts call you. He is terrified of you. His fear is educational. The red eyes moved to Harry. You've grown, boy. The last time I saw you, you were an infant in a basket, and your brother destroyed my body with a look. I remember, Harry said. His hand was near his wand, not touching it, near it, ready. You tried to kill me. It didn't work out. Nothing works out the way it should, not for any of us. The face on the back of Quirrell's head twisted into something that might have been a smile if it had more anatomy to work with. But that ends tonight. The stone will give me a new body, a permanent body. And when I'm whole again, I will finish what I started. You won't, Anno said. He said it simply. The way you'd correct someone who'd gotten the time wrong, not aggressive, not threatening, just factually, completely, absolutely certain, Voldemort's red eyes fixed on him. You believe yourself to be powerful. I felt it that night in Godric's Hollow. The pressure, the force that tore my body apart. You are talented, boy, perhaps even gifted, but I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. I have split my soul and hidden the pieces beyond the reach of any mortal. I cannot be killed. Your Horcruxes, Anno said. The word landed like a slap. Quirrell's body flinched. The face on the back of his head went still. Oh yes, Anno's continued. I know about them. The diary, the ring. The locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, the pieces of your soul that you tore off and stuffed into objects because you were too afraid of what comes after the veil. He paused. I've seen the veil, by the way, in the Department of Mysteries. The voices behind it are quite conversational. I suspect they're waiting for you. You know nothing of what I've achieved, Voldemort hissed. The red eyes were brighter now, angrier, the parasite face contorted with rage. I have gone further than anyone along the path to immortality. No one. You've gone further along the path to self-destruction. Anno's voice was quiet, calm, the voice of a teacher correcting a student who had made a catastrophic error and was too proud to see it. You didn't conquer death, Tom. You ran from it. You tore your soul into pieces because you were afraid, and each time you tore it, you became less human, less powerful, less alive. You're not immortal. You're a fraction of a man clinging to the back of someone else's skull, begging for a magic rock to give you a body. The room went cold. The torches flickered. Voldemort's red eyes blazed. I am the greatest sorcerer who ever lived, Voldemort said. Each word was a knife. No, Anno said. You're not even the greatest sorcerer in this room. Quirrell spun. His wand was in his hand, and the spell was already leaving it before his body had finished turning. Not a stunner, not a disarming charm, the killing curse. Green light erupted from the tip of his wand with the raw, desperate force of a man who knew, on some level, that he was outmatched, and had decided to lead with the only card he thought was guaranteed to work. Avada Kedavra, the green bolt crossed the room. Annos raised his right hand and caught it. His fingers closed around the killing curse the way you'd close your hand around a tennis ball. Green light leaked between his fingers, sickly and pulsing, the most lethal spell in the wizarding world's arsenal. The spell that separated souls from bodies. The spell that had no counter, no block, no shield. And a 13-year-old boy was holding it in his fist like a firefly. The green light struggled. It pushed against his grip. It burned. It tried to do what it was designed to do, what it had done to thousands of people across centuries of dark magic. It tried to kill. It couldn't. Annos looked at the killing curse in his hand with mild curiosity. Like he was examining a bug that had landed on him, and was trying very hard to bite through his skin without understanding that his skin was not made of the same material as other people's skin. Interesting, Annos said. The spell operates by severing the connection between the soul and the body. It targets the binding force that keeps consciousness anchored to physical form. Against a normal human, that force is fragile enough to be disrupted by a single concentrated pulse of death energy. He squeezed. The green light between his fingers intensified, blazed white, and then went out. Snuffed like a candle. My binding force is not fragile, Ano said. My soul is anchored to my body through the source of destruction. The source exists outside the framework that your curse operates in. You could cast this spell at me every second for 1,000 years, and the result would be the same. Voldemort stared. Through Quirrell's eyes and through the red eyes on the back of his skull, both sets, the Dark Lord stared at the boy who had just caught death in his bare hand and crushed it. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. Anos didn't answer the question. He'd answered it enough times, for enough people. The answer never seemed to satisfy anyone. "Harry," Anos said, "clear the room." Harry moved. He'd been waiting for the signal, coiled and ready, his wand drawn and his weight on his front foot. The mirror was on the far side of the chamber, and between Harry and the mirror were 3 enchanted barriers that Quirrell had already partially disabled. A ring of blue fire, a binding ward on the floor, and a proximity curse on the mirror's frame that would paralyze anyone who touched the gold without authorization. Harry raised his wand and fired. 3 shots in rapid succession. The first hit the ring of blue fire and snuffed it with a burst of destructive energy that scattered ash across the floor. The second struck the binding ward and tore the enchantment apart at the source level, the runic circle cracking and going dark. The third hit the proximity curse on the mirror frame and burned it clean, the spell peeling off the gold like old paint. 3 defenses. 3 seconds. Clean. Done, Harry said. Good. Anos turned back to Voldemort. Quirrell's hand was shaking. His wand arm was extended, but the wand was trembling so badly the tip was drawing circles in the air. The man's face was gray. Sweat ran down his temples. Behind him, the face of Voldemort was contorted with something that Harry had never expected to see on the features of the most feared dark wizard in history: panic. "You can't," Voldemort said. "My Horcruxes. Even if you destroy this body, I will return. I will always return. I am immortal. I am. You are a coward who fears oblivion." Anos raised his right hand. "And I am the demon king of tyranny." He summoned Venus-Denoa. The sword did not appear from nowhere. It appeared from everywhere. The air in the chamber thickened, then cracked, then tore open along a seam that didn't exist in normal space. Through the tear, something emerged. Not a blade, not yet. First came the feeling. A weight. A pressure that made the walls of the chamber groan and the torches dim to nothing, and the very concept of light hesitate, as if reality itself was trying to decide whether it was allowed to continue functioning in the presence of what was being called into existence. Then the sword formed. It was black, not the black of darkness or shadow or the absence of light, a deeper black, the black of negation. The black of a thing that existed specifically to deny other things the right to exist. The blade was long, nearly 4 feet, slightly curved, with an edge that didn't reflect light because light knew better than to touch it. The hilt was wrapped in something that looked like leather but was older than leather, older than the animals that leather came from, older than the concept of animals entirely. Venus-Denoa. The abolisher of reason, a weapon that could cut through anything. Not because it was sharp. Because it denied the logic that made things durable. It could cut through magic, through concepts, through the laws of physics themselves. It could cut through time. It could cut through causality. It could cut through the idea that something was too powerful to be destroyed, because the idea of indestructibility was itself a rule, and Venus-Denoa abolished rules. Anos held the sword loosely. Casually. The way a carpenter holds a familiar tool. Quirrell's knees gave out. He dropped to the stone floor, his wand clattered from his fingers, his mouth was open but no sound was coming out. Behind him, on the back of his skull, Voldemort's face was screaming, but the scream was silent, trapped in a throat that belonged to someone else. "Tom Riddle," Anos said. "You spent your entire life pursuing immortality. You murdered innocent people to tear your soul apart. You created abominations that anchor you to existence through suffering and fear. And for what? So that you could cling to a world that you despise. So that you could rule people that you consider beneath you. You don't want to live, Tom. You want to not die, and those are very different things. Please, Quirrell said. His voice was back. The stutter was back. The terror had stripped away every layer of performance and left nothing but a man on his knees in front of something that transcended his understanding. Please, I didn't. He made me. I was forced. I know, Anno said. And there was something in his voice just for a moment that was almost gentle, almost compassionate. The recognition that Queerness Quirrell had been a frightened, weak man who had been consumed by something stronger than him, used up and discarded like fuel. I know you were forced. I'm sorry. He meant it, Harry could tell. The demon king of tyranny was genuinely sorry for the man who was about to die. That didn't stop him. Anno swung Venusdenoa. The blade moved through Quirrell's body the way a hand moves through smoke. There was no resistance. No impact. No sound of metal cutting flesh, because the flesh was not being cut. It was being abolished. The molecular bonds that held Quirrell's cells together stopped being valid. The physical laws that gave his body structure were revoked. His existence at the most fundamental level was denied permission to continue. Quirrell didn't scream. There wasn't time. One moment he was there, kneeling, terrified, a puppet at the end of his strings. The next moment he was gone, not dead, not destroyed, removed. As if he had never been in the room at all. What remained was the parasite, Voldemort's soul fragment, the wraith, the piece of Tom Riddle that had been feeding on Quirrell for the better part of a year, hung in the air where Quirrell's body had been. It was black, formless. A cloud of dark energy with those terrible red eyes burning at its center, screaming now, actually screaming, because it had felt what Venusdenoa did to its host, and for the first time in its existence, it understood what true destruction meant, not death. Death was a door. Voldemort had spent his life making sure that door couldn't open for him. This was erasure. This was the abolition of the rules that allowed him to exist. And the wraith, the fragment, the piece of a soul that had hidden from death for a decade, felt that abolition pressing against it like a hand closing around an insect. Annos raised Venusdenoa again. No, the wraith screamed. The voice was thin and broken and terrified. No, my Horcruxes. I cannot die, I cannot. You're not dying, Annos said. You're leaving. He didn't strike the wraith, not fully. He drew the blade across the edge of the dark cloud, a shallow cut, the barest contact between the sword and the soul fragment, but even that tiny contact was enough. The wraith convulsed. The red eyes went wide. The scream that came out of it was not a sound, it was a feeling. A raw, conceptual agony that hit everyone in the room like a physical force. Harry stumbled. His hands went to his ears even though it wasn't his ears that hurt. It was deeper. The scream was happening at the level where meaning existed, where the difference between pain and not pain was written. The wraith fled. It tore itself away from the contact point and shot upward, through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle, a streak of black smoke trailing agony behind it. It was gone in seconds, fleeing into the night sky, but the echo of that scream lingered in the chamber like smoke after a fire. The sword dissolved. Venusdenoa returned to wherever it existed when it wasn't being used, folding back through the crack in reality and sealing it behind. The torches flickered back to full brightness. The air warmed. The weight lifted. Harry was on one knee. His head was ringing. The conceptual scream had hit him harder than he'd expected. Not damage, just shock. The magical equivalent of standing too close to an explosion and having your ears ring for an hour. Harry, Annos said, are you all right? Yeah. Harry stood up, shook his head. The ringing faded. Yeah, I'm fine. That scream, though, what was that? Conceptual pain. Venusdenoa doesn't just damage physical matter, it attacks the logic of existence itself. When it touched the wraith, even briefly, it introduced the concept of true destruction to a being that had spent a decade believing it was beyond destruction. The scream was Voldemort's soul experiencing, for the first time, the possibility that it could actually cease to exist. Will he come back? The Horcruxes anchor him. As long as they exist, the core fragment of his soul cannot be fully erased. He'll reconstitute eventually, find another host, try again. Then this isn't over. This battle is over. The war is not. Anos looked at the space where Quirrell had been. There was nothing there, not even ash, not even a stain. The abolisher of reason didn't leave remains. But tonight we sent him a message, and it's a message he'll never forget. Harry walked to the mirror of Air-Eyed. He could read the inscription now up close. Air-Eyed stra eru oit ub kafru oit on wosi. He read it backward in his head. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of it and looked. The mirror showed him standing in a room, the Slytherin common room. Anos was on one side of him. Daphne was on the other. They were older, maybe 16, and they were laughing about something. Daphne's hand was in his. His own face, the mirror version, looked relaxed, happy. The kind of happy that doesn't come from winning or achieving or proving anything. The kind that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be, with the people you're supposed to be with. No James, no Lily, no Charles, no Dumbledore, just family, the real kind, the kind you choose. Harry looked at the image for a long time. What do you see? Anos asked from behind him. Us, Harry said, older, happy. He paused. Daphne's there too, naturally. Harry turned away from the mirror. The image faded. The glass went dark. Let's go, Harry said. Before someone finds the mess, they walked out of the chamber. Back through the logic puzzle room, the troll room, the chess room, the key room, the devil's snare pit. Back up through the trapdoor, past the sleeping Cerberus and into the third-floor corridor. The castle was quiet. The wards hummed. The torches burned low in their brackets. Somewhere above them, in a tower that overlooked the lake, Dumbledore was probably staring at a silver instrument that had just stopped working, trying to understand why. They made it back to the Slytherin dungeons without encountering a single person. The common room was empty except for the fire, which had burned down to embers. Harry's chess game with Daphne was still sitting on the table where they'd left it. His king was in check, as usual. Harry dropped into the sofa. His body was tired, but his mind was wired, still buzzing with the aftermath of watching his brother catch a killing curse, summon a sword that could cut through reality and erase a man from existence. Anos. The mirror, what did you see when you looked at it? Anos was standing by the fireplace, looking at the embers. His face was lit by the faint orange glow, and for a moment, just a moment, he looked his age. 13. A boy by a dying fire at the end of a long night. I saw the same thing I see every day, Anos said. My brother safe. Harry looked at him. The demon king of tyranny, the founder, the entity that had conquered gods and remade worlds and could end everything in this castle with a thought. And his deepest desire, the thing his heart wanted more than anything in existence, was his little brother being okay. That's embarrassingly wholesome, Harry said. Go to bed, Harry. Going, he went. But he fell asleep with a smile on his face, and for once the dreams that came were good ones. The great hall was full. Not the usual kind of full, where students drifted in for meals and sat wherever they felt like sitting, half asleep, talking with their mouths full, ignoring the staff table entirely. This was a different kind of full. The kind where every seat was taken and every eye was pointed in the same direction, and the air had that tight, electric quality that came before something important happened. Dumbledore had called an assembly. All students, all staff, mandatory attendance. The notice had appeared on every houseboard at 7 that morning, written in the headmaster's looping purple script. And by 8:30, the great hall was packed to capacity with 400 students who had no idea what was about to happen, but could feel in their bones that it was going to be significant. Harry sat at the Slytherin table between Anos and Daphne. His breakfast was untouched. Scrambled eggs and toast, going cold on the plate, ignored in favor of watching the staff table where Dumbledore sat with his hands folded, and his expression arranged into something that was meant to look sorrowful, but had an edge to it that Harry recognized. The look of a man who had been backed into a corner and had decided to come out swinging. He's going to try something, Harry said quietly. He's going to try everything, Anos replied. He was eating toast, calmly. Methodically, bite, chew, swallow. Like the most powerful wizard in Britain wasn't about to declare war on them in front of the entire school, Daphne's hand was under the table. Her fingers found Harry's and squeezed once. Brief, firm. Then she let go and picked up her tea with the same hand, and if anyone had been watching, they would have seen nothing at all. Harry's neck went warm. He stared at his eggs. Dumbledore stood. The hall went silent, not gradually. Instantly, the old man had that effect. When Albus Dumbledore wanted a room to shut up, the room shut up. It was part presence, part reputation, and part the subtle compulsion charm that he wove into his voice during public addresses. A charm so gentle that most people never noticed it, and those who did assumed it was just charisma. Harry noticed it. He always noticed it. The faint push against his mind, the whisper that said listen, trust, believe. He let it wash past him like water over stone. Students, Dumbledore said, his voice carried to every corner of the hall without amplification. And colleagues. I have called this assembly to address a matter of grave concern. He paused. Let the silence build, classic Dumbledore. Every sentence was a performance, every pause was a tool, and every word was chosen with the precision of a surgeon selecting a scalpel. Last night, an incident occurred within the castle. Professor Quirrell, who has been a member of our staff since September, attempted to breach the protections guarding a valuable magical artifact stored on the 3rd floor. In the course of this attempt, Professor Quirrell was killed. Gasps. Whispers. A first-year Hufflepuff actually squeaked. The staff table shifted uncomfortably. McGonagall's face was stone. Snape's was unreadable, which was its own kind of readable. The artifact in question has been removed and returned to its rightful owner. The protections have been dismantled. The 3rd floor corridor is no longer restricted. Dumbledore's eyes moved across the hall, slow, deliberate, the gaze of a man taking attendance. However, the manner in which Professor Quirrell was stopped raises serious questions. His eyes landed on the Slytherin table on Anno's. It has come to my attention, Dumbledore continued, that 2 students were present in the restricted corridor last night. 2 students who bypassed the security measures I personally designed, confronted a dangerous dark wizard, and took actions that resulted in his death. These students did so without authorization, without informing any member of staff, and in direct violation of the school's rules regarding the 3rd floor. The whispers intensified. Heads turned. 400 pairs of eyes swiveled toward the Slytherin table, following Dumbledore's gaze like sunflowers tracking the sun. Anno's Potter, Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with manufactured sadness. Would you please stand? Anno set down his toast. He wiped his fingers on a napkin precisely, corner by corner, then he stood. Harry stood beside him. The great hall stared at them. You entered a restricted area without permission, Dumbledore said. You engaged a possessed professor in combat. You used magic that no student in this school should possess, and a man is dead because of your actions. He let that land. Dead. The word echoed. Dumbledore was framing this carefully. Harry could see the architecture of it. He wasn't accusing them of murder, not technically. He was building a narrative, reckless students, unauthorized actions. A death that could have been prevented if only they'd followed the rules, if only they'd trusted the adults, if only they'd come to the headmaster instead of taking matters into their own hands. It was elegant. It was manipulative, and it put Anno's and Harry on the defensive in front of the entire school. Given the severity of these violations, Dumbledore said, I must consider whether it is appropriate for these students to continue their education at Hogwarts. Expulsion. He was threatening expulsion. The hall erupted. Students talked over each other. Some looked outraged. Some looked excited. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was on his feet saying something to Hermione that Harry couldn't hear. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was leaning back in his seat with an expression of vindictive satisfaction. Charles Potter, further down the Gryffindor bench, was staring at Harry with a face that held too many emotions to sort. Daphne's hand found Harry's under the table again. This time she didn't let go. May I respond? Anno said. His voice was conversational, level. The same voice he'd used in every confrontation, every negotiation, every moment where a lesser person would have shouted. It cut through the noise of the hall like a knife through cloth. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Of course, you are entitled to speak in your own defense. Thank you." Anno stepped out from behind the Slytherin bench and walked to the open space between the house tables. He stood in the center of the great hall, 400 students on either side of him, the staff table ahead, the enchanted ceiling showing a pale June sky above. He looked small. A 13-year-old boy in school robes, standing alone in a stone room, surrounded by people who held power over him. The headmaster, the professors, the institutional weight of a 1,000-year-old school. Everything about the moment was designed to make him look like what Dumbledore wanted him to look like, a child who had overstepped. "Headmaster," Anno said, "you've described the events of last night as a violation of school rules. You've framed our actions as reckless, unauthorized, and ultimately fatal. You've implied that if we had come to you instead of acting independently, the outcome would have been better." "That is my assessment, yes." "Then let me offer a different assessment." Annos looked at Dumbledore. The blue eyes and the dark eyes met across 30 feet of stone floor, and the hall went very, very quiet. "You placed a 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor of a school full of children, behind a door that could be opened by a first-year unlocking charm." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his fingers, folded on the table, tightened. "Behind that dog," Annos continued, "you installed a series of obstacles. Devil's Snare, a plant that kills by strangulation. Enchanted keys requiring high-speed aerial pursuit. A life-sized chessboard where the pieces use lethal force. A mountain troll. A logic puzzle involving potions, some of which were poison. And finally, a mirror containing a magical artifact of immense power, separated from a corridor full of children by exactly 6 challenges, not one of which would have stopped a determined adult wizard for more than 5 minutes. The hall was silent, not the held-breath silence of anticipation. The stunned silence of people hearing something they hadn't considered. "You designed these obstacles, Headmaster. You placed them in a school. And then you announced, at the opening feast, that the 3rd floor was forbidden, knowing that telling a castle full of children not to go somewhere is the surest way to guarantee that at least one of them will." McGonagall was looking at Dumbledore. Her face had gone very still. "You placed a lethal artifact in a building full of minors," Annos said. "You surrounded it with traps that could kill or permanently injure a child. You did this deliberately. You did this knowing that Voldemort, through his host Professor Quirrell, was actively seeking the artifact. And you did this because you intended for your obstacles to serve as a test, not a security measure, a test for a specific student." His eyes moved to the Gryffindor table, to Charles Potter, who had gone pale. "You wanted the boy who lived to find the stone. To prove himself against your carefully calibrated challenges. To face Voldemort and emerge victorious, cementing his legend and confirming your prophecy. You were willing to risk the lives of every student in this castle to engineer a heroic moment for a child you've been grooming since infancy." The silence had weight now, the kind that pressed against your eardrums. "Would you like me to provide evidence?" Annos asked. Dumbledore said nothing. His face was carved from marble. His eyes had stopped twinkling entirely. "Limnit," Annos said. The spell activated without a wand, without a gesture, without any visible indication that magic was being cast. The air above the center of the great hall shimmered, then cleared, and then became a window, not a window in the physical sense. A projection. A living image, 30 feet wide, hanging in the air where the enchanted ceiling had been. It showed the 3rd floor corridor, not as it was now, as it had been. September, October, November. The images moved forward in time, compressed, showing the corridor from a perspective that shouldn't have been possible, because it was the perspective of the castle itself. The ancient, semi-sentient ward matrix that had been watching everything for 1,000 years. The students saw the 3-headed dog, massive and chained, snarling at the door. They saw the trapdoor. They saw, through the floor, the devil's snare waiting in the dark, tendrils coiled and ready. Then the view shifted. The chessboard. The pieces moved on their own in an empty room, rehearsing, practicing their attacks on invisible opponents. A white knight swung its sword with enough force to shatter stone. A black rook charged across the board hard enough to leave cracks in the tile. Those pieces use lethal force. Anos said, narrating the images above him. They are enchanted to fight at full combat intensity. A student struck by any of them would sustain injuries consistent with a high-speed collision. Broken bones at minimum, fatal trauma at worst. The image shifted again. The troll. Unconscious now, but the projection rewound to show it awake. 12 feet of muscle and rage, swinging its club in the confined space, hitting walls hard enough to send stone flying. The students watched it demolish a support column with a single swing. A mountain troll, Anos said. Placed in a room that a student would need to pass through to reach the stone. There is no safe way for a child to bypass a conscious mountain troll in a confined space. Someone at the Hufflepuff table was crying. A fourth-year girl with her hand over her mouth, staring at the projection with wide, horrified eyes. The image shifted to the potions room. The 7 bottles, the purple fire. Anos let the projection zoom in on 2 of the bottles. The labels were clear. 2 of these 7 bottles contain poison. Anos said, not sleeping drafts, not mild toxins, poison. A student who selected the wrong bottle and drank would require immediate medical intervention to survive. The logic puzzle, while solvable, does not account for the possibility that an 11-year-old under extreme stress might panic and choose wrong. The projection held for a long moment. Then it shifted one final time, to the mirror of Air-Eyed, to the chamber where Quirrell had stood. To the space where, less than 12 hours ago, a man had been erased from existence. This is what you built, Headmaster. Anos looked at Dumbledore, not a security system, a gauntlet. A proving ground for your chosen hero, hidden inside a building full of children who had no idea that a dark wizard was hunting for a magical artifact 30 feet below their dormitories. He let the projection dissolve. The enchanted ceiling returned. The June sky looked down on a hall full of stunned faces. You asked whether it was appropriate for us to continue our education at Hogwarts, Anos said. I'd like to redirect that question. Is it appropriate for a headmaster who places lethal traps in a school, who harbors a Voldemort-possessed professor on his staff for an entire year, and who engineers life-threatening situations for children as character-building exercises, to continue running this institution? The great hall didn't breathe. Dumbledore sat behind the staff table and looked at the boy standing in the center of his school, in front of his students, holding a mirror up to everything he had built. And for the first time in Harry's memory, the great Albus Dumbledore had nothing to say. McGonagall spoke first. Albus. Her voice was tight, controlled. The voice of a woman who had just watched a projection of lethal chess pieces and poisoned bottles and mountain trolls and was doing advanced mathematics on how many of her students could have died this year. Is this accurate? Minerva, the situation is more complex than. Is this accurate? The question hit the staff table like a hammer. Flitwick flinched. Sprout pressed her hand against her mouth. Snape sat perfectly still, watching everything with those black eyes, and his expression was the closest thing to satisfaction that Harry had ever seen on his face. The obstacles were designed to be challenging but survivable, Dumbledore said carefully. The intention was never to place students in genuine danger. The troll was not survivable, McGonagall said. The chess pieces were not survivable. If a student had entered that corridor and faced those obstacles without preparation, without advanced magical training, she stopped. Her jaw clenched. A first-year unlocking charm, Albus. The door was sealed with a first-year unlocking charm. Dumbledore closed his eyes. The hall watched. 400 students, most of whom had spent the entire year trusting that the adults in charge of their safety actually had their safety in mind, sat in their seats and felt the ground shift underneath them. Anos let the silence hold for 10 seconds. 20. 30. He understood the power of silence better than anyone in the room. He understood that sometimes the most devastating thing you could do to a person's argument was give them time to realize they didn't have one. "I'm not asking for your removal," Anno said finally. "That's a decision for the Board of Governors and the Wisengamot, not for me. What I am doing is establishing something clearly in front of witnesses so that there is no ambiguity going forward." He turned to face the students, all of them, 4 houses, every age, every face. "My name is Annos Potter. This is my brother, Harry. We are Slytherin students, and we will continue to be Slytherin students for the remainder of our time at this school. We are not leaving. We are not being expelled. And anyone, student or staff, who threatens, bullies, manipulates, or endangers my brother in any capacity will answer to me." He paused. The hall was so quiet you could hear the enchanted ceiling rustling. "This is not a threat. I don't make threats. Threats imply uncertainty. This is a statement of intent, made in front of the entire school, and it is absolute." Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The weight of the moment pressed down on the great hall like a physical force, and every person in the room understood, at some fundamental level, that the balance of power at Hogwarts had just shifted permanently. Dumbledore opened his eyes. He looked at Annos. The blue and the dark met one more time, and this time there was no twinkle, no warmth, no grandfather, just 2 forces regarding each other across a distance that had nothing to do with the 30 feet of stone between them. "The matter is closed," Dumbledore said quietly. "There will be no expulsion." Annos nodded once. He walked back to the Slytherin table and sat down. The hall stayed silent for another 5 seconds. Then slowly the noise returned, whispers first, then murmurs. Then the rising tide of 400 teenagers processing what they'd just witnessed, and the sound filled the great hall like water filling a basin, and life at Hogwarts resumed its forward motion. But it wasn't the same. Everyone in that room knew it. The school would go on. Classes would happen. Exams would be graded. Points would be won and lost. But underneath all of it, there was a new understanding. A new awareness. That the most dangerous entity at Hogwarts was not the headmaster in his tower, or the ghost of a dark lord hiding in the shadows, or the ancient castle itself. It was a 13-year-old boy who sat at the Slytherin table eating toast. Within the hour, the ripples started spreading. Owls left the school in waves, students writing to parents. Parents who sat on the Wisengamot, who worked at the ministry, who had connections to the Daily Prophet. The story was too big to contain. A Hogwarts professor possessed by you-know-who. Lethal traps in a school corridor. Dumbledore's authority challenged in his own great hall by a 13-year-old who projected the evidence on the ceiling for everyone to see. By lunch, Draco Malfoy's father had already sent a letter demanding an emergency session of the Board of Governors. Harry knew this because Draco announced it to the entire Slytherin table with the smug satisfaction of someone who didn't realize he was a pawn celebrating the work of a different player. "Father says Dumbledore's finished," Draco said, buttering his role with excessive confidence. "Says the board will have him out by August." "Your father says a lot of things," Daphne replied, not looking up from her plate. "Most of them are about your father." Draco's mouth opened, closed, and he turned very deliberately to talk to Crabbe instead. At the Gryffindor table, a different kind of reckoning was happening. Ron Weasley had cornered Hermione Granger and was talking at her with the urgent, slightly panicked energy of someone whose entire worldview had just been rearranged. Harry caught fragments of it from across the hall. "Lethal chess pieces, Hermione, lethal. We walked past that corridor 100 times this year. I know, Ron, and the troll, there was a troll down there. An actual mountain troll just sitting in a room under the school and nobody told us. I know, Ron. And Dumbledore he just sat there. He didn't deny any of it, not one thing." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "I know." There was something in her voice, not the usual Hermione confidence, something smaller. The sound of a girl who had spent her whole life trusting authority, trusting books, trusting the people who were supposed to know better, and had just watched the most respected authority figure in her world sit in silence, while a student tore his legacy apart with facts. Charles Potter hadn't spoken to anyone since the assembly. He sat at the end of the Gryffindor bench with an untouched plate, staring at the table, and the students around him gave him space without being asked. The boy who lived, the hero of the prophecy, the child Dumbledore had been grooming. And now, the boy who was supposed to face those traps, the boy who was supposed to walk through that gauntlet and come out a legend. Harry looked at his younger brother across the hall and felt something unexpected, not anger, not resentment. Not the cold satisfaction of watching someone lose the pedestal they'd been placed on. Pity. Charles hadn't asked for any of this. He hadn't asked to be declared the boy who lived. He hadn't asked for their parents to abandon his brothers. He was 11 years old, and the foundations of everything he'd been told about himself were cracking, and he was sitting alone at a table full of people who didn't know what to say to him. "You feel sorry for him," Daphne said quietly. "A bit. That's either very mature or very foolish." "Can it be both? With you, it's always both." The last 2 days of term passed quickly. Exams were over, trunks were being packed, the castle buzzed with the end-of-year energy that always came when the Hogwarts Express was 24 hours away and everything felt temporary and exciting. Harry was packing his trunk in the dormitory when Daphne found him. She stood in the doorway of the boys' dormitory with her arms crossed and her bag over one shoulder, wearing traveling clothes instead of robes. Her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders, and she looked different outside of the Hogwarts uniform. Less formal, still sharp, still controlled, but softer at the edges in a way she never was during term. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said. "Same train as you, I know." "I meant over the summer. You're going back to the Dursleys. For now, it's the safest place while the Blood Wards hold." Daphne walked into the room. She sat on the edge of Blaze's empty bed across from Harry. Her bag was on her lap, and her hands were folded on top of it in the precise, deliberate way she held herself when she was working up to something. "I want to say something," she said, "and I'd like you to not interrupt until I've finished. Okay, this year has been the strangest year of my life. My father sent me to Hogwarts with 3 rules. Don't attract attention, don't make enemies, and don't get involved with anyone whose name appears in the newspaper. I've broken all 3, and the person responsible is you." Harry opened his mouth. "I said don't interrupt." He closed it. "You fought a troll for me. You told your parents to leave in front of the entire school. You play chess like someone who learned the rules yesterday, and yet you keep showing up to play. You have black fire and a brother who can catch killing curses, and your deepest desire is to be happy with the people you've chosen." Harry went still. "How do you know about the mirror? You talk in your sleep. Blaze mentioned it. I put the details together." Harry made a mental note to talk to Blaze about boundaries. "The point," Daphne continued, "is that I came to Hogwarts expecting to spend 7 years keeping my head down, maintaining alliances, and surviving the political landscape my family navigates. Instead, I spent the year sitting on bathroom floors and dormitory floors and playing chess with someone who doesn't care about any of that, and I find that I prefer it." She stopped. Her hands were still folded on her bag, her posture was still perfect. But there was color in her cheeks that hadn't been there when she started, and her eyes were brighter, and she was looking at him with an expression that was, for Daphne Greengrass, practically a declaration of war. "So," she said, "write to me over the summer. Every week I expect full updates. And if you don't respond within 48 hours, I will find you." Harry looked at her. The girl who hadn't flinched from a mountain troll, who had sat on a cold floor and given him a chocolate frog without a word. Who had held his hand under the table while the most powerful wizard in Britain tried to destroy them. "Every week," Harry said, "minimum." "What if I write more than once a week?" Something happened on Daphne's face. The controlled facade cracked, not a lot, not dramatically. Just enough to let through something warm and real that she usually kept locked behind the mask. It was almost a smile, more than almost. It was, in fact, for the first time since Harry had known her, an actual genuine smile. It lasted about 2 seconds. Then the mask was back. But Harry had seen it, and she knew he'd seen it, and neither of them was going to pretend otherwise. That would be acceptable, Daphne said. She stood up. She straightened her bag on her shoulder. She walked to the door. And then she paused, turned back, crossed the 3 feet between them in 2 quick steps, and kissed him. It was brief. Light. Her lips pressed against his for maybe 1 second, warm and quick and certain. Her hand touched his jaw just barely, her fingers cool against his skin. Then she pulled back, met his eyes for a fraction of a heartbeat, turned and walked out of the dormitory. Harry stood in the middle of the room with an empty trunk and a packed bag and a face that felt like it was on fire. He touched his mouth. His fingers were shaking. His brain was doing something that felt like a system reboot, every thought trying to process simultaneously and none of them succeeding. She kissed me, Harry said to the empty room. I know, Anno said from the doorway. Harry spun. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. You couldn't have, I don't know, announced yourself and missed that expression. No, I hate you. You really don't. They boarded the Hogwarts Express the next morning. Platform at Hogsmeade, the scarlet engine steaming, students piling into carriages with trunks and owls, and the chaotic energy of a school year ending. The sun was bright. The air smelled like pine and coal smoke and the particular June freshness that only exists at the end of something. Harry found a compartment near the middle of the train. He stowed his trunk, sat by the window, and watched the castle disappear behind the mountains as the train pulled away. Hogwarts, the towers, the lake, the walls that hummed with ancient magic, the great hall where he'd been sorted. The bathroom where he'd killed a troll, the entrance hall where he'd told his parents to leave, the dormitory where he'd cried on the floor with his brother beside him and a chocolate frog on his knee. It had been a year. 1 year, and everything was different. Anno sat across from him, legs crossed, looking out the opposite window. His reflection in the glass was still and composed, the same face he always wore, but something about his posture was different, looser. Like a tension he'd been holding for 12 months had finally, marginally, released. We did it, Harry said. We did the first part. Voldemort's gone. Quirrell's gone, the prophecy's gone, Dumbledore's been publicly humiliated, we've got a faction, a vault, legal independence, and I've got a, he paused. The word wasn't quite right, girlfriend, too soon, ally, too cold. Daphne. You've got Daphne, Annos agreed, so what's the second part, the Horcruxes? Voldemort is diminished, but he's not destroyed. As long as the fragments of his soul exist, he will eventually reconstitute. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the snake. 6 anchors keeping the worst wizard in history tethered to existence. And we're going to find them. We're going to find them and destroy them. Harry leaned back in his seat. The countryside rolled past, green fields, stone walls. A river catching the sunlight and throwing it back in white sparks. Second year's going to be interesting, Harry said. Every year is going to be interesting. The compartment door slid open. Daphne stood there with her trunk floating behind her and Tracy Davis hovering in the corridor looking amused. Daphne's expression was perfectly neutral. Her eyes found Harry's and held them for exactly 1 second longer than was strictly necessary. This compartment has room, she said. Not a question. Always, Harry said. She sat next to him, not across from him, next to him, close enough that their shoulders touched when the train rocked. She pulled out a book and opened it. Harry didn't ask what it was. He didn't need to. The fact that she was there was the only thing that mattered. Tracy sat next to Annos, looked between Harry and Daphne, and grinned so hard it was basically a public announcement. So, Tracy said conversationally. Good year, the best, Harry said. The Hogwarts Express rounded a bend in the track, and the castle disappeared behind the mountains for good. The train picked up speed, heading south, carrying 400 students back to their families and their summers and their ordinary lives. But in one compartment near the middle of the train, nothing was ordinary. 2 brothers sat with the sun on their faces and the future in front of them, and neither of them was the same person who had boarded this train in September. They had arrived as the abandoned sons of James and Lily Potter. The squibs, the discarded ones, the boys that Dumbledore had written off and the wizarding world had forgotten, they were leaving as something else entirely, the devil wizard. And the demon king of tyranny, and next year they were coming back.